proceeding after further play, which is shortly after Middlesex Park with weekend entry. And then the score of performance taking place in Middlesex Room after closing play this season.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, day 2 of this county championship match in Division 2. Middlesex entertaining Sussex in an entertaining first day, particularly if you like batting as a purist. Just Pujara putting on a stunning show yesterday, and well, one comment this morning, it seemed like he barely left third gear. He nearly left the middle last night though, out for the innings, as his last ball of the day was edged over second slip over Sam Robson. A much better bowling performance actually with that second new ball from Middlesex. Whether that was the overheads last night, we'll have to wait and see. The news of the sky tonight, or the sky this morning, it's a little cloudy, a few patches of blue here and there. Not overcast though, but equally not the 40 degrees of yesterday. So 3:28 for 4 was the story of the day after Middlesex put Sussex in. Let's have a look back at those match highlights to see how the day panned out.
Sussex pile them on with twin Allsop and Pujara tons. While Middlesex were on the wrong end of the result in a rapidly developing match with Worcestershire, Sussex and Leicestershire shared the spoils on the south coast in a run fest last time out. The hosts are chasing knots at the top of Division 2. The Glamorgan are hot on their heels, just 1 point behind. Middlesex made the decision to start the day in the field despite the sizzling conditions and made early inroads with the ball. Ali Orr out LBW to Tim Murtaugh for 7. Clark and Allsop made sure that was just an early blip, recovering well in response to the wicket. And they steered their side past 50 after less than 16 overs together, up to the mark with a bit of fortune. And up to a 50 partnership of 120 balls in the overs before lunch. A solid, if unspectacular, start from Sussex at Lords. They headed into the break at 68 for 1. They pushed the score along to the cusp of 3 figures when Tom Helm popped up with a crucial wicket. Clark out for 33, courtesy of a wonderful grab by Sam Robson in the slip cordon. Pujara is a man accustomed to these conditions and watched on from the other end as Allsop moved them to 100, the edge flying beyond the cordon to the boundary. Allsop then went to his 50 with a single cut to point, up to the mark of 113 balls. Yet another decent look for the Sussex number 3, who proceeded to bring up the 50 partnership when Helm was cut through the offside for 4. With 2 off Pujara, Sussex moved to 150. It was all going to plan so far for the visitors despite the 2 wickets. Pujara had found his feet and started to head towards his 50, the score now moving ever closer to 200. With 2 off Holman, the India international picked up his half-ton, scored from 82 balls. Pujara almost celebrated the mark by climbing into the bowling of Peter Milan and clearing the ropes to move Sussex to 200, and he brought up the 100 partnership in the process. They were up to 211 for 2 at tea. The Middlesex decision to bowl first was looking a little suspect. They kept ticking off the milestones, Middlesex still struggling to produce any real opportunities as Allsop and Pujara filled their boots. The stand was worth 150 with a single from Pujara to the part-time spin of Mark Stoneman. He moved the score to 250 with another single to spin, this time Holman's. Allsop lived a charmed life. He went to his 100 in fortuitous style. The inside edge ran away for 2, narrowly missing the stumps. Pujara followed after his ton from 144 balls. Sussex's day in the sun continues to be a great one. Still a few more needed to match his more than 123 run average for the season. Sussex were heading for 300 now, and like all the milestones that had come before, they got there with little to concern them. With the end of the day just a few overs away, Middlesex finally had their 3rd wicket. Allsop's excellent innings came to an end on 135 when he was caught behind off the bowling of Tom Helm. Lennon's stay as night watchman was a brief one, 2 in the over for Helm, outcaught by Robson for a duck. That would be the last real action of the day, 10 more runs added before they walked off, Sussex finishing on 328 for 4. Shades of Nasser Hussain back in Brisbane for Middlesex captain Tim Murtaugh, who must now be regretting his decision to start in the field. Perhaps though, the grey clouds that moved in late in the day could provide them some encouragement. Sussex not yet out of reach, and tomorrow's conditions are decidedly different.
Fabulous first day to watch. Pujara really was in masterful form yesterday, and fabulous support at the other end as well, it has to be said, of course. Allsop's century. Middlesex, with that decision to put them in, it was clearly a thought of that little bit of grass that was there yesterday morning, which is still just about there today, but you'd hope day 2 is the best day to bat. It's going to make this morning very, very crucial. But let's hear those thoughts from Jade Dernbach, the bowling consultant for Middlesex, who talks at length really about that decision, why they chose to field first.
Hey Dernbach, thanks for joining us at the end of today's play. Enormously hard graft out there for the bowlers. 40-degree heat. What shape are the lads in?
They're in good shape, especially the way we finished off that day. As you said, an exceptionally tough day with the heat. and everything else. But we put ourselves in that position in the sense of we wanted to be on the front foot in this fixture. We won the toss, decided to bowl. We thought that was the best opportunity for us to make some inroads into this fixture. I think we certainly did with the way we finished there. Helmy running in, bowling as quick as he had done at the start of the day towards the end, and that's testament to him and the rest of the bowling lineup, how fit and strong they are, and ready to put in a shift.
Absolutely. It's the question on everybody's lips really, is the decision to win the toss, get out there and bowl, certainly in this heat. Was part of the thinking, yes, certainly there was a green top there, so it was going to do a little bit this morning. Part of the thinking as well is we've won games in this position as well, very much.
Yeah, that's all of those factors have certainly come into our decision making there, but it's a conversation that the management and the captain have had, and it's a decision we all were 100% behind, in the sense of thinking that's our best play to get a victory here and force a victory. We're very much in this fixture. If we turn up tomorrow morning and get a few early wickets and get into the tail, bowl them out somewhere around the 420 mark, we'll be certainly very happy with that. Knowing the quality that we got in that dressing room to come on, sack on some runs, and then so we're looking to force a victory again. The last session of the fourth day, there's plenty more cricket to be played.
Absolutely. You mentioned Tom Helm there, 2 late wickets in the day, have kind of given us a bit of a lift at the end. Obviously, Helmy finished up with 3. Overall, 328 for 4. What's your assessment on the day? Slightly in their favour?
Yeah, you would think so. A couple of guys there played some great innings. They've got hundreds. Pujara is still in. Could have had him last ball of the game, last ball of the day, and that could have changed the complexion of it for us. I think it's probably then just in their court they've probably edged today. But tomorrow morning is a whole other opportunity. The ball's still hard. Hopefully we find a pitch that does a little something for us if there's some cloud cover. But equally, we know that these guys will come back and back up today's performance.
Absolutely. In this kind of weather, Joe, the kind of wicket I think is just going to dry and flatten out. We're obviously going to get Middlesex tomorrow, get real kind of momentum into our bowlers, try and get through the Sussex innings. Obviously, getting ourselves out there to bat middle of the afternoon tomorrow, latest, I guess, is principally.
Yeah, of course. All this is there's a way to go about it. We know our 4-day cricket, how we play our best forward. I think that's putting pressure on the opposition. However long that takes us, it takes us. As long as we can control the scoreboard and they're not getting too far ahead of the game, and having an opportunity then to get in when it's out after that.
You mentioned our lineup, obviously bolstered in this game with Eski coming back in from lunch duty, Peter Milan now in the squad. You must be looking forward to seeing Peter out there in action after a bit of a wait getting him there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a wait, but I think he's certainly keen to go. We've seen a couple of training days with him. It's been a breath of fresh air again. A man with plenty of experience, and his numbers speak for himself. So I think he'll be licking his lips at the opportunity to put that Middlesex shirt on and go out there and score some runs.
All right, Jade, thanks for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Pretty much as we thought then on the summary of the toss yesterday morning. That little bit of a greenish tinge. If Middlesex could have picked up a couple of early wickets yesterday and got Pujara out there early, then that was the game plan that they were thinking of. Can they get in amongst them early and then try and boss the game thereafter? There's a little bit of an experience in this Sussex side with the bat. There is certainly an experience with the ball, but for Middlesex to try and make that tell, they're going to have to pick up those early wickets this morning, in particular Pujara. It's going to be a case of that ball that was 16 overs old, under pretty leaden skies, doing a bit yesterday evening. It looked as though it was doing more. You'd probably put that down to the overheads. It could, of course, be the second new ball just offered them that little bit more. But Middlesex will hope that that remains this morning and that they can stick to what was a pretty good line and length that they stuck to all day yesterday. There just wasn't quite as much in the pitch as they hoped. So we'll very much hope that day 2 is the day to bat on this one and then get out there and boss, which was the plan at the toss. But we'll look forward to how that pans out. Before we do get up and running, you'll notice that QR code in the top left corner where you can scan it and find out about the stream sponsors, which are eToro, and we'll be back with all the live action here at Lord's after a few short words from our sponsors.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Good morning and welcome to Lord's.
So there are the players ready to go, and the bell has just rung here at Lord's. Tim Mercer on the far right there having a chat with Richard Johnson, and Peter Milan, what will he have made of his first day with Middlesex just behind the pair? It was a tough day out in the dirt, but the fact that they were able to lift themselves, I think, in that last hour yesterday evening with that second new ball, and Tom Helm with 3 wickets. See him there with the number 7 on his back, second left, and a high five and a hug from his coach. He'll be very, very happy with what Helm produced yesterday, really picking up with where he was at the start of the season. And the last high five, a bit of encouragement as well from Rory Coots for Luke Holman, the young leg spinner, who equally stuck to the task on a very difficult day, at a very difficult time, having faced Pujara earlier this season, and talked about how difficult it was bowling to an Indian master, which he certainly is, and he'll take that away from the game at home, and he'll take that one away from this one as well. But I think certainly the key figure at the bottom of that screen this morning, though, for Middlesex is Pujara. Can they get him early? If they can, then if he's the 5th wicket on that column to the left, then they will hope that with this second new ball they can start to rattle through a relatively inexperienced and young tail and get a relatively inexperienced, other than Stephen Finn, bowling attack. So it should be a fascinating second day, but to back up that decision yesterday morning, Middlesex are going to have to work hard and fast. Here come our umpires to get us going then on day 2. The Middlesex fielders you've seen surrounding them on the way out, the Sussex openers heading out to, from the visiting perspective, Sussex, well, they just can't be happier really with day 1 put in. They'll have looked at that little bit of greenish tinge. They'll know that they're up against one of the better bowling lineups in the country, certainly in terms of experience. Roland Jones and Murtagh have been 2 of the finalists for a decade or more, and Helm has really picked up this season in all formats. He's been good for Middlesex, but this year in the Championship he's been a joy to watch, and certainly that was the case yesterday. Yadav, of course, doesn't need much of an introduction himself, but there they go, Pujara and Carter. Carter had a nervy few moments yesterday evening, particularly to 1 or 2 of the shorter balls. Middlesex enjoyed just finding a little bit more fizz, for whatever reason it was, whether it was the overheads, whether it was that second new ball. There's cloud cover over Lords at the moment, and Middlesex will hope that that plays some part, but it's not particularly thick, it's not particularly filled in either. But it's not as hot as yesterday, so in terms of energy sapping this morning, well, if they can make those 1 or 2 breakthroughs, then that will be something to look to. So it will be Carter to have strike on 5. Helm from the nursery end this morning. He's bowled 20 overs, 3 for 63, 4 maidens. He's got 3 slips in place for Carter, and they'll very much be on the attack first thing. Middlesex, how long they'll be able to stay on the attack, well, that might be more to do with the man at the non-strikers end there. Cheshire Pujara on 115 magnificent runs, and indeed the 182 balls he faced, but for that last one yesterday, were pretty controlled from him. Here's Helm to get us underway on day 2. And on the money, on the spot, straight away. Yeah, Helm, he suffered with a side strain, 3rd match of the season, and a bit of a blow for him personally, certainly a blow for Middlesex, because those 3 matches, they were as good as a run of games, I think, that I can remember Helm stringing together. There have been some real highlights which have made people sit up and take notice over the years of Tom Helm, but those matches just put together at the start of the season, I thought, were particularly encouraging for him, and his own aspirations, of course, to try and kick on to a higher level. And onto the spot again. Nicely in behind it. Carter. Good morning, Angus Fraser. Kevin Hand and Angus Fraser with the commentary this first session of day 2.
Morning, Kevin. Morning, everyone. It's freezing outside.
It shouldn't have come in your shorts today, guys.
No, I wish, as if. But another lovely day. As you say, a bit of cloud cover, but I'm sure that will burn off. Sun's shining through at the moment. See the shadow of Tom Helm as he walks back to his mark. But important little session for Middlesex, try to reduce this total as much as they can.
Right on that spot again. First 3 balls of the morning. I want to set a tone this morning for sure, Middlesex. Fizzed about a little bit more yesterday evening. What do you reckon it was? Was it the second new ball combined with the overheads? Just a funny end today, wasn't it? There was rain falling as we left the ground.
Yes, I mean, a ridiculous day in so many ways. Weather-wise, that's for sure. I mean, 39, 40 degree heat. Middlesex in the field stuck to the task pretty well. A couple of times they looked like they were flagging a little bit, but I say the second new ball, a couple of wickets at the end of the day. Challenge again this morning.
There's the first run of the day. Fine of Holden at point. They'll pick up a couple as he retreats to collect. 3:30 for 4.
It's almost as though you can keep going. Yesterday, tell yourself, right, there's only another 3 or 4 overs that you've got to bowl, and you just keep pushing yourself and getting that little bit extra out of yourself. You go home, hot, sweaty night. You come in this morning and it's then recharging yourself. Then I think we all feel a bit sort of, woof, what was that yesterday, and a bit sort of weary because of it. But as a player, you've got to get up, you've got to fire, and you've got to try and, if we can, Middlesex, that is, bowl Sussex out for less than 400, which would be a fantastic achievement considering what happened yesterday and where the position Sussex got themselves into.
I thought Jay Dernbach's interview overnight was, he was pretty honest. Look, it was get in there and try and get early wickets. It was a little bit of a gamble, he admitted, but the gamble was pretty much, I think, as we all called it all down the commentary. There was a lot of debate, wasn't there? Roland Butcher said, look, I'd love to have been out there batting yesterday. I'm a batter. That was a day for batting. But clearly, Middlesex's thoughts were a couple of early wickets, and could they get to the man who's still out there right now with the century at the non-striker's end? Could they get out there, get him out there and get at him early? Here's the last ball of the opening over of the day. And a little bit of lift, leaving the right-hander as well from Helm. 330 for 4.
Yeah, good way to finish the over there for Tom Helm, forcing a, I'm sure he maybe just withdrew the bat there at the last minute, Carter. But yes, it's the wrong decision. You look at it now and the score overnight, it's the wrong decision. 328 for 4 is a fantastic day for Sussex, and they played exceptionally well. Alsop and Pujara scoring hundreds. But you go into it trying to make the right decision, trying to make a positive decision, and that was almost, a lot of people, again historically it's like this, win the toss and think about bowling and bat, then you think, etc., the sort of old way of viewing it all. But you go out there sort of, and in some ways sometimes it's deemed as a negative decision to bowl first. Well, why aren't you getting out there batting and grabbing hold of it? But it could be a positive decision. You're going out there hoping that you're going to bowl well, hoping that you're going to pick a couple of wickets, hoping you're going to put quite an inexperienced batting lineup under a bit of pressure. That's your aspirations. Not everything that happens that you want to happen takes place. The opposition play well, little things don't go your way, the player misses. Not that there were hundreds of player misses yesterday by any stretch of the imagination, but a little bit of movement, or actually that's interesting that members have moved.
I was surprised yesterday they didn't. That was Pujara who was quite clear. He walked right up to the umpire and said they have to move. Oh, that's a lovely shot. What a way to start day 2 for Pujara. He's on to 119. Wasn't that short, wasn't that wide, but it's Pujara.
Well, it wasn't, watching Tom Helm on the spot, bit short, bit wide, just enough. Actually, it wasn't that wide, but just a bit short by Toby Roland Jones, not with the same bounce and pace as Helm, so Pujara had enough time to rock onto the back foot and strike a nice 4-through backward point.
It's all very simplistic and it's a little disrespectful, but the whisper this morning, much as the whisper yesterday morning, was about a greenish tinge. Better from Roland Jones. The whisper this morning is, well, and this from those who watch regularly Sussex, if you can get Pujara early this morning, there'll still be a hope with a relatively young and inexperienced tail of trying to get in amongst it. It's a big if to get Pujara, though.
Well, I think that comes again from a side that's not won a lot of games of cricket this year, doesn't it? There's you look at Middlesex and obviously our run of form in recent years, you always think they could still mess the game up from a strong position. So I'm sure that's what, as you said, a few Sussex supporters are thinking. But they're in a great position at this moment in time. That's better bowling by Toby on the spot there on off stump, challenging the forward defence of Pujara. But it's, I say that having been here, the pitches when they come back second time they do look greener, but they are also drier. So yeah, there was a risk attached to yesterday. The risk didn't come off. Again, they're going to get some criticism because of the scoreboard, and understandably so, but somehow they've got to try and get themselves back into this game this morning, and when they pick up the bat, hopefully later this afternoon.
It's better from Roland Jones. Pujara just watchful, and he's got to stick to that, hasn't he, Roland Jones? He's just got to stick on or around that off-stump line, which is either that it holds its line or it nips back in towards the top of the off. And even Pujara on the slope here at Lord's, he'll still be thinking about that surface. And make him think about that line and length, make him work for it this morning. good again from Roland Jones. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket in place, so they'll know they've got no room for error whatsoever from bowling to Pujara.
But again, and also, as we mentioned yesterday, things that Middlesex have been considering is how they won games here so far this season, how their game plan is laid out. And yes, obviously, at the start of the season, April, when you've got a couple of matches here, the pitches tend to be a bit greener, have a little bit more in it. I mean, sometimes then actually it's better to bat first, because it can sort of does get a little bit more uneven as the game wears on.
Good again from Roland Jones. Better ends, yeah, well, very good 5 deliveries to end the over. 334 for 4.
But the pitches here don't tend to fall apart, or they haven't done. Therefore, there is the possibility of chasing down reasonable totals. But yeah, they've got to go some way before they get him back in the game. At the moment, it's Sussex in charge, Sussex bossing it, and Middlesex have got to somehow drag themselves back into it over these next couple of hours.
Again from Helm. They did trouble Carter yesterday evening with some short stuff. Just looked a little nervy out there at the close, as Middlesex tried desperately to put a 5th wicket in the bag before stumps yesterday. It would have been big to do so if they had, especially that last ball of the day, which flew over second slip. They'd have to Pujara. But by hook or by crook, they've got to get through a few this morning, and whether it is Pujara or whether it's those around him, Carter, 20 years of age, will feel a little bit the pressure against this second new ball and this attack. Middlesex have to try and capitalise on that. If they can win this morning's session, then the game's still there for Middlesex to say, right, we'll get out there then. Day 2, bat big against an inexperienced bowling attack. But losing this morning's session isn't really an option for Middlesex. That's the biggest problem coming out of day 1.
Well, it is, and I suppose it's all about your aspirations, your promotion aspirations, isn't it? And the fact that the season started so well, unbeaten in April and May. I think if we were top for most of that period, I think Notts might have gone above us in the final match of that little period of Championship cricket.
Oh, swatted at. Helm asked the question, nothing from behind the stumps.
Yeah, not a convincing shot there from Carter.
Didn't play the short stuff well yesterday evening.
No, but just back to where Middlesex are at, and the fact that they haven't won any the last 3 Championship matches, lost 2, lost to Derbyshire, a game that frustrated me. I think we should have won that, especially against the inexperienced bowling attack that Derbyshire fielded then. To get that bowled out cheaply was extremely frustrating. And again against Worcestershire last week, you thought 230, 240 should have been enough to defend at Merchant Taylor's School. So Middlesex are to maintain a strong challenge at the top and not go into September almost needing to win all 3 games, then they need to somehow get back into this game and obviously produce a good performance next week at Chestler Street.
The beauty of sport, also the problem with sport, if Middlesex had have bowled on that final day at Merchant Taylor's as they bowled yesterday, they probably would have won the match.
There's a saying that I can't repeat. My auntie.
Oh, now he's clipped that from a very straight line. 4 runs it is, but he steps a long way across there. You can see a huge amount of leg as that ball was clipped fine.
Yep, little thin side edge down to fine egg. That of him on the pad, it could have been close, but Tom getting a little bit straight there, maybe looking for the LBW, pushing the ball a bit further up.
Deep square set back. Will he end with a short one? Nearly over, 338 for 4. Yeah, I didn't mean to be flippant or facetious about it, but you know, it was a good bowling performance yesterday is the point. They didn't do much wrong. Middlesex, that came off the back of a day where they were kind of beating themselves up and lost a game where they didn't perform at their best with the ball in either innings against Worcestershire.
Yeah, they had some good periods yesterday. I mean, I suppose a little bit of a frustrating, I say, Luke Holman sort of didn't quite sort of offer the control that he wanted. But then again, he's bowling against a wonderful batsman in Pujara, a superb player of spin, so that was a challenge. I don't know, you get greedy, don't you, and you set yourself high standards, and you sort of think, well, 3 and over is always a sort of yardstick, and if you're conceding 330 runs in the day, yes, you've not bowled a pile of rubbish, and I'm not saying that to an extent, but there are probably little periods where they could have been better. Stoneman bowling 5 or 6 overs, that was a sort of easy 30 runs, really, wasn't it? I know that was to get
Milan
through to the second new ball.
well.
Yeah, Milan maybe a little bit more, but I suppose you're trying to give your bowlers a bit of a rest in the real heat. But equally, there's 20 or 30 runs there that you could probably say, well, could have made them work a bit harder for them.
I watched back the highlights of Pujara's century, not just the match highlights which we played before the start there, but the county championship social media feeds put up a little highlights package of Pujara's century yesterday. And those watching from afar, there was the 6 into the grandstand. There were a couple of long hops. I think between you and I, we'd said long hop on 4 of the highlights yesterday. And those watching from afar might have looked at it and said, "Oh, trash county championship bowling again," which has unfairly been said on Josh Baker this year by a certain someone. But if anybody was watching those highlights yesterday, they'd have looked at it and said, "Oh, that bowling's atrocious," just because the highlights came out that way. The 6 in particular from Pujara, it's 4 long hops, as we described them in the commentary on those highlights. But actually, there was only that little period that you were talking about, Stoneman and Milan, where at that point, as you say, it was almost a protection measure against the heat and the bowlers. And that did leak a few.
It is, but do you really worry about those comments?
Oh, no,
a lot of the time. I mean, again,
I'm
you'd
just
like to
saying
think
that
some people
highlights
have got a bit of understanding. You watch a highlights package and I get bowls out 150 and therefore they're battered appallingly. You've got to scratch a bit deeper than that and watch a bit more than just the highlights to sort of understand how a day has taken shape and how people have played, whether it's batsmen or bowlers during that day. And I'm not having a pop at you there.
For once. I mean, Milan's figures actually to highlight that. He bowled 4 overs, none for 16. So he went at 4s, fine. But 3 of those were long hops. Well, that means the majority, the rest of the balls he bowled were pretty good, but didn't go for much because he went for a 6 and he had 2 4s, I think, that were pulled away as well. So there's 14 of his 16 runs off 3 deliveries in his 4 overs. So other than that, he bowled quite nicely. And that was kind of the point I was making, that you look at the highlights package and people will say, well, there's no point bowling that to Pujara. But if you saw the whole day, actually, like that, Middlesex have bowled pretty well.
Roland Jones.
They're a decent attack.
Yeah, but I suppose, all right, let's have a look at, let's forensically look at yesterday's bowling figures. 18 overs, 147, no problem there. Roland Jones, 59 off 18 at this moment in time. Maybe 10 runs there, you could say. You'd have, this is just forget the wicket column for the moment, which, how can you forget the wicket column? It's important. But you'd have 18 overs for 42, yes, very good. Helm, gone for just over 3 and over, but he's taken 3 wickets. He's sort of had a little spell where he went after them, didn't he, with bowling bumpers and stuff. So that's exceptional. Luke, yeah, maybe 10 or 15 runs there that you'd like to knock off his figures. And Milan and Stoneman, 42 off 9 overs, so 4.5, 5 and over there, isn't it? So again, it's 20 or 30 runs that you think throughout a day's play you could probably have shaved off Sussex's total. But that's been harsh, mean, but equally high expectations. You expect people to bowl well and perform well. That's what they're out there to do. I know you don't get it right every day, but that's the challenge that's in front of everyone, is to perform to a high level consistently. And that's been the challenge for Tom Helm in recent years. And as you said, we saw quite a bit of that at the start of the season. And he was very good yesterday. And hopefully, I say, a penny's dropped somewhere in Tom, and the fact that in a lot of ways he was just looked at more regarded as a white ball bowler, wasn't he, than a red ball bowler, and people were assuming that he didn't want to play red ball cricket, and he does want to play red ball cricket, and he wants to do well at red ball cricket. A conversation I had him with it, well, how are you going to change that perception? It's down to you, really, and you can only do that by the way that you go about your business and perform. And I think the way that he's played in the red ball games this year, he's certainly sort of switching people round.
Line and length again from him. Nice start to the over. Yeah, the nursery end here, it does seem to really support. I mean, if you were just to look at his physicality, you look at him and say, you know, pavilion end, Roland Jones, Stephen Finn, Angus Fraser, Tom Helm, pavilion end at Lords. But actually, his action and what he gets from the ball, what he gets from surfaces, the nursery end actually could shape up really nicely for him. And you can just see that little groove he's settling into. There's the next crop, Max Harris, Toby Greatwood, and Joe Cracknell in the foreground. Just a little short. Wasn't that much room, but Pujara's over the top of it. He's only going to pick up 2. Didn't go fully through with the shot because he was tucked up, but still had the control. Control of a man now into the 120s.
Cracknell, you don't often see him not talking. It's just how much sense comes out, that's the question.
I was just about to say we should get him up here until you pay offline there.
Oh, he'd love it up here, he would. He's full of energy, full of views and opinions. No, he's a cracking young man. Really good fun.
He's been a real highlight the last couple of years. They all have the youngsters. I know I've been teasing you about it, Fraser's fledglings, but you know, it's been a long while in the making, a crop of youngsters to come through for Middlesex, and there are a good number of them banging on the door, and those 3 will very much hope they can forge a Middlesex career over the next decade or so. End of the over, 101 bowls, 341 for 4. Yeah, he's been excited to watch Cracknell. Really lively T20 player. That's where he's made his name and made his mark, indeed. Not just you know, as an emerging youngster. He got that call up to the London Spirit last year, didn't he?
Yeah, and shot a little bit in a couple of games there. Didn't get many opportunities. He's not been drafted into the 100 this summer, but equally that will give him an excellent chance in the RL50 to put a few scores together to get out there and maybe get a couple of hundreds for Middlesex at the top of the order.
Well, in the One Day Cup last year, I was hugely excited to watch that competition, particularly to see people like Cullen and Cracknell. Now they both got called up, weren't playing in it. I'm not sure Blake will be back. Will he, Blake Cullen, this year for back into the season?
Not then. We're hoping he might, if things go well, he might well be back in September for a little burst at the end of the season.
Now, Roland Jones has picked up the first wicket of the second day, and Carter's gone. LBW just nips on back in down the slope. Classic Roland Jones. Carter's gone for 12.
Yep, good ball there from Toby Roland Jones on the spot. Levelling down, it looked pretty straight that from here. Just sat here waiting for the umpire to raise his finger. It seemed inevitable. Important breakthrough for Middlesex, important wicket for Toby as well. Middlesex will be hoping he gets on a run. When Toby gets on a run, wickets tend to come in little clumps, and everybody in that home dressing room will be hoping that this is the case this morning.
Oh yeah, tail back in down the slope. It did quite a lot, in actual fact, didn't it? But
just a bit with the angle, but played outside the line slightly and struck him on the inside of the pad. So
I was going to say wasn't doing too much was the point.
Yeah, it's just a good straight ball, and I say a batsman at the start of the innings searching for a little bit of form, a little bit of rhythm to his batting. Missed it. That's why you bowl a lot of balls at the stumps, because batsmen do miss them every now and then.
And that's what they did yesterday morning. They weren't very full and straight, didn't they? And that run rate was up a bit in the first down. They dragged it back in the second. This is a man who can move the run rate along, though. Delray Rawlins. Averages 30. He's only got 2 50s in 11 innings this year. He's a better batter than that. He's a dangerous batter when he gets in, and certainly a dangerous customer this morning if he gets in here, because if he goes at a good scoring rate, which is generally the way he goes, I won't read too much into his strike rate this year of 54, but Middlesex have certainly felt it in over the years from Rawlins in all formats. I think that he's managed to put in enough of a show?
Yeah, I remember seeing him in the West Indies, North v South matches, and was impressed with him there. His left arm spin, I know he got it's expensive in the last game, but he's a very capable white ball cricketer, and obviously desperate to do well in first class cricket too. So no, there's definitely some talent in his veins, that's for sure.
Right up there and full again from Roland Jones. See if those feet are moving.
I suppose we've got a game. The thing on the second morning, you always have a little game within a game, don't you? So 8.5 overs to go. All right, Sussex are going to get 350, so they're going to get their 4th batting point. Do they go for the 5th? Probably not. Middlesex desperate for 1 further wicket to get 6 wickets in the 2nd batting point. Sorry, 2nd bowling point.
Off the mark, steering through square leg. 3 to come the over as Pujara comes on to strike.
Has Stoneman shaved his beard off?
Ooh. See if we can go back to him. That'll be a surprise if he has. He's got a moustache, look at that!
I thought he looked different.
A little early for Movember, isn't it?
He looks like a Sergeant Major, doesn't he? He should be in the army in the old days.
Sergeant Stoneman. Edged and short of second slip. Thick edge along the floor in the end, really. Very much squared up by that one, though. Opened up by Roland Jones.
And Pujara just maybe playing inside the line, maybe just straightened a little bit, but nothing alarming for Sam Robson and Stoneman. They'll be seeing the ball nipping and think, well, what's happened overnight? Suddenly started nipping around. It's not, but again, just searching that immaculate line and length, Roland Jones. That's what he needs to do.
Oh, it's brilliant. Really good. They need this from Roland Jones this morning. Back in the decision to go with Roland Jones rather than Yadav, who ended the day, of course, with that edge off Pujara over second slip. If Middlesex had walked off with 5 wickets last night and one of them Pujara, they really would have felt confident about coming out in this morning session and getting in amongst them. If they can find a way past him still early this morning. Oh, look at that comeback. Short enough for Pujara to leave happily alone, but still a fine over from Roland Jones, starting with the wicket of Carter. LBW for 12, 342 for 5. Around the wicket to Delray Rawlins. Yeah, they really brought it to life yesterday evening, Yadav and Helm, in that last hour. It just feels this morning again as though it's just a little bit more in it, feels like, for the bowlers. Keys back it up this morning, though. We can get past Rawlins. There's a little bit of inexperience there. Ibrahim 17 in next. Lenham's gone in as a night watchman yesterday, and then the 2 trialists, Carvelas and Curry. And a certain Stephen Finn. Give him a watch with relish when that Finn comes out to bat and Tim Mercer comes on to bowl from the nursery end.
He will try and swat him into the grandstand for 6, I would have thought. That would be his ultimate aim. Would Mercer be brave enough to bowl a bumper? Probably not, because it could end up in the grandstand, which wouldn't go down very well in future dinner table conversations.
Oh, now Rawlings got himself into a real mess on that. Now I don't think it particularly misbehaved. He just didn't. He just misjudged it, I think, didn't he? The line, the length of it, pace of Helm.
Brilliant. It was actually after the first ball he faced off Toby Roland Jones in the previous over. There was a bit of a leg kick after it, so some theatrics here in the next period of time. My favourite leave was Courtney Walsh. He used to sort of exaggerated leave over off stump, wasn't he? Sort of, which was very amusing. Didn't last very long. Next ball he had a huge mow at it. Maybe lost his off stump or got a top edge. But he loved the leave. There's a great thing about playing in the Caribbean as well. When there's a good leave, the crowd applaud. They love it. They just love a really good exaggerated leave.
It's good from Helm. Asking questions of Rawlings, who doesn't look comfortable. You mentioned Helm's obviously been regarded as a white ball player over the years, and Rawlings likewise. So an interesting matchup between these two here, with a red ball that is still pretty fresh. Yeah, his batter, if he does hang around for a little while though, he'll score pretty quickly. Bounce to end the over. 3:42 for 5. Chris Rogers was another great one with that kick of the leg, wasn't he? On a leave. Used to send the bat up in the air and two legs kicking out.
Yeah, it was a exaggerated sort of reactions to some balls. Over 8, -3. That's a bit stingy by the umpires after yesterday, isn't it? You think surely there's got to be a bit of understanding of what they're playing in, sticking -3 on the board. I know it's not an excuse not to show any sort of urgency, but equally.
Don Shelley would have been working hard on that as well yesterday, the Middlesex scorer, convinced the umpires. Tails back in nicely with the slope once more.
Excellent start by Roland Jones, really sort of challenging Pujara there. He looked in total control for most, if not all, of his innings yesterday. But Roland Jones again, not quick, sort of around 80 miles an hour, which is quick enough to gain the respect of the batsman. But I say, Pujara very watchful there.
Up there and straight, just a little too full on that occasion, allowed Pujara to ease forward on it. There's the skipper. Not too much to think about at the moment because these two are bowling well, Helm and Roland Jones. Let them go. How long have we had? 30 minutes, so 10 minutes or so away from a break. They did it in 5s yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, I'd have thought that the longer spells today, you'd be looking to bowl 6 or 7 over spells, with the temperature being in the mid-20s rather than high 30s.
Good from Roland Jones again. Watchful. Respectful from Pujara, who, as we said yesterday, was masterful. Just 1 or 2 more questions being asked this morning with this second new ball from Middlesex. Yeah, you mentioned Roland Jones was, you know, he gets one, you kind of fancy. I remember in his very early days, it was like you just need a little purple patch from Roland Jones. But he turned it into much more than just the occasional purple patch, didn't he? He went on to that great England career, but he always had it in him, didn't he? Just to have that little burst, that little spell where 3 overs in a spell, 3 wickets in a spell.
Yeah, it's sort of, I mean, he's a wonderful cricketer, and just get a bit of momentum behind you, a bit of belief, a little bit of extra zip and energy, a bit like Stuart Broad to some extent, wasn't it? Stuart Broad is certainly a bowler that gets his knees up, sort of looks different some days when he's gets a couple of wickets and just in that mood, and the same with Toby.
Well, now it's a little bit of doubt for Pujara. More doubt today than we saw all day yesterday, really. Last ball last night was something to fill Middlesex with relish for today. Yada still to come into the attack and see if he can find a similar response from that pavilion end as he finished with yesterday. Bowled well all day, as we were saying. Figures back that up, his economy rate. End of the over, 342 for 5.
Another good over from Middlesex there, maiden. A good start by these two, Helm and Roland Jones. Much needed wicket of Carter. Searching for another one. 6 overs to go to the 110th over when you can well, that's the number of overs in which you can pick up bonus points, whether it's batting 200, 250, 300, 350, 400, or as a bowling side for taking your 3rd, 6th and 9th wickets. So Middlesex with 5 Sussex wickets at this moment in time are desperately searching for that 6 wicket to get the 2nd point.
Oh, good from Helm again. Leaks runs though down to 3rd, but not much wrong with that from Helm. Challenging that off stump. And the left-handed Rawlins played it relatively well. Just about got over the top of it.
Yeah, good delivery there. Oh, just coming across the ball, Rawlins. So again, you don't quite get the timing of that right. You get a finer edge or miss it completely. It's interesting, a lot of bats when you see the ball coming from off stump, sort of almost second slip across to mid-on rather than sort of straight down the line. That's sort of why you often seem to edge straight balls, almost with your bat coming slightly across the ball.
Oh, now he's got him. Backward point, he's gone, and Helm removes Rawlins with a ball that he's played as though it was a snorter. He's been very uncomfortable this morning, Rawlins, in his 10 deliveries, the majority of them faced against Helm, if not all. But Helm has a 4th wicket, 4 for 76. Middlesex have a 6th, that's 2nd bowling point, 346 for 6, and Helm's bowling beautifully at the moment, really working up some good speed, some good pace, but Rawlins has played that in a very uncomfortable way again.
Yeah, another good short ball there from Tom Helm, gave him one in the last over. Just conceded 4, but it's sort of risen sharply. I think it's caught Rawlins on the shoulder as well, whether he's gloved it onto his shoulder. But a big wicket for Middlesex, 2nd of the morning. Sussex now 6 down. Middlesex get their 2nd bonus point, and suddenly opening up Sussex's lower order.
Well, this is what we talked about, wasn't it? If they, whether it's Pujara or whether it's around Pujara, if they can get out there with that ball today, Allsop's was a brilliant innings, and try and get against this lower order. Expecting it to be Ibrahim, but that's not looking like Ibrahim, I don't think, is it? Yes, it is. Number 40, Ibrahim, skips out. Young all-rounder who's impressed with both bat and ball. 17-year-olds.
Ibrahim.
Let's have one more look at that, if we can, from Helm to Rawlins. As you say, with the 2 deflections.
Oh, he definitely went off rubbing his shoulder. It's a well-aimed short ball. He could well have edged it onto his shoulder or gloved it onto his shoulder.
I mean, that's a pretty heavy blow to the shoulder to carry to backward point if there's nothing else.
He's quite a strong lad. There's not much fat on him.
No, no.
Those are like hidden.
Tensed up, deflected off the muscle of the shoulder. I mean, if you'd have walked...
Might not have gone as far off my shoulder these days.
Now, 3 slips in place.
And 4 wickets for Tom Helm, so searching for a fifer, which should be great reward for him.
Just a little too short. And no ball called. 348 for 6. Yeah, say Ibrahim, decent bowler. Not the tallest. Kind of forgotten that as he walked out to the middle. Let's have another look.
Another view of the replay of the wicket. It's difficult to say there. It's everything coming together. So umpire's in the best position.
Steered to mid-wicket. Here goes the side on, which may or may not.
Looked like it could have hit the shoulder of the bat, actually, didn't it? The way that it lobbed up.
That was my first feeling, was just the angle of it.
Could you show that at full speed, side?
Straight line, got the excitement around the bat, and from Helm, just a single gets Ibrahim off the mark. 349 for 6.
Just sort of saying, look at it side on again. You get some idea from that image of how the reactions of a batsman are to the pace of bowling. So Tom Helm bowling in the mid-80s, boom. Haven't got much time to think about it, have you? Stood there 22 yards away, or 20 yards away probably, with where he releases it and where you're batting. And it is almost like an instinctive reaction when you're facing quick bowling. You train your body to react. Obviously, the top order players train their body a bit better to react than some of the lower middle order players.
There's the man that still holds the key, you fancy, to this innings. Ibrahim very capable of supporting him. We'll look to the Watford wall when he comes out to hang around for a bit. At what number the 9, 10 and 11 will come in between the two trialists and Finn. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, Middlesex will harbour hopes of getting a few around Pujara still. And that ups the scoring rate of Pujara. We'll have to wait and see. See, it's mid-wicket, end of the over. 349 for 6. So Rawlins gone 4-5. Caught Holman off Helm. And yeah, 4 for Helm now, 4 for 79 from 25. And back to those first 3 matches of the season, really, for Tom Helm. He's been impressive in this game.
Yes, he is, and I suppose you have that injury, come back in T20, struggled a bit in T20. Very difficult to find form in T20 cricket when there's informed batsmen sort of fearlessly going after you. And again, I don't think he bowled particularly well at Trent Bridge. Expensive figures there in a high-scoring game.
He called it his week from hell.
Was it? But started to get a bit better at Merchant Taylor's last week. It was mixed and really has sort of back to where Middlesex supporters and would like to see him in this match to date.
Yet to get a 5 for this year, Helm. That is his first 4-fer. 3 for 23, his previous best in the 21 he's got so far at 22. So nice for him to pick up a 5th if he can.
And again, those figures have been played on good surfaces, so it's not a question of him playing on sort of snake pits that are nipping around everywhere and getting uneven. He's bowled on good surfaces, and that's the challenge for high quality. Well, good bowlers come through on good surfaces.
Ooh, missed out there a little. Ibrahim, he was watchful though early in the innings.
Yeah, that was quite a straight ball there, so just looking at the stroke, looking like he's whipping that from middle and off, so there's a little bit of risk there. The ball nips back slightly, beats the inside edge. Roland Jones will be screaming at the umpire.
Short, hooked, safely so. To Holman at deep backward points. 350 up, 350 for 6. The 4th batting point.
A view of the ground from the nursery end. Heat put a lot of people off coming yesterday, but Middlesex, Sussex, Lords, Sussex, Middlesex at Hove, 2 well-attended matches. So nice to see a few more people inside the ground.
Oh, now that straightens up a little bit. Big ask from Roland Jones, but it's taken a lot of convincing, I think.
It didn't look quite right from here. Yeah, going down. Oh, it's straightened a little bit, hasn't it? John Simpson, though, you sort of see the wicket-keeper going down the leg side. It's a little bit of a giveaway, but every now and then the keeper's not going to react absolutely as to how the ball reacts.
Just about had height in his favour there as well, didn't he, Pujara, I think? Good from Roland Jones again, challenging the stumps. We'll get a couple here, Pujara, but he was watchful. Wary of Roland Jones. 352 for 6. Oh, now that bounces on him. Hits the bottom glove. Typical Roland Jones, just finding an extra bit of lift. Even unsettled Pujara. 123 from 213 deliveries. 352 for 6. So 4 overs left with the bonus points in play. Probably done for both sides now. 2 bowling points for Middlesex. 4 batting points, having reached 350 for Sussex. They'll be pretty disappointed if they allow Middlesex to get a 3rd bowling point here, but they'll harbour hopes, especially the way Tom Helm's bowling. Can they get at Ibrahim? Helm with 4 for, as we were saying, his best of the season so far. 3 first-class 50s in 39 matches for Helm. Just over 100 wickets, with an average of 30. 5 for 36 that he took at New Road was, I think, still to this day his best performance as a bowler, with a red ball in hand. But certainly consistency-wise, it feels as though this has been his best season so far, just taking Trent Bridge out of the equation, and annoyingly for him, those injuries.
Again, just looking at the way that Ibrahim's batting, no great pace in this pitch, is there? Seems to have plenty of time.
More so than Rawlins. He looked rushed, didn't he?
Yes, he did. But Ibrahim, decent bat, scored some useful runs, encouraging young cricketer.
Right in behind that one once more. Ibrahim. We're coming towards the end of his spell now. It's 45 minutes on the clock this morning. So Helm won't be able to go on too much longer. But it's not a bad pair of change bowlers. Tim Mercer and Yardev.
But as a bowler, you've got a 4-for, searching for your 5-wicket haul. If I was in India, one more skip, one more.
17-year-old on strike.
Don't get many chances to get 5s at Lords. Better length, that delivery from Helm, just a little bit fuller. Ibrahim still on the crease, looking to be on the back foot, just naturally against a tall, quicker bowler like Tom Helm. If you can just sort of slide one a little bit further up, Nick's back a little bit, just natural variation. Maybe trap them on the crease, LBW.
Short and pulled away by Ibrahim. Well, he's played that with an awful lot of time. Beautifully steered off the back foot. Pirouetted on that back foot to find his first boundary.
Yeah, I don't think that was a deliberate short ball by Tom Helm, just dragged it down slightly. But batsman on it quickly, lovely shot. Total control. Encouraged Tim Murtagh to drop squid. Put my teeth in. Drop square leg back to the boundary.
That's the hip to end the over, and that's 4 more. Really well timed by Ibrahim. He's on to double figures, and maybe a little bit of fatigue from Helm there. He's just dragged those last 2 down. 360 for 6, end of the over.
Yeah, another good shot by Ibrahim. Timed that beautifully. Found the gap between deep square leg and fine leg. Short boundary, admittedly, but the ball's raced away there. So, yeah, Tom Helm getting a little bit straight. It's gone in the air, I suppose. So, but equally, kind of fielders everywhere.
He's only averaging 8 this year, Ibrahim, with a top score of 15 in 6 innings, but does have a highest first-class score of 94 in his 16 innings, one of 3 50s. Oh, that's good. That's very good from Roland Jones. And again, he's bowling to Pujara here to put that into perspective of just how good it is.
Again, it's the length, isn't it? Perfect length. Pujara not knowing whether to go forward or back. You sort of just hang your bat there, hoping that it's going to make contact. And that's why, I mean, pace is important, but it's the length of your bowler. And the taller bowler, you get that little bit more bounce from a fuller length, or from a fuller length, a batsman finds it harder to commit to the forward stroke just because that extra bit of bounce.
Just goes a little straighter, pushes it down the leg. So this is Test cricket we're watching now. Roland Jones, who's in very good form this year. Yes, didn't have his best week last week, but overall had an excellent season. And those try that Rudders. It is, isn't it? Middle right. Chewing away on something. There he is. One of the fine Lord's sandwiches he's managed to find.
It won't be a Lord's sandwich. You wouldn't have spent money here.
Just a single. Deep point set back. It's the Andrew Strauss field. As soon as he took over the captaincy for Middlesex, whenever he returned from England, first thing he did as soon as the skipper went off the field, point back, deep square back. Rightly so for Pujara at the moment. They'll come back up for Ibrahim. Didn't have to look to see if the skipper had gone off if Strauss was playing. He took over the cap, so you just see the fields change. Oh, skipper's gone off. Very much his way with England as well, wasn't it, to set those 2 fielding positions back instantly, protect the good ball. Steered away down steep backward square leg. Ibrahim's on to 11. Back to Roland Jones and Pujara, which, well, after that first ball of the over, you're kind of watching this over with relish.
Yeah, and again, I'd say 2 high-quality cricketers. But it's I suppose the dynamics of bowling. You identified someone else in the stand.
I thought that was Nashi for a moment, but then I saw he was wearing a suit, so clearly not.
Shorts and a pair of jandals it might have been him, but he wouldn't have got in the pavilion.
Good again from Roland Jones. He's asked a lot of very good questions from the pavilion end this morning. We saw him yesterday, David Nash up here, the ex-Middlesex keeper, ex-England under-19, but busy as ever. We didn't have time to throw the mic his way.
Or do you mean you weren't brave enough?
The amount of apologies I had to make when he joined on the mic over the years when doing the BBC commentaries. Still 2 straight to end the over. Single for Pujara. 363 for 6.
Looks like those final 2 boundaries did complete Tom Helm's spell this morning. Pulled and wicket of Rawlins, getting Middlesex their 2nd bonus point. The captain's seen enough and brought himself on. slightly different challenge now for Pujara and Ibrahim. Someone challenging the front pad rather than sort of round about thigh height, which is where Helm's more natural length would come through.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Mertens Ibrahim, I think, 17-year-old. Just having to face the wily old Mercer with the slope from the nursery end. If he's challenging the inside edge as much as the outside, but it's Pujara first. Quick single taken to Helm at mid-on. Underarm throw back to Simpson. Scampering from Ibrahim. I think he was a little late. Has just given a signal back to Pujara, who'd called him through. But I think this will be the match-up now to see if Merton can just use experience against the 17-year-old, whether he can set him up. We often talk about him setting up some of the finest over the years.
Yeah, looking at the field, 2 slips, 3 in the ring on the offside, short mid-wicket, mid-on, deep square leg, so again a field that suggests he's going to bowl quite straight.
Oh, thought of a single from Pujara. A tumbling stop from Yadev meant that he was fine to get back, but he was nearly halfway down when Ibrahim said no. But that roll from Yadev meant it was not going to be a problem. It would have been a mighty way to have removed Pujara this morning. So 2 slips, short mid-wicket, that's Holman. Will crouch down on your right there at the far side of the screen, just going out a shot. A little bit of shape through the air, but width on that from Merter.
As you get the feeling Merter will test the patience of Ibrahim.
Well, he's had 2 that shaped away now. Is that what Pujara's little chat is? He's just walked down the track and nudged away at the surface. He's probably thinking the same. He's nipped 2 away from you. Just be careful on your inside edge here. Holds its line, outside off again.
Good start by Merter. We haven't seen the leg stump half volley or the extra cover drive ball yet.
Again, that was an interesting one yesterday, wasn't it? We went through the wagon wheel, how few shots there were down the ground or through the covers yesterday. Can't think too many times of saying glorious cover drive from anybody. It's the one I think he was looking to nip back in, but good response from Ibrahim. End of the over. Mercer's first. He's at 19th of the innings, 1 for 48. 364 for 6. They've all gone inside. There was 1 left. We were looking to see who it was.
Richard Johnson normally out there with Rory Coots supporting the side. There he is, coming into view. He's probably realised we're talking about him. The busiest band in there this morning have been Spike, Brett Nielsen, the masseur. I'm sure he had a...
Is that his real name, Brett Nielsen? I never knew that. Spike. Best name to misuse in the world.
He's a fantastic masseur. Been brilliant for the club actually for the last few years. I know it sounds silly to some people, but Tim Merter reckons he's probably put 2 or 3 years on his career by the fact that sort of he gets in there and patches him up and gets him ready. But double change, Mish Yadav on from the pavilion end.
Onto the pads first ball of Pujara, just a single down to fine leg, deep square set back as well. 5-4 field, we saw that pretty much all day yesterday. Can he fire it up? Ball into its 30th over now. really got it happening yesterday evening. Very nearly picked up the prize wicket. Bowling to a batter half his age at the moment. Abraham equal to it in behind that one. Pujara similarly 34, same as Yardev. Could be the pairing to watch out again for this morning. The two Indians up against each other. Last ball yesterday evening, high up over Sam Robson, a second slip out of to Pujara. It was one for Ollie Rayner at second slip. All 6'5" of him, used to throw up a hand and take some stunners.
Ollie Rayner, I think he's the best slip fielder I've ever seen. I think he is. Best catcher I've seen. Second slip, amazing. I mean, he wasn't sort of the most dynamic of men sort of away, but you just seen, obviously had great sort of sense, great sort of movement, big hands, but some of the catches he took, you just sort of disbelief, really. I mean, magnificent.
Single more down to deep backward square. I think the two in my years across the river for a little while, but then up at Derbyshire and Warwickshire and then back across the river again. Ricky Clark was always regarded as an incredible slip fielder, wasn't he? He used to produce some stunners. I think those two probably, for the time that I've been covering county cricket, they're probably the best two that I've seen. End of the over. Yadav's first of the second day. He's gone for 44 off 19 now. 4 maidens in there. 366 for 6. And there is the end of the bonus points. As we say, once Sussex had reached 350 and Middlesex had reached the second bowling point at 6 down, it was going to be a pretty horrific performance from Sussex if Middlesex managed to pick up a third bowling point at that stage. So 110, they're done now.
I just sort of looking at Yadav's, had he taken a wicket at Lords? Played one game here, which is a one-day international. Got 1 for 63, so he has taken a wicket at Lords. I thought he might be running in, clutching for his first, I suppose it's his first-class wicket at Lords, wouldn't it? So it would be a debut in some shape or form.
And that, of course, means a lot more than a long hop called at deep backward square leg with the white ball in hand.
Well, as long as it's not a long hop that's called deep square leg with a red ball in his hand. It's a nice, classy outside edge to an away swing, well called at second slip. That's your perfect, almost dismissal for a bowler. Fast bowler, anyway.
Do you remember the worst you ever took? The worst wicket you ever took? There's always one for a bowler, isn't there? You drag down a dog of a delivery, or one slipped out and you've somehow burgled the wicket with it.
A few of them. Actually, one of the worst wickets, I mean, it was, I'm sort of dropping here, but when I got an 8 for in Trinidad, I bowled quite well, but not brilliantly, but it was your day as such. And my 8th wicket was, I lost my run up at the last minute and sort of just carry on and finish the ball off. Having had 7 wickets, you sort of thought, well, I'm not stopping and going back to my, so just carried on, and it was a horrible, loopy, slow full toss that Ambrose went to work on the leg side, got a leading edge, and just chipped it straight back to me, caught and bowled. And I think when things like that happen, you know it's your day as such. So that would have been 1 wicket. Strangled a couple down the leg side with rank deliveries. Best balls don't often get wickets, though. That's the problem.
Ooh, just squares him up a little.
So people will be listening thinking, how can that be so? Your best balls don't get wickets. Surely your best ball should get a wicket, but
It's Jaffa.
your perfect balls sort of pitching off stump, nipping away, a bit like that, which is a good delivery from Murtagh. Often beat the outside edge rather than find it. There's a funny conversation on a tour, on an England tour again, sort of sat at breakfast with Mickey Stewart and Alec Bedser, and I was having breakfast with the two of them one morning. And they were talking about Philip de Freitas, and Philip de Freitas hadn't taken a wicket on the tour. And the conversation, well, Mickey Stewart was sort of obviously very supportive of his bowler. Mickey Stewart's a lovely man, my favourite sort of England coach, manager, whatever you want to call them. And he was sort of, Alec Bedser was sort of saying, why can't you get a wicket, and all this sort of inquisitive. And Mickey Stewart said, well, he bowls too many wicket-taking balls. And Alec Bedser said, well, how many wickets did he take? And he said, none.
The over 366 for 6. Of course, Alex Stewart was given a little bit of a shout, wasn't he, to be in the reckoning for the England job when it came around this time, as he was last time as well. Whether he'd be interested to take that on.
I don't think he was, actually, to be honest. I mean, I get on very well with Alec. I would say we haven't spoken to each other for a few weeks, but I mean, we got on okay when we were playing together, but batsmen, bowlers, you sort of stick in your herd a little bit. But since we've both had similar positions at our counties, we speak quite regularly about bits and pieces, and I don't think it was something he seriously contemplated.
Good from Yadav. Pujara right in behind that one, I say right in, but just in the end.
I think he still loves being sort of actively involved, sort of in the preparations, working with the players, whereas I think the role, Rob Key's role, is a step aside. That you're not in tracksuit, you're not out there working with players, you're managing Loughborough and stuff like that, as well as the England team.
Yeah, I was going to say, the role he has at Surrey is kind of a foot in both camps, isn't it? Whereas England, he'd clearly have to go to one or the other. That's guided. I don't have enjoyed that. Pujara's on to 131.
Yeah, just a little bit short there from Yadav. Enough for Pujara just to tap it on the head and run it down to third man. So not a lot wrong with the ball, really. Just a fraction short, fraction wide. That's enough for a good player to create the space to push it away.
That's why he won't be happy with it, isn't it? Oh, first look at the ball on the second day, 32nd over for this ball. Oh, is it going through? It looks as though he's forcing it a little bit there, the umpire. Trying to get it through. He has got the thing in his hand, hasn't he? No, he hasn't actually. Thought he's now going to take it across. They'll try and put it through their little pair of handcuffs that they look like. The measuring device should go easily through one and not through the other.
It's a challenge, this, for everybody, in the way that how many balls do you have in stock? And that's, I mean, all the cricket balls are kept in my office at the back of the pavilion. And yes, you'll knock them in. Yes, your responsibility as the home side is to provide a variety of cricket balls, or a box of 12 cricket balls spares that will hopefully sort of cover as many areas, whether it's sort of a 10 over old ball, of 20 over old ball, of 25 or 30, whatever it might be. But to suddenly keep sort of how do you produce a 30 over ball when the balls in the matches that might be 30 overs are out of shape, so you can't use them. You don't know exactly how many overs have been bowled with the ball in practice, so it's a challenge for teams just to keep the umpires supplied with what they require should the ball changes be required.
That's about 2 matches worth of commentary fee in there, isn't it? It's about 2 matches worth of commentary fee in that box.
Well, they're 60 quid each.
Oh, 3 matches then.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, a box of them is 720 quid. And there's hundreds of them. I mean, you sit there some at the start of the season, there's like 20,000 quid's worth of cricket balls in your office. Shouldn't be saying that, son. But they're all numbered so they can be traced.
Yeah, the pressure was on, wasn't it, for Dukes, the production line this year? Had to produce a whole new batch rolled out.
It's to some extent you get what you deserve, in the way that for years they've been talking about trying to get a competitor there. So if something were to happen to the major producer, which is Dukes, then you'd have other cricket balls to use as a resource. But there was Tiflex that we used for a while. They weren't popular. People were saying, well, why are they using them in the second 11 when they're not going to use them in the first 11? Why do we use them in the second division? When if they go to Test cricket, they're not going to use them in Test matches. So therefore, you don't use a company like Tiflex, and you're just left with Dukes. And when Dukes aren't working, as they've had difficulties this year, then what do you do? So you create that environment by being sort of impatient yourselves.
For Test cricket, there was, just as it does, a bit like us sat here today, you just have conversations, don't you? There was a conversation at one point about, well, should Dukes be used overseas and Kookaburra used in this country, particularly April and May?
Yeah, I suppose there's some people that sort of think, well, why don't you just use one ball around the world? But then which ball do you use? It is the case with white cricket balls. Kookaburras are just generally accepted as the ball of white ball cricket, whether it's T20s or 50-over matches.
Very much the inside of the bat again from Pujara on that one.
And Kookaburras are used South Africa, Australia, New Zealand. I think in India they use a sunny ball, or SG, I think it's SG. Or in England we use Dukes. West Indies sort of tinker a bit. They seem to use Dukes some time of the year. They've used SG. I think they may even use Kookaburra over there. So it varies around the world.
Oh, it's punched nicely again. The fielder is set back, so it's just a single. Again, protecting that good ball, because much as that one earlier in the over, there wasn't much wrong with that. From Yadav. End of the over, 371 for 6. What was the Tiflex idea? I remember, wasn't Mike Gadding a big champion of that at one point in Tiflex? He was quite a fan, wasn't he, of them coming in second division?
Yeah, he was promoting it, but again, I think just to... So there is options. There aren't options. And there aren't options because... But if you're going to trial a Tiflex or see what they're like and get some feedback on them, then it's got to either be second division or second 11 cricket. And the refusal to sort of say for those reasons, oh, they're not going to be doing this, not going to do that, you don't go anywhere, and then you can't moan about the position you get in now, because that's what it's all about, is trying to give options should anything happen to one of the manufacturers. So say Dukes, heaven forbid, went bust. Where does cricket go then? There's no other producer of a first-class standard cricket ball in this country at the moment.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because I guess the economics of it, markets-wise, there probably isn't room for two in terms of them both being financially viable as companies if they're...
I think the whole... Well, I don't know the marketing model of or the budgeting or the financial model of a ball-producing company.
Oh, that nips back up the slope, beats the inside edge. It's not a bad shout, that one from Murtagh. Not the worst shout you'll see. A great deal of disappointment at the shake of the head of the umpire. Now that was not bad.
I think you could say it's just outside the line of off stump, but I just remember once having an argument with Peter Willey when he was umpiring, and saying, well, he was outside the line of off stump. I said, but it didn't hit him outside the line of off stump. And then he went and read the laws. He said, yeah, you're right there, I got that wrong. It's where it hits you, not where your foot is.
He was certainly on the move there, Pujara. As that ball struck, he was still on the move, that front pad.
Well, Middlesex thought they had a couple of good shouts yesterday. Allsop first ball, Allsop on 99.
Yeah, just about benefit of the doubt on that one for Pujara, isn't it there, I guess?
Umpire's cool.
Yeah, the Allsop one, the more we looked at it, I think, on the replay, the better it looked, didn't it? In fact, I think your first look at it was he must have got bat on it, because it looks out otherwise. Pretty well set actually, as that ball did strike him. He wasn't still on the move really, was he? But again, not the worst shout in the world. You'll just keep it in Pujara's mind as well. The inside edge beaten. There he is trying to challenge the outside edge. But Pujara, very good position, bat and pat together. You'll know this innings, like we said, if he were to have fallen early this morning, the Middlesex really would have harboured hopes of, well, no more than 400, lads. Which was just a little nudge this morning that if Middlesex can get Pujara early, just maybe they can go round. They can go through the lower order pretty quickly. Now, wristily works the first of 2 mid-wickets. Sam Robson, good end to the over from Murtup. And actually, he's the one who's asking the most questions at the moment. 371 for 6.
He is a very good over there by Tim Murta. Challenging Pujara. Pujara a little bit frustrated at the end there because he's tried to work one to leg side. Yes, it wasn't anywhere near being a catch, but it one bounce to that short mid wicket. And Murta will prey on the patience of batsmen.
Prey on the patience of managing directors of cricket as well, doesn't he? There's one thing you got off your back.
No
now.
longer, but yes, he did for 13 years, 12 years.
Has he found other ways to pest you in your new role, or has he eased off a bit?
No, he's a little bit. There's still the odd little comment, but when you walk in the dressing room every now and then. But with a fun aspect to it. There's always a little bit of an edge to it, though, isn't there? Sort of something about facilities or this not being right or that. Just have a little chip. I often find the best approach for someone like him is to get your retaliation in first.
Talks about Roland Jones to Pujara. Well, out of it at the moment. Again, this is test quality from him. He'll want to get a good look at Pujara. He's having a good look at Ibrahim. We talked about the challenge this will be for the 17-year-old, the quartet that he's up against, the experienced quartet. He just saw the end of the pacey spell of Helm this morning. But 31 deliveries now for Ibrahim, and he's risen to the challenge well. Steers that on nicely also. Further frustration for Yadav, another 4 down to the vacant thirds. 375 for 6.
Yep, it's almost when Umesh has got a little bit short that it's tended to go there off the edges. The fuller balls to the field, but he'd be frustrated. Bowled well in the last day and a bit. Deserves a wicket or two. Hoping they come along in the next, well, maybe 20-25 minutes.
Oh, good short one. Good take by Simpson. No balls given from the umpire. No, he's looking at the foot. It was no ball on height, wasn't it? Yadav, I think, looked at the foot marks at first. Thought it was given for his front foot overstepping, but it was on height.
I know, yeah, no, it could well have been. I'm not. I just think it's a bit harsh that if it's on height, isn't it? I mean,
that one's nicely turned away down too long leg. He hasn't particularly shown a problem against the short ball. 17-year-old Ibrahim. Carter before him, and Rawlins also struggled with the shorter stuff.
yeah, as a batsman, he seems like he's on the back foot, so looking for the short ball. Challenge getting forward if he is there with his weight on the back foot, looking for that. Try and bowl a fuller length.
End of the over. Good one to finish against Pujara. 378 for 6.
Who's that? 12 boundaries, 48 runs, 36, 25 runs, he's going to get 2 something.
Crucial thing this morning for Middlesex as well so far, that run rate's still at 3.3. It was down at just over 2.5 for the majority of yesterday, and then picked up as the day went on with the 2 Centurions, Pujara and Alsop. But this second morning, an hour and 20 minutes of it. It's in the balance at the moment with the 2 wickets, but 40 minutes to lunch, Middlesex can pick up 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, it's 50 runs in that sort of 80 minutes, so Middlesex in control of the scoreboard. And again, a few of the boundaries that have been conceded have not been through poor deliveries. It's been sort of, not edges, a couple of edges, but sort of guys down to third man. So Middlesex bowled with good discipline this morning, deserved the 2 wickets, but balance, question mark. 378 is a good score, a lot of runs on the board. Middlesex going to have to bat well for 2 or 3 sessions to get past that follow on.
We said at the start of the session Middlesex really had to win this morning, didn't they? And it is in the balance as to whether they do or they don't. If Sussex get to lunch 6 down. More runs there for Ibrahim down to the vacant third. Should just be a couple. Long old chase for Luke Holman. They'll think about the 3. Pujara says no. They'll settle on 2. 380 for 6. Even if they get to lunch 7 down, if Pujara is still there unbeaten at lunch, 3 wickets in the session, Pujara is still there, I think it's Sussex's session again probably. Although that runs conceded has again been under good control, as you said, for Middlesex. Just puts a lot of pressure on the start of the afternoon if they're only 7 down at lunch. Even more so if they're 6. .380 for 6.
But again, and I'm not. I I mean, if you were in Middlesex position here, you'd want to get as many runs as you can. So yes, looking to get up to 500. But I suppose you get to 500 and then, sorry, Sussex get to 500, then you know you've got 2.5 days in the field almost trying to bowl a side out. Do you leave some opening for some sort of creation of a run chase-ish situation at the back end of the game? I think Sussex will be quite wary of that, having set Middlesex a big score earlier in the season at Hove and watched Middlesex chase them down.
This is an over I think that we'll sit up and take notice of. He's got Pujara on strike from the first ball. Can he keep him on strike for a little while? Overseas to overseas, vastly experienced, very well respected cricketers. Pujara, Yadav. Oh, that's nice, really nice. Once again, testing Pujara. As I say, there were moments this morning where you just sit up straight and watch it.
Yeah, good bit of bowling there by Yadav. Pujara admonishing himself after that delivery, kicking the ground, realising he should have left it alone, shouldn't have been drawn into that shot. But again, some days you nick them, some days you don't, and it's not happening for Middlesex and Yadav so far in the couple of games that he's played. A couple of wickets picked up at Merchant Taylor's last week. Deserves a wicket or two now. Been some play and misses, but as of yet, not just found that edge, elusive edge.
Yeah, he's performed at a consistent standard through this innings. I don't think there's been any spell at any point where you've looked at it and thought, oh, just lost it a little there. And for 56, now into his 22nd. Again, a good number of runs have gone down to third off Yadav. This over's a perfect example. That one that you had Pujara playing at through deliveries back, I mean, almost out of the hand, it looked as though, with the slope as well, I think it just made Pujara think he had to play at that one. Looked out of the hand as though it was just going to nip back in, just held its line off the surface.
Well, that's the art of bowling from the pavilion end. It's an end for a line bowler to bowl. You get your line right at the pavilion end. Like that was another good delivery there. And as a batsman, you just with the slope, you always feel the ball's going to be coming back into you, so you end up pushing at balls you could leave alone. And if you get your line right at Lords, and that's a perfect line, that, and a good leave, to be fair, a really good leave.
A top quality cricket, isn't it? Again, you know, Roland Jones to Pujara from the pavilion end earlier. At the moment, I'd have to him as well. High class cricket. Fraction fuller, that one, but wide enough outside. The off stump for Pujara to leave. 380 for 6.
Yeah, Middlesex 20 overs this morning. 52 runs. It was 328, wasn't it, overnight? 52 runs, so 2 for 52, 20 overs. Middlesex will be happy. Certainly with the run rate, it'd been nice to pick up another wicket, especially that of a gentleman that's not out on 132.
This was the morning they were hoping for yesterday, wasn't it? 2 for 50. They'd have given anything for that and got Pujara out there early yesterday morning. Let's wait until after lunch before the number 4 was exposed. Right, here's the first big change of the morning, really. The arrival of Murtagh as the change bowlers, but now Holman, number 64 from 14. Big moment for Holman, big moment for this innings, because they need something here, Middlesex.
If I was Murtagh, I'd have been tempted to give himself one more over. You get the feeling that Ibrahim, looking to be a bit more forceful, would he have maybe gone for a shot that wasn't quite there and nicked off or hit one of a fielder or something like that? But Murtagh's decided to bring Holman on for an early-ish bowl.
In any time when he has taken the captaincy, Mercer, I've always felt that he's always taken himself off and over too early, which I think all captains do, don't they, as bowlers sometimes. I remember when Neil Dexter got the job, actually, it was under yourself, wasn't it, when he got the captaincy. I remember saying to him at the time, whatever you do, don't stop bowling yourself, because it was such a big part of his game, and he did. He really underbowled himself as captain, and all of a sudden it heaped more pressure on his batting. That's a different story altogether, but likewise for Mercer. He bowls shorter spells when he's captain. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty big moment for Luke Holman now. He's got Ibrahim to look at, 21-year-old to a 17-year-old, two very talented cricketers. More than just promise, they've delivered a lot of talent already, these two. That's tickled just a single. But this is the really challenging equation for Holman as Pujara comes on to strike. As you said as well, that for Sussex, do they want to up the scoring rate a little bit, time-wise in the match? Only won one game all season. Do they think about security first, though, with an inexperienced bowling attack? We talked about perhaps 400, Middlesex restricting them to, and then that still opens up the game for Middlesex batting second. I
think you want to get as many. I suppose you'll be looking at saying, well, is it going to be easier to score runs now or in the second innings? So get the runs now when it's the pitch is fairer. Field inside, I say there's plenty of energy out there, plenty of life. Cooler day today, but equally slightly frazzled from yesterday. So yeah, I think they'll be looking to get as many runs as they can in their first innings.
Just trying to find that length. And he's opening over Holden, sorry. No, Holman, I was right first time. Nightmare, those two. Just a fraction full. Because the stumps of the non-strikers ending the over. Just a couple off it. 382 for 6.
Yeah, we've got a lot of players with surnames beginning with H. Holden, Holman, Helm, Harris. Anscombe. Eskenazi.
It's well run by Pujara. It's well bowled as well by Yadav once more. Just see the very patient attempt to play it late by Pujara.
Be nice to see Yadav bowl a similar over now to Ibrahim that he bowled to Pujara on the last over. Again, a less experienced batsman bowling that excellent line and length. Will he get the youngster to push at the ball that he could leave alone?
There it is, top of off, forcing him to play that one. Yeah, it was. It felt like he cranked it up. That's not to say that he wasn't bowling to his potential the last over, but it was just that interpersonal pride. He knew he was bowling at Pujara. All 6 balls, it was quality cricket. Just found that extra little bit in the last over. And he won't want to walk off the field wicketless either, so he bowled as immaculate a line and length as he did in the last one. Here we go. On the spot again. And Ibrahim once more showing equal to his highest score of the season so far for the number 8 in this game. He would have been number 7 but for the night watchman Archie Lenham, who went up the order. He announced himself as a 16-year-old with that 90-odd last year. Short one. Through to Simpson. A little bit of chatter behind the stumps, nothing from the bowler.
Yeah, sort of apologetic appeal, wasn't it, by Eskenazi and Robson?
Short again, he's played it well, Ibrahim, hasn't he? I haven't seen a problem at all with the short ball from Ibrahim, as we saw from Carter and Roland and Lennon as well from last night.
But again, he's changed his line length, hasn't he? Why it's not sort of, I suppose it's often the case, tail enders, lower order batsmen start bowling fuller, shorter. Why not keep persevering on that line and length that you bowl at high quality players? High quality players are going to struggle then. The lower order players are going to struggle, and just be more patient.
End of the over, 384 for 6. Yeah, it was perhaps a good example, that over, of just where Middlesex perhaps could have done a little bit better in the match so far. But up against Pujara, well, again, you know, you kind of factor that in, don't you? We look at that 134 as opposed to 384 for 6. You're up against one of the best in the world. Look into pretty much any test side, wouldn't he? Probably not a test side around the world that he wouldn't walk into at the moment, Pujara, so have to factor that into the 384 for 6 as well.
Yeah, looking at test size number 3s. A lot of batsmen enjoying batting 4, 5 and 6 test cricket. Not at the top of the order where it's at its sharpest.
What do you make of Stokes's comments after that recent Test victory? You know, that he said something along the lines of the challenge of the gauntlet's laid down now for batters that want to get into this side, cricketers that want to get into this side. This is the way that we want to play cricket. It's a full toss and put away through the covers. It just slips out from Holman, and Ibrahim's on to 25. 388 for 6.
Yeah, just that bad ball every now and then lets the pressure off, doesn't it? But a nice drive, but it was there to be hit, and Ibrahim didn't miss that opportunity.
I was saying yesterday that actually one of the things about Holman is he does manage to land it pretty well from the off. He hasn't in his first 10 deliveries so far. He's just struggled a little bit with his length. Also just got a little bit too full and dragged it down. It's better, but again, Ibrahim, young 17-year-old, was happily on the back foot there for that one. Yeah, I think Middlesex were at Trent Bridge at the time when Stokes made those comments, and of course you got Hamid and you on one side and Robson on the other. Both would dearly love to get back into the England side at the top. Just sliding down. 2 straight from Holman into the over, 388 for 6.
I mean, Middlesex is 2, isn't there? I mean, Mark Stoneman, he'll be just going down the leg side. He'll be hoping to do enough somewhere along the line as well, but I
mean, he's more in that positive brand, isn't he, Stoneman? But Robson and Hamid are more out of that old school bracket. I think Duckett was in at 3 for Nottinghamshire, and he likewise wouldn't have given up.
He's got 250 odd yesterday, didn't he? Run a ball.
And the way that he goes about his game now, he always has, hasn't he?
Well, that's see. I mean, it's been a remarkable 4 tests that England have played this summer. Obviously, under Brendan McCullum, there's a belief, a sort of freedom within that dressing room. Again, 4 games England could have easily lost. On each occasion, you felt the opposition scored enough to really put England under pressure. Tim Murtagh replacing Yadav.
It's an interesting move. That's the pavilion end, which again hasn't happened often.
Probably because Holman wants to bowl at this end. It's his preferred end to bowl at. But yeah, I mean, it's been a great summer for England so far in Test cricket, but that's just to see how this runs out. I mean, it's easy when there's that momentum behind you, but it's not going to work out somewhere along the line, and then can you have the confidence to carry on playing like that even when there's been a couple of setbacks? That's going to be the real challenge.
Oh, that was in the air, and the first of the 2 short mid-wickets didn't see it. Ibrahim survives, picks up a single at 26. We'll have to wait and see how close it was, what angles we've got to see just how close it was to the first of the 2. And it was fine of him. It would have been a stunning catch. I think he'd have had to have covered a lot of grounds, but because he was statuesque and didn't move. Is it Milan or Stoneman in there at the first?
I think that's Milan.
Just about saw on that replay that it was relatively fine of Milan. Because he didn't see it, it makes it look all the more galling from a side searching for a wicket. But
it did lop up past him, so you do wonder whether he... I mean, it could have been 2 or 3 spaces, steps to his right and a bit of a dive. He may well have been able to get there, but of course, if you don't see it, then you don't see it, do you?
Yeah, Milan's the first of the 2 short made wickets. Robson is the second. Eskenazi's the lone slip now. It is turn 2, Milan. Yeah, Mercer just one for 52. Now he's 23rd, economical as ever. Hasn't been a Mercer type pitch or indeed overheads, more to the point, for Middlesex club captain.
Change here, John Simpson coming up to the stumps. Pujara's batting out of his crease. So Mercer not quick enough to sort of force him onto the back foot.
Oh, tucks him up. Right, just nip him on back down the slope. Still not going anywhere fast at the moment, are they? What was it, 324 overnight? .328 for 4. That was overnight. 64 for 2. With 20 minutes to go until lunch. Again, you get a wicket now and 3 in the session, 70 on the board, and they haven't gone a long way. But Pujara playing a longer game here for his side. Mercer bowling. Immaculate line and length. No ball in the middle there, I must admit, I missed that one. Must have been overstepping the change of ends for Mercer coming down the hill. 392 for 6.
But again, just look at the extra column, 39. That's quite a high number, isn't it? So Middlesex overstepped on a number of occasions.
One that went over the top of Simpson as well for 4. A couple of no balls on height, weren't there?
6 no balls that was, wasn't it? I think of.
We were just looking on ourselves a moment ago at the matchday centre in the wagon wheel. You say there was 40 odd runs down to the vacant third in boundaries alone in this match. You put those 2 columns together, the 39 of the extras, and was it 42 I think just in boundaries to the vacant third, let alone the 1s and 2s that have gone down there. It's quite a substantial part of the 392 for 6, again considering you've got Pujara out there on 135. It's well run. Well played by Ibrahim. It's finding the angle for a single. Lights just dims a little, bit of cloud covers rolled in over Lords.
It's one thing we're not seeing Holman spin any prodigiously this match so far. There's none that have recalled beating the outside edge, so let's see whether Mr. Lenham's a bigger spinner of the ball. as the game progresses.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that yesterday. We kind of touched on it a little bit for Holman. For him to kick on, I mean, his batting's been phenomenal this year, and his bowling's been good as well. That was a nice one. Just drops a little short, but still Pujara had to be watchful of it. There was just a little bit of grip for him there. But I remember last year the conversation was no idea whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler. He's good enough at both that he could easily go on to excel at either one. Low full toss, outside off and put away by Pujara. 397 for 6, end of the 121st. I mean, look, it's easy to say, if he wants to be a top class bowler, then consistency, line and length. But beyond just the very basics, ripping the ball more.
But I think it's got to tighten it up, hasn't it? I mean, again, there's been 2 full tosses in each of the last 2 overs, 8 runs. Well, 5 decent balls in each over, a full toss. Spinners get wickets through pressure, creating pressure. Batsmen try and fiddle to get a run or do something, and you do that by giving them nothing. So that's the challenge for him: is to tighten his game up, not to bowl those full tosses, not to bowl those bad balls. And yes, that will come the more he bowls and the more exposure he gets to. But that's the area he's got to tighten up as such. And again, with the bat, he's batted well, and I feel a little bit sorry for him with the bat because a number of occasions he's sort of ended up 50-60 and suddenly we're 7 or 8 down, and he's had to take a few risks and not really had that chance to go on to score 100. But certainly with the ball, you'll be looking for your spinner. I mean, there's not a maiden there. 17 overs, he hasn't bowled a maiden. So that's the challenge for him moving forward.
That was the 50 partnership, sorry, end of that last over. That boundary ending the over brought up the 50 partnership, of which Ibrahim, as you can see, he scored 27, but a few extras in there as well. So they've kept Pujara's scoring rate in check here, Middlesex, very well. That's short and put away again. The short ball just hasn't worked to Ibrahim here, and I don't think Middlesex have learnt that lesson quickly enough. Line and length against the 17-year-olds, maybe the better bet. He's identified that from Yadav to him as well.
Well, bumpers are not Murta's forte. No real pace in the pitch. Obviously, he's not bursting the 80-mile-an-hour barrier, Tim, these days. Yes, it's worth a try, but equally, more often than not, it's going to get just what it received there, which was a flog to the boundary for 4.
400 up, and well, that one nearly went up in the air. Just talked about the short ball's not going to get him. He got a little bit carried away there, the 17-year-old, I think. Yeah,
and lucky there, just lobbing it almost perfectly into a gap. I mean, if you had a pitching wedge, a lob wedge, you couldn't have done better. So to shoving my comments down my throat, but if it had burgled a wicket there, will he go again?
This will be a frustration though. 17-year-old, 31 off 61, Ibrahim. He picked up those couple of wickets this morning. Could have at least wanted to have kept control of Ibrahim's scoring rate, if they're not getting him out. But showing he's a youngster full of promise as well.
Yeah, I mean his scoring rate's not. I mean he's scoring at 50, so 3 and over. So there's no. It's not as though he's taking the game away. But equally, yeah, when a young boy comes to crease, averaging 80 or 8 was it this summer, and suddenly he's getting his best score of the season against you. There is a frustration with that.
Short again, just a single on this occasion to deep backward square.
Change in the field there, at least Luke Holman's aware. Can't have 3 behind square on the leg side. I was thinking it was going to be another no ball. 41.
What was that, the no ball in the last Mercer over? Just thinking, because we both missed it, was it a retrospective one that the umpire then turned around and said, hold on a minute. Single 20 over. Ibrahim's on 33. 32 indeed. 403 for 6. 17 of his 32 now have come back with a square on the leg side. And a further 5 just in front of square for Ibrahim. The boundary, one of those 2 other boundaries. There was the low full toss put away through the covers off Holman, and the run to third off Yadav.
Nice view of the top of the pavilion at Lord's. Wonderful place to watch cricket, especially on a day like today. Jackets off. Sit there, have a nice chat. Tell people out, it should have been done in my day. Should be doing this, should be doing that. I had a good t-shirt once. The older I get, the better I was.
That's nice from Holman. He really had Ibrahim pushing for that one. He possesses a decent googly as well, doesn't he? Luke Holman. Turns it far enough. We turn it against the slope here. It's a good over for him to try and finish. Just the one off it so far. Get himself into the game today, Holman. Start to build that pressure, build his own confidence. It's a little too straight on that one, but covered by Stoneman. Mustachioed Stoneman, as we discovered earlier. His beard shaved off overnight. Lose a bet in the change room. We're going to have to find that one out, aren't we? Much better over from Holman, just a single off it, 404 for 6. Just a single again for Pujara, and they've certainly slowed him down this morning, haven't they? Just looking at the partnership with Ibrahim scoring 32 of a partnership of 54, 55, is it? Gone the wrong way with that one, haven't I? $59 now.
Look at the field, 3 out on the leg side. I think he's going to go short again. Sooner or later.
Yeah, they had drinks being run out to the 3 out in the deep. There you can see just in the bottom left. Helm getting a drink, and I think that's Bamber as well with the towel. He just run a drink to Holman, who's going to run a towel to as well. And then further around to the deep middle wicket, it's Peter Milan, I think. And look now as well, just pan out Square leg had just got in as well, and that's Robson who's coming around to mid-wicket to collect that one in front of Milan. Out on the boundary ropes, a single more steered away off the back foot by Ibrahim. Look, he nearly top edge on in the last over, didn't he? But overall, he seems to have played the short stuff with enough time.
It does, and is Murtagh the one your enforcer? That's the slowest of Middlesex's bowler, the least sort of aggressive of the Middlesex seam quartet.
Two games going on here. They've got 2 mid-wickets and the keeper up again for Pujara, but that one just a little short outside.
I mean, the challenge as well for and it, you might sort of say, well, play at this stand, you should have that control, but bowling bumpers, it's a different sensation. You're just thumping it into the dirt sort of quite ignorantly, and when you do bowl a few bumpers, it's difficult to find your natural length. So again, there Murtagh would hopefully be a bit fuller, a bit straighter to Pujara than he was. So sometimes when you're doing this, it's difficult to, that's another one, difficult just to slip back into your natural line and length, because it is a completely different sensation bowling a bouncer to what you normally try to bowl. And bowling is a sensation. It's a feel, it's the ball coming out of your hand and getting your body in the right position to let go of it. And I say, when you are thumping it halfway down, sort of quite ignorantly really at times, to then go up there sort of skillfully using your fingers, it's a bit of a sort of a big contrast to what you're doing the previous delivery.
Good again to Pujara for a Murtagh to end the over. 4 off it. 4:08 for 6. There are just under 8 minutes to lunch on day 2. Morning that Sussex are just steering back that way with the loss of only 2. Especially this partnership now.
Yeah, the first hour would have been Middlesex's. 2 good wickets. Roland Jones and Helm taking the wickets. But the last hour, Sussex reaffirming the strong position that they worked hard to get themselves into on day 1. And again, looking now 450 plus in this innings. There'd been a period maybe where Middlesex were considering things went well, you might have dismissed Sussex for less than 400, but that's not going to be the case, and 450, 500 will certainly be where they're aiming for.
This is an over now for Holman before lunch, just to try and keep some good control, try and keep that bat in play. Thinking slightly towards the interval now. Gets away with that one. That could nearly have been a full bunger again. Just one off his last 9 deliveries. Holman keep up that pressure at the end of this over. Ibrahim won't really particularly be looking for the runs at this stage before lunch. 6 minutes now. Oh yes, no. Ibrahim was late setting off on that one again. The throw comes in from the strong arm of Roland Jones. They're through. Call through by Pujara. Just a little bit of experience there from Pujara as well, realising that Coleman's just starting to knuckle him down a little. Again, good over from Holman. They're going to need a little bit more of that from him this afternoon. 4:09 for 6. They'll hope not much more. Of course, they'll probably have another burst with one of the seamers after lunch.
But that's already a spinner, isn't it? I mean, it's to come on, it's to bowl 10, 12 over spells. And when you're sort of saying about the challenges, or how does Luke Holman sort of improve, it's bowling those spells. But to bowl those spells, you've got to you can't be going for 4 and over. If you're going for 2, 2.5 and over, even if you're not taking sort of wickets, you're still creating something at the other end. And I say that's the challenge. In the last couple of overs, been better overs, no bad balls. That's the sort of consistency he needs to develop, the control that he needs to develop.
Short to Ibrahim. They've got a strong leg side field now. They've changed it up again where they've had the 3 back. They've got 2 back, which deep mid wicket, just in front of square, long leg. And then they've got halfway back there, a backward square leg, Holman. Or orthodox square leg, Robson. An orthodox mid wicket, and Eskenazi, I think it is, in there.
Umpire's gone to the offside just to make sure that the fielders aren't behind square leg.
Oh, goodness me. That was the short leg. It's got right underneath that one.
Wouldn't have carried a short leg. Played it quite well. Yeah. An alert short leg.
And Mike Gatting.
This time of the day, mine might have been somewhere else.
He's putting that one outside off. The shorter one has all been dug in around the chin, around the left armpit. That one was more outside off. Asking, right, go on then. See if you can pull that around to the onside. I guess what I was thinking on Holman as well, where's his game going to kick on? Is it that he has to get to the basics of tying a batter down first and then the variations can come thereafter, or does he need the confidence of the variations to get on top of a batter? Oh, that one swung in.
Well, you look at the Middlesex staff and you look at the lineup, and I mean, we're lucky we've got 2 really promising young all-rounders in Luke and Martin Anderson. And I say both of them. I mean, Luke's batting is probably, I mean, you pick him as a batsman at some stage if it continues to develop, so somewhere in your top 6. But at the moment it's fantastic having him at number 8 with the short run.
And a short ball down to fine leg and Helm. Want to come of the over. 4-10 for 6.
And you have Martin Anderson as well, very capable of holding a place, hopefully one day sort of in the top 6, batting at 7 or 8 and bowling some really useful medium fast bowling. But again, Martin's challenge is consistency.
Just put in a 3rd shortish mid wicket, Middlesex.
It's like the old days, isn't it? Back in the 1920s. Leg theory.
A few books written on that. Left alone. 4:12 for 6. And how's the clock looking? That should be lunch if going by where we were yesterday. Yes, off they go. That is lunch on day 2. Sussex's morning again. Middlesex started well, but those 2 have done extremely well with this partnership, which has pushed to 66. And Ibrahim has 36 of those, which will be a slight frustration, I think, for Middlesex, because they have kept Pujara in check, and he's a man who obviously can do a lot of damage, but he's just gone steadily about his work.
Yeah, Middlesex have controlled the scoreboard this morning. Just checking my maths now, 72, 84 runs in the session, so it's not got away from them in any shape or form. 30 overs, so conceding under 3 and over. So they'll be happy with that aspect of it. They'll be delighted with the first hour as well, the fact that they got out 2 of Sussex's top order batsmen in Carter and Rawlins. But Ibrahim and Pujara, the ever present Pujara, proving more difficult to move, and so they batted exceptionally well and made that second hour and ultimate the session, because 84 runs have been scored. Sussex, so Middlesex's bowlers and fielders, I wouldn't say wearily trudged. It's a far more pleasant day to play cricket today than yesterday, but they'll be feeling the effects of 4 sessions in the field, questioning the decision to bowl first, and realise they've got some batting to do when Sussex finally declare or get bowled out.
Yep, I need somebody to match those number 3 and number 4 figures there. Also up with the fine 135, but Pajara this morning going on still 143. Thanks, Angus Fraser. Myself, Kevin Ham, will take a break here for lunch on the live stream with eToro. In the top left corner there, scan that QR code to find out about the partnership with the stream. And that is lunch on day 2. Sussex this morning again. Good fight back from them in the second hour of the morning session. We'll be back in a little while on the live stream with Sussex 412 for 6.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I'll make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Single-use plastic cups, like drinks provided reusable cups or long-term deposit. We expect to use cup back to the bar. We'll see fresh cups on the next drink. We're going to simply return the cups to all our designated redemption bars to receive your deposit back. Since adopting the reusable cup scheme, we've stocked over 1.5 million single-use plastic cups ending up in landfill. Small children's day, training facilities are available at Living Ground. You see the answer member of staff for details. Multi-favorings are open during today's play, located in the basement, just opposite the members' shop, and also at the end stand on the other side grounds for full access. Middlesex Cricket never shot the short range. It's kind of really adjacent to Alex Gardens provide exclusive clothing, leisure gifts and accessories to our members along with Middlesex Cricket Revenue Kit. We'll open until 5 o'clock. That's the place to go. Also, the general inquiries regarding Middlesex Cricket. The main retail shop is opened by the Waistcoats with a wide range of lords, ACC, and team merchandise, including Revenue Kit, gifts, souvenirs, and leisure wear. And that'll be open until 6 o'clock today. Popular items include Playfair Hidden Annual 2022, Middlesex Weatherfair and trading shirts, and Lords branded merchandise. And for range change you on our online stores, Lords by store.lords.org and MCC by mccstore.lords.org. This leg scores the Roland Jones in the Alabama Championship, starting down at Cheltenham, where their match is affected by the elements this morning, mixture of bad lights and some rain around. Match 235-2, played set to restart at 125, previous Albany on 106. Down at Taunton, where Sunset played Yorkshire, Sunset 324-6 in their first innings. Lewis Gregory on 47, tied earlier on in a century. Sunset 324-6. At the Kyoto, where Essex is playing Surrey, Essex were eventually to 271 in their first innings. Surrey reply are 93-4. Moving on to Edgbaston, where Kent are visitors to Warwickshire, which Kent sits yesterday for 165. Warwickshire in the 5 are 225 after 9. South East is currently 99 not out. At Northampton, where Lancashire are visitors, Northampton sits to 235 in their first innings. Lancashire reply are 54-2. And at Derby, where Nottinghamshire are playing Derbyshire, not continuing their first innings today and moving on to 523-7. Season in now for 196 and then back in 241. Mr. Marshall and Rob Ross. Middlesex stands are filled in by Tim Merton.
Soon everybody, welcome back to Lords for the afternoon session on the second day. Sussex are 412 for 6, having been put in yesterday morning by Middlesex. Just the 2 wickets falling this morning. They've resumed on 328 for 4. That man's still looking for his first of this match. Yadav, he'd have dearly loved to have picked up his mate, Cheteshwar Pujara. He nearly had him last night, edging over second slip. Hasn't put a foot wrong this morning though, and plenty to think about for the Brains Trust, which in this match is pretty much those two, the skipper and Roland Jones, who he thinks acting as vice skipper whenever Mercer's off. And it's going to be Roland Jones to get us underway after lunch, with Ibrahim on strike on 36. He's batted extremely well, the 17-year-old, and actually has batted the best of those who've come in since Allsop. Those to fall this morning were Carter, who looked a little nervy again this morning, as he did last night, especially against the short stuff, and likewise Delray Rawlins, who shouldered one to gully off helm, who has 4 for in the innings now. Roland Jones has 1 for 66. He's going to have a burst from the nursery end to see if that changes up his fortunes. He bowled beautifully before lunch at Pujara, had a good few overs against him. They've got through a good bit of work, Middlesex, so far. We'll hope that they can wrap this one up pretty quickly. Now that's died on the way through to Simpson. Change of ends for Roland Jones. See what it does as he find a little bit of extra bounce. He's actually found one that's just shot along a little there off the surface. It was dragged down wide by Roland Jones, a little bit of a loosener, but it died quite dramatically short on the second bounce to Simpson. Ball's now 46 overs old. So what do they have? 30 this morning. 16 bowled with it last night. Better up there. There's a bit of shape on that again. Played watchfully by Ibrahim to mid-on and Mercer. 2 short mid-wickets you'll have just seen as Roland Jones was running in there on that last delivery. They've got the 2 short mid-wickets in again, and the slip fielder, so looking to persist on that straight line to Ibrahim at the moment. There's a deep square and a long leg. They did try the short stuff to Ibrahim before the interval. But Roland Jones onto a nice length against him here after lunch, and well, just try and strangle a little. He scored more of the runs in this partnership. Again, extras have contributed a fair bit to that. They came together with the score on 346 when Rawlins shouldered to Holman, as we just mentioned. At that point, Middlesex still would have harboured hopes, be it with Pujara or around him, of skittling Sussex for somewhere around 400. That's a good leave by the 17-year-old. He's been very impressive. Blinded the ears out there. Let's have another look at that one. Dies on that second bounce through to Simpson. Once more, coming back up the slope from Roland Jones. Nice looking shot for a dot ball to mid-off. Watching the live stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club. You want to Find out about that QR code in the top left corner. That's the stream sponsor, eToro. Just scan that to find out about the partnership and what it's all about. Delighted to be here in position at Lords for what's been a masterclass from Pujara against a bowling attack who have toiled in the sun yesterday, but toiled on a pretty good line of length throughout. Now that's got to be close if there's no bat, and he's gone. Plays all around a full and straight one. A slip in the 2 mid-wickets. They were going with the straighter ball to Ibrahim after lunch. And having tried the short stuff, they get him with a full one immediately after the interval. 412 for 7. Delighted to say Angus Fraser alongside myself, Kevin Hand, after lunch once more, and Gus, they'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, perfect start for Middlesex. Before lunch we were talking about Ibrahim tying him down, frustrating him. Maybe he tries to play a shot to the wrong ball, and that's just what happened. Roland Jones, excellent first over here. Full straight, looking to hit that through the leg side, missed it, plumb in front. And I say, a much needed wicket for Middlesex. I was just thinking their 5th session of getting your body out there. It is a challenge, physical challenge, playing cricket. People sort of look at other sports and you see the physicality of rugby and things like that, but I say, for a cricketer to be out there 5 sessions in a row is bringing your body down the way. It's not actually getting down the stairs that's a problem, it's getting up the stairs at the end that's a problem. But wickets like that help get rid of a few aches and pains.
I'll bring you back to that in a moment. The day in the dirt. The game at Egbert always springs to mind. If Corey Collingmore's tuned in, and he usually is, he'll be nodding right now, which game I'm going to go back to for Middlesex a few years back. But at the moment, let's stick with this, because here comes Carvelas on debut, the trialist with Sussex. Now it's the numberless number 9 that comes out, and pausing because is that the younger of the two, which is Curry. It's got Carvelas on the big screen opposite us. We'll stick with it for the moment, but that was just my moment's hesitation there, and trust that the message has been delivered from Sussex that is the new batter.
How did you used to commentate before there were numbers and names on the backs? I remember when we went back at Middlesex to the traditional woolen jumpers, which I think looked far better than the new jumpers, and we were inundated with complaints from people in the crowd and commentators that they couldn't tell who was playing. I said, I wonder what's happened for the last 180 years of cricket type of thing before these numbers came along.
Have I not bored you with my commentary debut before?
No, not yet. I'm sure you will do in a bit of time. Let's just watch this for the moment.
Well, you did ask. Helms Pujara. Just strays. Change of ends. He was nursery before lunch, where he bowled very well.
He did, and a bit of a loosen there from Helms, so I suppose no damage done down the leg side. Will Pujara change his tactics now? Inexperienced, lower order. Will he become a little bit more aggressive? He was sedate but sure in the first session of the day. But Tom Helm will be desperately running in hard and searching for that 5th wicket, his 4th 5-wicket haul of his career it would be if he can grab another one this afternoon.
Oh, just strays again. Change of ends does do it to the most experienced, doesn't it? Roland Jones' first home from the nursery after lunch was dragged wide outside off, a long way wide. It takes a moment to settle again, going the other way against the slope. So I'm breaking through slightly again, but it is a more overcast day overall, isn't it? The way behind the Warner at the moment.
Well, the one thing sat up here, there are a couple of things you sort of lose. One is the atmosphere, because it's a sort of sealed container, apart from one window in the box next door, which TMS said that they wouldn't commentate from here unless there was a window in it, so they get some idea of the atmosphere. quick single there. Oh, he's got to be sharp. He gets there. The stumps from Stoneman, was it? Running in from extra cover. It looked to be in his ground. The other thing is not just the atmosphere, but it's the temperature as well. Like yesterday, it all looked quite nice from up here in the air conditioned without sort of realising it was 38, 39 degrees. It was just only when you got out the lift at the bottom of the media centre that this sort of warm blast hit you, like when you get off an aeroplane in a foreign climate.
Aristides Carvelas is on to strike for the first time. 28 years of age, as I say, I was doubting it because he's quite a slender figure, but I suppose Helm there is quite slender as well. 28 years of age.
A few of us are a bit slender at 28.
Well, I'm just looking at him on Google here, and looks very young for a 28-year-old. Did you even look that young at 18, Gus?
Well, it might be when he was 18, that picture.
Short ball to him first up, left alone. So he's in ahead of the Watford wall, we know that much. His batting credentials. They've got a short leg in place for him, a leg gully, a couple of slips, a short mid-wicket. There they are. Short mid-wicket, just out of shot. He's not that sure. Here he comes, watch him. They're charging him. Where's he off to? Third slip. Never seen Holman move so fast. Actually doing him a huge disservice there because he's actually a quality fielder as well. That's a nice line of length to end the over from Helm. 4:13 for 7.
So a good start from Middlesex. 2 good overs here. First from Roland Jones, getting that important breakthrough. Ibrahim played nicely before lunch. Middlesex tested him out with quite a few short balls that the one he popped up to mid-wicket area that Peter Milan didn't see, that maybe could have been caught, but it's hard to see here behind the bowler's arm square on it. It was probably a bit wider than we thought, but he looked pretty accomplished against the short ball, but been removed. And Pujara, as we said, still at the crease. Will he change his game now? Will he look at it to be more positive? Still 3 wickets in hand, so he can still keep collecting, hopefully build a partnership with Carvelas, who you said has played some cricket, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, for Gauteng. 14 first class games, as I say, yeah. Good from Roland Jones, full on the off stump, single taken.
So you see all the fielders come in.
They've just taken a wicket at every last possible moment, really, Middlesex, haven't they? Apart from the first, when they had Ali Orr early on, 68 for 1 at lunch on day 1. Got in at them again just after the interval. There's a couple of wickets yesterday evening which just brought Middlesex a little bit to life again, and very nearly a 5th last night with Pujara as well, but 2 this morning. Again, the morning session gets away a little bit, 1 early in the afternoon. The optimistic hope this morning was 400 all out for Sussex and then getting at the game. They just again have broken that partnership at a time which will keep them interested. It's nice from Roland Jones giving it a chance on off stump.
Yeah, you get the feeling, I have to say, with a lot of pace and bounce, will the edges carry? Yes, 2 slips in there for the outside edge. Natural movement maybe down the slope at Lord's bowling from the nursery end. But I get the feeling Toby will be looking to take the wickets in the way that he got Ibrahim out, really, bowling at the stumps, good length. Maybe get something to slide in just from the angle that he comes at you at, sort of middle of the crease at the moment to release.
Good again from Roland Jones, right on the spot that he wants to be at the moment. Just to find out about Carvelas. He's got a top score of 41 in first class cricket, an average of 15 from 17 innings. Made his debut for Gauteng against Northwest back in 2018. Played for Greece against Italy in the ICC.
The Euros.
Yeah. The Euro qualifiers. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup sub-regional Europe qualifier, Group A. He scored 10 from 20 deliveries in the T20. Would he have ever crossed over with Jade Dernbach's a very good shout from the back of the box. Now, Bowles draws him into it outside of the off stump. Through it goes. Have a look. Yeah, it's Gareth Berg, 1 for 10 in that match for Italy against Carvelis, lining up for Greece. Greece were 67 for 6 off their 20 overs. Berg 1 for 10 from 4 in that innings. He didn't pick up Carvelis though.
67 for 6. That would have been a crowd on the edge of the seat, wouldn't it? 2020.
Berg went for 10 off his 4 overs. It's a good leave. End of the over, 4:14 for 7.
So a little part now where bowlers suddenly get a little spring in their step.
Yes, we had.
Indeed, and all of a sudden you can turn your figures round, can't they? So, all right, 3 wickets to go. If these two are thinking, well, Tom will want at least one, so you suddenly get a 5, so you've got something to come out of it. Toby, a couple of wickets, suddenly 4 for 80, 4 for 90. That's what you'll be thinking, and suddenly transform your figures. 1 for 70, not a lot to show. 4 for 85, something like that. Previous 25 overs seem to be worthwhile then.
Ooh, now gets away past Simpson. Down the leg side, away for the boundary, and 4 runs it is.
Yeah, it looked like Pujara's trying to leave that initially, but it's almost perfectly executed shot off the face of the bat down to fine leg for 4.
That would have been the way to go.
Yeah, but again, just little things like that. When it's happening for you, it's happening for you. When it's not your time, you get a little fine edge there, and Simpson takes the one-handed catch, and off you have to traipse for about 3 or 4 against your name. But wrongly directed. You thought, Helm, right, just bolt your field here, give Pujara the strike, and then bowl the other 5 balls at Carvelis.
Lifts on outside off, Helm. Well bowled. Pujara on 149 now with that boundary. You used the word strangle earlier when we were talking about, taking a wicket with a bad ball. Ian Botham always used to champion that, didn't he? And say, it's not a strangle down the leg side. They've got a fine nick down the leg side. And whether it's a nick down the leg side or a nick down the off, you just pushed one through quick on them.
It's a strangle. Yeah, both have had a few theories.
And that from a bowler's bowler, so that settles the argument. Pujara brings up his 150, runs it away down to 3rd. He played it as though that got big on him again, though. 150 from 271 deliveries, raises his bat, and 14 falls, the 1-6 as well. What a controlled innings, and it's needed to be again. It's standalone, far from it. Century for Allsop as well, but he's defied Middlesex here.
Yep, wonderful innings, 271 balls. How many overs is that? That's 40 odd overs you've faced on your own.
400 minutes, there we go. It's just around 400 minutes up on the board there for him.
Concentration, isn't it? That's the skill of a batsman. Keeping it together, not getting distracted, not getting carried away, just playing at the same tempo over after over.
Helm hunts a fifer.
Yeah, it's good pace by Helm again in his, I say, levels of fitness, coming back after a sort of an injury. He's in his 28th over, getting the ball through as well now as he did at the start of the first day, so he's been working hard as his game away from cricket, which is good to see. But again, sniffing that 5-wicket haul. A bit fuller. Off stump cartwheeling out the ground, that'd be a nice way to do it.
There's the short one as well. It dies on the way through to Simpson. Take it down by his left boot. We've got the leg slip in and the short leg for Carvelis, and 3 slips. You're back in cartwheeling off stump last ball of the over. Yep, solid defence. Oh, bumps it back over helm as well. And we'll pick up 2 to get off the mark. 421 for 7.
Nice moment there for the batsman. First runs undoubtedly at Lord's. Can't imagine he would have played here before. So something that he can talk about in years to come. That'd be a nice full-blooded drive that Helm just got his fingertips to and stopped it going for 4 when he's retelling the story around the dinner table in a few years' time. If he doesn't get any further runs, obviously if he smacks a couple more boundaries, then they'll take precedent.
Well, he's got a bit of time here, really.
Well, he looks like a bat. I mean, obviously, the fact that he's averaging 15 and has got a 40 odd playing first class cricket in South Africa suggests that he can bat, and the way he's lined the ball up he's certainly not a mug, that is for sure.
Leg side, the 2 slips in place. 2 mid wickets, sorry, in place. Both charging, no slip now for Roland Jones, but he's got time in terms of Pujara's not going to be in a rush still. I'd imagine he'll continue at his own pace as he's done throughout the innings.
Look at the sky behind him.
And equally, Carvallis just played it nicely enough in the first 10 deliveries to suggest that he's in no rush out there. Might be his one and only opportunity to bat at Lord's. Middlesex will certainly hope not, but it might be.
But a cloud building up behind the pavilion where the weather at Lord's tends to come from over the Warner stand there, which is to the right of the pavilion. I'd say it's looking like it's going to rain, but it's
muggy.
I don't know, I've not been outside for 2 or 3 hours, but
muggy looking, isn't it?
If you're looking there on another day, you'd say there could be a bit of rain coming in, but I don't think there will be today.
Oh, Pujara drawn a long way across on that.
Roland Jones troubled Pujara this morning, bowled an excellent spell at him first up, beat the bat a couple of times, and again there, that's just held its line. Lovely delivery, maybe a little bit wide. Pujara will be saying leave it alone, but so Toby Roland Jones, middle of the crease, angling the ball in. Batsman feeling if he leaves it, it might come back and knock his off stump back, so you end up pushing at the ball.
Just a single. Again, he's happily going about his business still. Rightly so. Second 150 of the season against Middlesex. Did go past 150 in the first, didn't he?
It's interesting how, well, batsmen, bowlers, players have teams that they do well against. Others they struggle. You see them scoring no runs week after week, and then they come up against you and bang, 140 or something like that.
Yeah, 170 unbeaten in that second innings down at Hove.
And the same way the bowlers have teams they get wickets against. I think they used to get wickets against Notts, Kent, Worcester.
Any particular theory why?
I think sometimes the grounds where you played had pitches that sort of offered you a little bit of help.
Canterbury?
Yeah, Canterbury was one. Slope, similar to Lord's. Worcester always had a little bit in it for the seamers, as did Trent Bridge in some games that you played.
Was the rivers at both?
I don't know about that. I don't get that deeply into it.
That's a nice little push for a couple. Pujara's calling him back. Pressure put on Holden. Steps over it. 424 for 7. End of the over.
Frustration there. Let him get the 2. Keep Pujara on strike. It would be nice to have had Carvallis there from the start of a Tom Helm over. Max Holden not managing to pick the ball up with his one hand. So another productive over there for Sussex. 3 or 4 runs from it.
That was the Swansea theory, wasn't it? If the tide's in at Swansea, you bowl. If the tide's out, you bat.
I thought you bat no matter what. You think about it and then you bat, don't you? Or does it vary? I mean,
nice from Helm, guided by Pujara. Just the one.
no, there are a lot of theories, aren't there? Different winds, different directions. I mean, I suppose the one thing you can sort of here at Lord's anyway, knowing the ground very well, predominant wind comes from the west. It's a warmer wind. Obviously, if we saw yesterday, a hot wind comes from sort of southwest rather than sort of slightly northwest as we're looking here. And a cold wind comes from behind the Compton stand. And speak to someone like Mike Selvey, he'll sort of have all his theories of cold winds, warm winds. It must be difficult bowling when you've got that much running through your mind. Last thing you're worried about is pitching on a good length. You need a thermometer behind your ear, don't you? Sort of, is it warm, is it cold? Do I pitch it up? Do I bowl back at a length? In swinger, out swinger, slower ball, Yorker, bouncer. There's not enough balls in an over, is there, to sort of go through the whole repertoire?
Sharp single again. Good from Pujara.
It is, and so you've got 420 on the board. You've got plenty of runs there, but Middlesex don't want to sort of just be leaking easy runs here, giving too many singles away. Again, frustration there. All right, the short ball from Helm didn't carry the first ball he bowled to Cavalis in this over, but Simpson fumbled it, run through for a bye, get Pujara back on strike. It's 3 runs, isn't it, all of a sudden, before you're getting another chance to bowl at the number 9.
Good stop, really good stop by Mercer.
Look at that, full of energy.
Pull your trousers up, Mercer.
It's one of those ones, the reason why you dive there is because you don't have to chase after it. Then if the mid-on will have to go after it, which actually Toby Roland Jones wouldn't have been happy. Plenty of experience behind the stumps there. Mercer and Roland Jones. I think I know I'd fancy in a foot race though.
That's did nicely, square the wicket, it'll be a couple more. It's only 17, but the partnership just creeps annoyingly on for the 8th wicket, and a session where Middlesex will be hoping to turn 1 into 2 quickly in this wickets column, and then the 10 and 11 follow thereafter. Or Pujara. .429 for 7.
Just watching Cavalis' mannerisms at the crease. There's a little bit of Jonathan Trott there, isn't there? Sort of closing the over up, starting the over up. Processes that he goes through.
That's the last thing Middlesex need right now. The stickability from the Sussex number 9.
But when we were talking about yesterday about sides batting and how long should you bat, how do you play, obviously a huge part of it is runs on the board, but another part of it is just sucking a little bit more life out the opposition, baking them a little bit more out there, and let's say under obviously not as hot a sun as it was yesterday, but It's still in the mid to high 20s out there, so not a jumper in sight. So again, just putting a little bit more weariness into the legs of the openers. Maybe they might not be as sharp with their foot movement when they get out there against the new ball. Boom, trapped in front, LBW, off we go. But Toby's got a good rhythm here. Roland Jones getting nice shape on the ball by a good length. His first 5 overs went for 25, so looking at his figure since then, probably 20 overs for 45 runs he's bowled since lunch on the first day.
The defiance of Pujara continues in its face. Ooh, that just spills from Simpson. It's yeah, just died on Simpson again, that one behind the stumps. I think of that Derbyshire pitch first game of the season, which was this same track. It certainly didn't quicken up, that's for sure. It's good and probing again from Roland Jones. That was solid. Yeah, the Derbyshire match by the fourth day. Again, two sides, both a bowler down. Derbyshire throughout the match. Middlesex, the final innings, when they'd set a position where they hoped they'd be able to bowl Derbyshire out. They batted out the jaw. The over, 4:30 for 7.
Maiden to Roland Jones, just the one bye off it. Actually, at tea time on that game, I think Derbyshire would have been favourites to win it. They'd put themselves in a decent position, and then Tom Helm got a couple of wickets after tea that sort of killed the run chase. But it was one of those ones where Middlesex's declaration wasn't over generous, but it was interesting for Derbyshire. And I think to win the game, sometimes you've got to give the opposition a little bit of a chance rather than close them out entirely. And it looked like it might have backfired for Middlesex at tea time when Derbyshire in good position. Shah Massoud got some runs again, although I think they got him out early, but he certainly got Derbyshire off to a flyer. He's a wonderful cricketer, he is. Just one of those players that you look at for the first time and think, whoa, there's something going on here quite special.
That one flies over again, 4 more. Bye signalled by the umpire. Down to the ground staff it goes.
47 extras. Sense my frustration. Again, suddenly the partnership. It's 18 or is it 22 now? I'm trying to think now. 22, the scoreboard's not been changed.
And credit to Sussex with that. They've never really let one become too quickly, have they? They've really the night watchman last night, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Sussex, I mean, was it a slight bias in outlook? Middlesex at home, playing for Middlesex, but yes, I mean, Sussex have batted well. and I don't think we've sort of said anything but that, especially Allsop and Pujara. 2 outstanding innings. Just collecting the runs as they've come along.
Around the wicket, Helm. So that first bumper too short from over the wicket. That match you're talking about against Derbyshire, Masood got 62, Godalming 38, Guest 43. This in the chase at the end. They were set, what, 360 or so? 255 for 5. And hands are shaken. Actually come back a little bit to Middlesex, hadn't it? Because it was the 83rd over when they shook hands. They just picked up a couple of wickets. I lifted a bit on Pujara. Ride that as comfortably. Yeah, they'd not long picked up, well, 3 actually, Madsen, Guest and Rees. Just a little bit of a partnership formed then between Deploy and Dahl, but it was the 3 overs they'd had with the second new ball when hands were shaken. I think it stood about, well, it was out of play, wasn't there? Just wondered if...
I don't think it was that far. I think it would have been... Because I think Middlesex declared on the final morning, didn't they? So it wouldn't have been too many overs left in the day's play.
It's worked away down to long leg. Last ball of the over. Meticulous field placings for Carveless. They've only got 1 bite at it though. 3 slips. Leg gully, short leg. Well played. 435 for 7.
Yeah, frustrated kick down the pitch there by Tom Helm at the end of the over. Bending his back first couple of overs, was on the money, challenging the right areas. Last couple of overs a little bit more ragged. Things catching up, and I think that's him done. Just looking at Tim Murtagh signalling, so Mr. Yadav will be replacing him at the pavilion end for the next over.
It feels about right. Try a bit of X Factor against Carveless. See if I can get a long look at him there. He is warming up now down below us as Roland Jones prepares to run in. Oh, now that didn't carry through to Simpson. Did it take something on the way? It looks as though Roland Jones was about to go up.
I think disbelief that it's missed everything. If it had hit the pads there, you'd have thought that would have been a really strong appeal for LBW. Pujara. Oh dear, it's a very good delivery. It's straightened. Roland Jones is the only bowler that's, well, I say a few short balls had Pujara thinking, but Roland Jones the ones that's tested his forward defensive out, beating him a few times. So the odd ball's still doing a little bit, straightening enough to beat the outside edge, so it's not nibbling around everywhere, and a high quality bowler like Roland Jones should be expected to get some movement out of the pitch every now and then. But with the new ball, it suggests that Sussex bowlers, they bowl well, they could create bowl deliveries that challenge and take wickets.
To be a little careful of the fear of the unknown in the 2 trialists. I guess Stephen Finn's going to lead that attack with Ibrahim, 17-year-olds. In 2 trialists, they won't have much of a look at.
I agree, and that's where sort of being ruthless and being, I say, professional matters. You sort of look at again, going back the game against Derbyshire against a pretty raw attack. Is there a little bit of complacency? Well, there's not much going on here. Then boom, boom. If you're playing this level, you're a decent cricketer. You can take wickets. You have taken wickets in your career.
Short one, up in the air. It's not going to carry. It's a helmet long leg. Pajara moves to 155.
Yeah, Roland Jones getting frustrated. You can see the way he's walking back to his mark. He's bowled a really good 2 or 3 overs here, 3 or 4 overs actually since lunch, and deserves more than the one wicket he's picked up. Beaten Pajara on a few occasions. Top edge there, didn't quite carry. Again, Pajara's played beautifully, but little errors like that. Another day it goes to hand. Another day you nick it. But today's hit and yesterday's his day.
Thoughts of a single just fine at the mid wicket, but coming towards the end of the over, 1 ball left of it. That was on Pajara's mind as well. The grimace on Roland Jones's face as he ran in when we watched that replay from behind Pajara of the one that beat him all ends up. Grimace was
again, as a bowler, you just what do I have to do to take a wicket? I mean, the number of times I've almost run up in tears at times when you're so desperate, you feel you deserve so much more than you've got. It's hard, it's challenging. You'd love the competition, but it's also nice to get rewarded for your efforts.
Oh wow, rattles around up and around the off inside edge onto the body. Back down. Roland Jones apologised to the square leg umpire and taps in the open goal.
Well, with the right foot like that, he'll end up playing for Man United. His team, very keen to remind me that Man United beat Liverpool 4-0 in some pre-season friendly a week or so ago.
Yeah, I think I saw something about that. Was that the United reserves as well?
I don't know. It was obviously a big game for Man United.
I think the Man United first. I think I saw the stat. The Man United first team beat the Liverpool reserves 3-0 in the first half, and the Man United reserves beat the Liverpool first team 1-0 in the second half. Is that right, Ollie, at the back? Liverpool hit the post 3 or 4 times apparently here. Here's Yadav. Oh, straight past the edge.
It's like when we were younger, they used to say that the only games that, well, obviously the pre-season, the friendlies count in the way that they're setting you up for the matches, but the ones that count are the ones that appear in that little yellow book at the end of the year.
Yeah, it was actually interesting listening to Richard Johnson. He talks about matches 1, 2, 3, 4. I think match 4 or match 5 was the first game of the championship season. He didn't want them hitting. You wanted them to hit the ground running this year. Let's cut away for a single. And hit the ground running they did. There was a lot of competition for places as well at that stage, especially with Cullen fit also. Shaheen Shah Afridi coming in. Plenty of competition for places with the ball and with the bat. A few of the youngsters, an eye on Hanscom arriving a game or so later. They were jostling for a place which Holden has held down all season. I don't think he's missed a game, maybe one. But they did. They came into the season hot, Middlesex, with that competition for places. So this last little run here, they just need to be careful not to allow a little bit of a gap to open at the top. I think you mentioned it earlier, didn't you? You don't want to run into September needing wins in every game.
And again, I mean, that the mindset of the team, and I'm sure it will be fine, but it's, well, they've got 437, now we're going to, well, no, forget winning this game. Let's get in this game. And to get in this game, you're going to have to bat well for 2.5 sessions. The follow-on is going to be 300. So forget winning the game and stuff like that. You've just got to play well and get a few players in and construct an innings in the same way that Sussex have done.
And are still doing now. You've got Carvalhes there, just ducks happily underneath on. They're trying the short stuff to him as well. Just checks with the umpire how many left of the over.
But again, why nose and toes against the tail ender? Why not bang a good length, a little bit of shape? He'll push it one, bring the slips and the keeper into place.
Oh, now Short leg. Would have had to have been very short. He nearly dollied it up. Carvaless on that one. And that was a good short ball. That wasn't a rank long hop at all. That was a proper, well-directed short ball. Totally underneath it.
How was that not gone to a field?
Tries another one to end the over. 4:37 for 7. Here we go, Luke Holman, just looking at the scoreboard a moment ago. A little red number on there, -2. Holman's got to do something about that. Will he get Carvaless to do something silly? That'll be part of the thought here. Partnership 25 already. Again, every time Middlesex just seems to be close to getting themselves to a position where you think, right, 1 becomes 2. Let's get things moving. Sussex come back at them. They've done that extremely well, the visitors. They have not let Middlesex go bang bang at any stage, really. A partnership of 25 now has just pushed that score past and a little bit away from that 400 mark again at what, 412 for 7. You think, well, if they do turn 1 into 2 and wrap it up quickly here, then only just past the 400, but towards 450. And a short one from Holman to return to the attack. He's out against Pajari's onto 160. In fact, 162. It's gone all the way. Didn't realise he got quite so much of it. Looks Holden going around the boundary rope there, just giving the umpires the signal that it did clear the ropes. Short again and gone again. This one will be 4. It's only just going to go. Holden's going to have to speed up here because for a moment it kept him interested. 166 for Pajara. Now this is tough for Holman. This is the danger for him. Suffered this down at Hove a little bit. Rattled him a bit that day. And Pajara got after him. He's just dragged his first 2 down as he returns to the attack. Cow corners moved straight, now a deep mid wicket as well, just to protect against that. The use of the feet just for a single. No, well fielded. Milan to his left at cover. Pajara has to get back. Be all eyes on that man, Milan. Middlesex
ripped his strides, I think.
Oh yeah. Away just wide of Mercer for a single. I wonder, was that on one of the little of the stump mic things down there? Carl had sent the message up to us. We were asking in the last home game, I think, what they were, whether they were sprinklers just below. If you can see it in shot at the moment. Anyway, no, it's not on any of those.
No, it's still on the square, so it's probably just the way players slide. You hope he's not sort of spiked himself, because sometimes they've got nice, nasty cuts when you slide and get your spike in a part of your flesh.
Dropped short and pulled away out to the deep mid wicket. Max Holden just a single for Carvaless, and 1's come the over. Oh, leading edge for a single through the point from Pajara, having used his feet to try and get to the pitch of Holman's delivery, which was well landed into the over. 450 up for Sussex, 450 for 7.
Yep, a couple of long hops there, put away for 4. Almost given Sussex a little bit of impetus, really, to say, right, well, that's looked to, we've reached where we wanted to get to. Let's see if we can get to 500 quickly now. So Holman's going to be put under pressure, and you put yourself under pressure by, let's say, dragging it down and giving some free hits. Luke's standing there, square leg at this moment in time, just feeling a little bit sorry for himself, but yeah, it's tough. 10 wickets and won the game against Sussex last year. This year, 20 overs, none for 90.
Head over to Pujara again. Deep backward square leg and long leg. And good line of length to start. Deep point. Deep third. Mid off, mid on, cover, mid wicket and square leg. Completing that field, so 4 out, 5 in. There it goes to Simpson. Good tumbling stop by him. Rides that one nicely for a single out to deep square. It's going to give the 4 balls here at Carvelas. I'd have given up on getting that man out, but
just looking at the body language, just got to keep buzzing around, don't let it fall away now. They've fielded pretty well, to be fair. 1 drop catch, but it's for no ball.
And 3 wickets to take, which should be the 3, in theory, easiest wickets to claim.
But again, you just don't want to let things slide away and let Sussex score quickly in this little period. Need to keep the intensity up, make the work for every run, even if they are looking to be a bit more positive.
Stays that one to the side of Stoneman under the helmet there. The man in close. No Jack Davies this week, but then again I think Stoneman was the short leg anyway, wasn't he, with Davies inside? Thinking of the youngsters, Davies, Holden, I think White went under there at one point as well. Cracknell there, top right of the screen as a sub at leg gully. End of the over, 4:51 for 7. Roland Jones off after that last spell, I think it is. Cracknell the fielder on. In fact, by the looks of it, Harris is on as well down below as crept on. Max Harris. Milan heading off for a little bit of tailoring perhaps on new trousers. Needed.
Wardrobe malfunction.
Field spreading for Pujara. Nice use of the feet, just the top ball to mid-off.
You certainly get the feeling that Pujara is looking to attack Holman here. Down the pitch, aggressively driving to mid-off. Interesting to see whether he looks to aim for that short leg side boundary or go down the ground.
Gets that one through in between extra cover and mid off for 4. Use the feet again. 4.55 for 7. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Holman if Pachara decides he is going to really go after him. Part of the learning curve for the 21-year-olds. Sharp learning curve against that man for the second time this season it'll be. Push to the deep mid off. Not deep enough to take the single, especially to Roland Jones.
You just wonder there whether he thinks right. He's going to go for looking for boundaries here, turning down the single.
Takes a single, 5th ball of the over, out to deep cover. Only been 1 drive down the ground in the whole innings, I think, isn't there, on that wagon we were looking at a few moments ago. I'm just trying to think it was one of the lefties, probably Allsop.
A couple in the first few overs, weren't there? I just remember a couple going through mid-on. Toby Roland Jones, I think, in his opening spell, over-pitched.
End of the over. 4, 5, 6 for 7.
And just looking at Middlesex in the field, slow between the overs. Say -2 on the board. Need to see a bit more energy. Peter Milan's back out here at fine leg in front of us. First in position. He's run from the pavilion down to fine leg in front of us, in front of the Edrich stand.
Oh, gets away with that one. Bit of leniency from an umpire on a no ball. On a short ball. Seen quite a few of those called that we thought was harsh. That one seemed more an obvious one. You were right, Gus. 2 drives down the ground for 4 in the match so far in the innings. Got a few more way through the offside in the latter half, or the latter stages of this innings. Rejects the single. That's interesting. Carvel's been out there for 30 deliveries.
Yeah, he's looked composed. He's not really, I say, last over. You had to have bowled 3 or 4 short balls at Carvelis, and he didn't look in any trouble whatsoever. Swayed out the way, so Pajara looking to dominate, score freely, maybe play a few attacking shots. Good to see where he looks to hit the seamers, though.
Short through to Simpson down the leg side. Should be an interesting little matchup between Yadav and Pajara. If he's rejecting the singles, wanting to try and hit the boundaries off Yadav, then vastly experienced Yadav's not going to be taken for a mug here and let Pajara hit him around. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it in response. Oh, another short one. He wears that, Pajara. Is that a smile on Yadav's face? It'll look back as well.
Whether that's hit him on the forearm guard or got just above there. I wonder whether it hit him on the elbow. On the elbow, it's painful. Probably forearm guard, wasn't
Just
it?
got away with it. He's even middled the forearm guard. Let that one go again.
Got a lot of short stuff since lunch, haven't we? Understand a little bit to Pajara. Do you want to take it on? Dot balls. But certainly to Carvella, sort of. So there should be a few more balls challenging the stumps.
Runs that down to third for a single. Last ball of the over, keeps the strike. 457 for 7. Mercer's warming up and charges down to take his cap off. He's going to replace Luke Holman, just take him out of the firing line here against Pajara, which is probably a wise decision at this stage, even though it's a good learning curve for Holman. There's also a match situation to think about.
It is, but as we were saying before lunch, I mean, you're not going to bowl overs if you're going for 15, 16 in 2 overs. You're going to be taking out the attack. So how are you going to get your experience? You're going to get your experience by having more control, bowling with greater control. It's not yes, of course, we want players out there to develop and to hopefully develop a New England cricketers. So there is a developmental side to what's taking place out there, but it's a tough competitive match and there's no quarter going to be given. And you make mistakes, they're going to get exploited. And so that's the challenge for Luke Holman, is to not bowl those 2 drag downs again. You come on for a spell, you bowl 2 drag downs, you go for 10 runs in your first 2 overs, Pauls, you're under pressure, aren't you?
Simpson standing out for Mercer. I've probably found a more concise way to ask you the question about Holman. Not just Holman, but leg spinners in particular. I mean, drag downs are drag downs, so that's no good. But if you're telling a young seamer, or a young seam bowler, or a young off spinner, just land it. Come on, just work on landing it. Get that consistency going first. Wrist spinner works a lot on variety, perhaps more so than any other of the bowlers. And
well, I mean, all right, Shane Warne, late great Shane Warne, talked about variety, but I think that there was more variety to the ball to his talk than there was to his bowling. Most of the bowl, he just bowled an accurate spinning leggy. Didn't really bowl much of a googly. Yes, had a flipper, but he was just relentless in the line and length that he bowled. And all right, we're talking about a genius there. We're talking about the greatest of all time.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to be careful not to compare.
Exactly. So it's a harsh comparison, but it's a starting point, isn't it? But when you think, well, why was he good? He was good because he didn't bowl many bad balls.
Which is what they changed, because he was a bit of a maverick to begin. We just touched on it when we went off mic at lunch, didn't we? He was, he wasn't a genius to begin with. It wasn't as though he was some sort of freak. He was a bit of a maverick to begin with, and then they shaped him.
Well, he shaped himself. Yes, he worked with. I'm trying to remember Terry Jenner.
Oh!
He's nicked that and dropped it.
Pajara put down on 175. Simpson standing up to try and aid the cause, but it's been to his detriment.
Frustration all round, especially for Murtagh. It's a good ball. Pajara almost trying to dab it down to third man, but John Simpson on his feet. Coming on 9 hours now.
It's virtually what he was trying to do. Pajara picks up a single. I guess if you're going to drop Pajara, probably at the end of his innings, where Middlesex will hope they're not far from the end of the Sussex innings as a whole. Better they dropped him now than dropped him on naught.
Yeah, Simpson going back now Pacavelas. Walk back, it's his disappointment in dropping that catch. Hard standing up to the seamers.
Yep.
Haven't got much time for your hands to move, but I wonder whether that would have carried even to him had he was standing back.
I'd certainly say my hunch would be probably not, judged on those that haven't carried in this innings. 458 for 7. Partnership worth 46 now for the 8th wicket, of which Carvalhais has only 7, so Pujara has upped his scoring rate a little here in this partnership, but you compare it to that with Ibrahim for the 7th wicket, which Ibrahim hit 36 and had hit the majority in the 50 partnership again, which had included a fair few extras at that stage as well. But Carvalhais has been out there for 31 deliveries for his 7, but Pujara's farming the strike now. Two against him. Struck him in the last over on the forearm. There's still a little bit there to unsettle Sussex number 4. Yeah, going back to Holman, I guess I think it probably is a little bit more obvious after lunch as well. You see those 2 drag downs. You just got to say, look, you've got to work on your release, particularly early in a spell. Make sure you're just landing it nicely first before you do anything else, because you think of the variations, you go and work hard on your variations off the field and then bring it into the match. That's where, particularly for a young wrist spinner, your inconsistency will come again if you're trying to do too much out there.
It's a good delivery there. Thick outside edge from Pujara down to third man, again declining to take the single. I hear what you're saying, but I just think too much is read into all these varieties and things like that. I listen to it on seam bowlers. You've got to bowl this, you've got to bowl that, you've got to bowl everything. You've got to have a basic game that stands up to pressure, and you do that by bowling the same ball time and time and time again. And when you perfect that, then move on to your variations. It's impossible to perfect bowling 7 or 8 different balls. It's hard enough perfecting bowling 1. And that's just hitting a good length hard, and that's sort of like a muscle memory.
A bit of shape on that again for Yadav there, wasn't there?
Yeah, going through a rhythm, sort of almost body, sort of your body just sort of get the body in the right place time and time and time again. So to sort of think you've got to bowl 3 or 4 different balls in an over, no. Get 1 ball right, then move on, start developing it. All right, my mentality was different, and you don't want everybody to have a mentality like myself playing the game, because it'd be pretty dull and boring. But
no, it was a genuine question for me. I had pondered it a lot with Holman and didn't know, so that's why I asked. What do you think? And I think
I don't think he's trying to bowl. I don't think he's trying to bowl variety. I think he's just bowling bad balls.
Oh no, I know. But for him to kick on, I was thinking, well, where's his confidence going to come from? And his confidence is going to come from a good line and length, then, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, his confidence bowling a good leggy time and time and time again, bowling some maidens, having days where you're 21 overs, 2 for 58. And sort of just building and upping and upping and upping. There's no silver bullet. There's no switch you can just press, and all of a sudden you gain this experience, you gain this control, you gain the sort of discipline and the consistency that's required. It's something that you develop through playing and through bowling and through working it out for yourself as well. Yes, coaches are there, but where's the coach now? The coach is 100 yards away from him.
Hooked away out to deep square for a single. Last ball of the over. Jara's on to 177, 459 for 7. Yeah, it was a genuine open question, that one, from no point with it whatsoever on Holman. It was just a thought on how does a young leg spinner at 21 kick on. But kick on is, as you say, the basics, which goes for all the disciplines in cricket, I guess. Whatever you're doing, bat or ball. That man certainly stuck to the basics for the majority of the innings. Pujara up in the tempo a little here in the latter stages. Nicely bowled from Mercer.
funny, you went through a little period there where you thought, Pajara, right, Sussex looking to move on, looking to score quickly. Declaration imminent. I say imminent, within the next sort of half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that. And then Murder comes back and bowling a line of length and just pushing the ball back to the fielders, playing each delivery respectfully.
Oh. Down to third. Pajara's coming back, and back they'll come.
Who's that fielding there?
It is Eskenazi.
Why is he
too deep at third?
Sorry, I'm getting to where I was last year. You're thinking, why on earth is he on the boundary edge? Unless he's chatting to the blokes on the boundary. He should be 20 yards in because it's Murta. He's not racing down there at 80 miles an hour. Welcome to my world. I mean, it's not just now. I mean, if he was fielding that off my bowling when I was bowling, he'd have got an absolute volley from me. And I'd probably been up in front of the umpires and banned because you could get away with it in the 80s and 90s. You can't now.
Oh. Let's go through the air a little bit, dipping into Pajara. Thought it went the other way on him. You're looking at me. It's the reflection on the screen. I didn't see it clearly then.
50 partnership.
462 for 7. Yeah, Pajara's got 37 of these from 94 balls, but then Carvella's faced 31 balls for a 7. Short, pulled away, in the air, deep square, takes the catch. And Stoneman holds on, the 8th wicket falls, Carvelas goes for 7, 462 for 8. As Murta has his 2nd wicket of the innings, having taken the first, Ali Orr, a long time ago, yesterday morning.
Bounced out by Murta, another one that he'll be telling people about. Maybe not one of his biggest names, but a well-directed short ball and a simple catch. So, been a few bumpers bowled in this innings. One has finally produced a wicket.
What's worse, bounced out by Mercer or Gat lining them all up to bowl short to Hickett Uxbridge?
Well, Middlesex have just been delighted the 8th wicket's gone. Robson and Stoneman will be starting to think about. It is Stephen Finn. So the Watford Wall, is he going to play a few shots? Is Mertz going to be brave enough to bowl a bumper to him first pill?
We've waited a long time for this, Gus.
Yes, nice applause for Stephen Finn, and deservedly so as he makes his way up to the middle. Wonderful servant, Middlesex. He'll be wondering what's coming down. LBW Finn was almost, we said that should be his initials, LBW Finn, because that's normally how he got out. Will Murta look for that big front pad, or will he risk a short one? He's got a deep square leg out, so two very good friends here. We're looking forward to this battle. They've talked about it. Missed the chance at the start of the season. Stephen Finn was injured and missed the game at Hove. But they'll both be sort of half chuckling as Tim Murta runs into bowl with this ball.
Where's the short leg? Oh, let's get an indipper to end the over. 462 for 8. See the smile from here, can't we?
Yeah, I think Finn's delighted that that didn't get through his big guard and rattle his stumps or hit his toe. But a deserved second wicket for Tim Murtagh, 28 overs, 2 for 71. So, again, miserly as ever. 2.5 runs and over, toiled away. Hoping that he can bag Finn's scalp before he walks off the field.
Of course, it's easy to forget. Well, it's easy to forget. I'd forgotten just for a moment. I was kind of looking up towards the balcony to see who was sat up there. Of course, the captain's out there in the middle for Sussex on 180, isn't he, for this match? Haynes handing an absence, so Pujara the captain.
Actually, I'm glad I didn't say that. There's sort of no messages coming back from the dressing room. You don't need from the balcony someone running on with a pair of gloves for no apparent reason, sort of giving instructions. But if you're the captain, you don't need that. You make your own decisions.
I did. I just looked up when you'd mentioned it about declaration might be 30, 40 minutes away. I thought he's up there on the balcony at the moment. But of course, 180, 327 deliveries. And the skipper knows exactly what he's doing right now. Probably was a single there. Rejected by Pujara once more.
Well, you can understand turning down singles if you're then looking to sort of make the most of the fielders being up on the 4th or 5th ball of the over, and we've not seen Pujara do that. I mean, a wonderful player Pujara, but all right, his desire to get a 200 here, which I'm sure is strong, shouldn't sort of impede decisions that are right for Sussex trying to win this game of cricket.
Yeah, I was wondering, was it just a frustration tactic? Because like, look, I'm going to stay out here. You're not going to bowl them out around me. I'm going to keep you out in the dirt. I'll happily take on as many deliveries. Double century at Lords for Pujara, which he's obviously in no rush to get to. Hooked away down the leg side, and 4 more signals. 184 for Pujara.
Yeah, poor delivery there from Umesh Yadav. Just helped on its way by Pujara. A lot of runs have come down that fine leg area.
With the slope, it's only going one way, isn't it? The short ball. There's De Carey's in the middle. I was just going to ask you, Gus, is he as messy as his dad?
I don't know. I've not sort of studied his change in position. I'd have thought so. He's been he's at university, isn't he? So most university boys tend to be scruff bags when they come out. That's what was the generalisation.
Although he's got immaculate hair, unlike his father, isn't he? Never a hair out of place for De Carey's.
That's a bit harsh. He's not. Are you suggesting he's vain?
We had this discussion a few weeks back. I can't remember with who. However we got onto it. The best Barnet at Middlesex. I don't know whether it was the Battle of the Ponytails that week. Was it? Would it have been? Holden's got the best lid at Middlesex, as they call it now.
He's got a thick head of hair. He has.
Single taken last ball of the over, just wide of the mid-on. Denies us Murtagh versus Finn again. Yeah, that was what we settled on. De Carey's and Holden having the best haircuts.
Yeah, now Josh is a cracking young man. Doesn't spend as much time in front of the mirror as some.
Go on.
Well, Holden. Might be a bit harsh as well, actually.
The old chat for Roland Jones and Murtagh. How do we get Finn back onto strike?
Full ball, wideish of off stump. Eskenazi not too deep. Saving 2, Stephen.
Well, the other
give him the single.
Well, the other Stephen's going to want the strike here. You can guarantee it. Finn will want some strike here at Lords. He won't want to get out to Murtagh, admittedly, but as you said, he'd like to Quite like to clip him into the grandstand.
Yeah, if Stephen were to ease Murtagh into that grandstand, he'll walk off no matter what happens, quite happy.
He won't miss the opportunity for sure. Or the opportunity to try. (3-3-3) becomes 3-3-4 for Pujara on balls faced. Gooch scored it here against India in 1991.
1990, 3-3-3. Got 120 in the second innings too.
Short and bisecting deep backward, squaring long leg for 4. Pujara to 189.
I'll give Murtagh the benefit of that. More of a drag down. No, it was probably a deliberate short ball. Maybe not the wisest of tactics against Pujara on 185 as he was, now on 189.
You kind of feel a little bit sorry for all the other 21 players involved in a match like that. Gooch scores 3-3-3 in a century, and whatever anybody else does gets forgotten. How many did you take? 8, was it?
5 and 3. I should have got man of the match. That was a memorable test for a lot. This end was a building site. Eddie Hemmings got hit for 4 6s by Kapil Dev to avoid the follow on in consecutive balls.
Single rejected. I've got a VHS of that at home still, would you believe? 333 and all that it was called.
Azharuddin played one of the greatest innings I've ever seen. He got 100 off 86 balls. Magnificent player he was. Sachin Tendulkar took a brilliant catch down in front of us here, one-handed catch. I think the game was won with a run out. Graham Gooch threw the stumps down at the bowler's end. So it was a memorable test match in many ways.
Actually, I say I've got a VHS feed, probably just go on.
I know what you said, you didn't have to say VHS, you know, you're giving the age away.
Oh, yes, no again. Middlesex sharp on it. Finn will have strike to Yadav. 1-8-9 for Pujara. 0 for Finn from 1 faced. 471 for 8 Sussex. So that was your second year then. 89 was the debut. The second year you got the 8 for here against India in the match.
Yeah, made my debut. Actually, should have made my debut here. I was selected in the squad and then left out. That was one of the worst moments. You sort of trial. In those days, you sort of couldn't wear your England kit until you'd played. So you trained up until the test started in your Middlesex stuff. And measured up, tried my jumper, tried my cap, tried my shirts on, but wasn't allowed to wear it. On the morning of the game, told that I was left out, so 12th man had to give the bag back to Mickey Stewart. And you think, crumbs, am I ever going to get another chance to put that stuff on? But thankfully I did in the next match, Edgbaston, which was the 3rd test. And yeah, so Ashes summer '89, not England's finest year. Got beaten 3 or 4-0 in the Ashes, and the Rebel tour to South Africa was selected, and sort of English cricket fell apart a bit that year, so it wasn't a great summer. But back to this contest, Finn playing for Sussex, looking to score his first runs against Middlesex here at Lord's.
Oh, Finn fishes. There it goes to Simpson. Who's going to be giving him the most right now? So you got Eskenazi's at slip, Robson's at second. Robson and Finn came through at us. Robson was a little bit afterwards, as you said, but Simpson.
I don't think Sam Robson is so much. He's quite quiet out there. Eske's probably chirping a little bit.
Yeah. Stoneman.
Holman, maybe.
Steered for a single. Anything about 2 here, wide of Milan down at long leg, but happy with the 1. Pajara. Finn is off the mark against Middlesex. Sun's out again at Lord's. Had gloomed up a bit over the back of the pavilion as we were establishing earlier, but looking a lot brighter now. Single rejected. Robson and Stoneman won't mind seeing the brightness of the sky and the horizon. That would have been certainly, as we were panning over the back of the pavilion looking at some greyer stuff, you were kind of thinking, oh, hold on a minute, Middlesex are about to start their innings, but it's a lot thinner, the cloud, a lot brighter over there now. A lot brighter overhead now as well. Bangs it in wide outside off. There it goes to Simpson, giving a signal for the over. What Middlesex will really want is for him to somehow keep Pajara off strike, but there are those clouds. That looks idyllic now, doesn't it? Lovely layered cloud over Lords.
Fluffy.
Clouds of the bowling. No, they have their bowls. They've toiled hard. I say I can't really dig them out at all on yesterday. Middlesex was that little bit more, as you say, the team wants. That's short, hooked away down to long leg, and he's got his single. 5th ball of the over, 473 for 8. It was maybe a little bit fluffy last week at Merchant Taylor's School, we said, Middlesex bowling. It hasn't been so this week. Tim Mercer at the end of the match had was re-watching Richard Johnson's preview interview of this match with Stephen Fletcher, the Director of Communication at Middlesex, and they were just musing on the point that Mercer had said, yep, the senior bowlers just didn't get it right last week at MTS. Oh, single taken. Last ball of the over. I'm delighted. He's back on strike against Mercer. 474 for 8.
Mercer quickly taking his cap off, put the sunglasses in it. He's ready to bowl this one quickly, get at his old mate. But I'm struggling to sort of work out the tactics at this moment in time. Pajara turning down singles, start of the over, last over, then taking a single off the last ball here. Almost, are they looking for quick runs or not?
I'm loving the little pep talk that he's got there, little hand signals for Pajara. He was almost saying, watch the one nipping back in. Nudge of the gloves. Tactics relayed. Here we go. It's Mercer to Finn. Oh, what edges. Body opens up towards the onside. And the ball edges along the floor to backward point.
Square legs up, so probably puts to bed the chance of bowling a short ball. But a ring field, 2 slips, 3 on the onside, 3 on the leg offside, and a fine leg.
He likes a heave though, doesn't he? He likes a pick up, Finn. Free up those
Is he going to be brave enough though to risk having his stumps rearranged?
Nice leave. This is brilliant watching, for those that know these two well enough. Little internal battle that will be happening right now for Finn. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. Think about Pajara, skipper's at the non-striker's end. He's just given me a pep talk match situation. Forget the 20 years he's waited to face Tim Mercer. Oh, nice leave again. Couple shaping away from Mercer. Who blinks first?
Well, just thinking of the two, I think Mertz will just be the more emotionally calm about this, just keep chipping away, whereas Stephen will be thinking, what do I do? Do I go for a big drive? Do I try and club him through the leg side? There'll be lots of things going through Stephen Finn's mind.
There we go. Brings that one back in straighter from Mercer. Respectfully played by Finn. Remember Finn bowling to Alan Richardson in not quite a similar situation, but Richardson, who'd been his mentor here at Middlesex, went off to Worcestershire, where he had a wonderful time of it, where he defied those years of injury that he had with Middlesex. Really very, very fond of Alan Richardson. He was great for me here at Middlesex, and lucky to call him a friend. He had a horrible time of injury, and it just felt as though, goodness me, careers against him, and then off he went to Worcestershire and had a great time. Oh, short one. There it goes. And that was the point I was going to come to. Finn charging down the hill to Richardson from the pavilion ends, resisted time and time the temptation to bowl anything above knee high. Everything was hitting halfway up the shins. He would not bowl anything short of that to Richardson. Richardson hung around for a long, long time in that game as well for Worcestershire. Like, at some point he's going to have to bowl something shorter than this. Just kept it below the knees on the shins of Richardson at that point. Did speak to him either after the game or a week or so later. He said, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't bowl it short to Richo. You'd have been sat in a dark room somewhere at that point, wouldn't you? Just saying, just bump him, Finney. Get it over with.
Not sure.
Get
him off the field. I'm sorry, I was half sort of thinking, I'm not sure where the game's going at this moment in time. Yeah, it's sort of...
It just feels like he wants to grind him down, doesn't it, Pajara?
Yeah, almost playing for his 200.
Yeah.
Holman's on, so that might well accelerate Pajara's desire to score runs. Again, he was quite sort of harsh on Luke earlier on. If you heard, he was quick on the pull. So the introduction of the leg spinner might see a change in tactic.
This is a good move for Holman, I guess. Mercer, that huge boundary down to the onside, so if he does drop short, Pajara's not just... I mean, it's a simple pick-up for Pajara with the bowling from the nursery ends into the grandstand. Is it 6 and 4 to start the over after lunch from Holman?
It was, yeah.
Now Pajara's got to think about it a little bit more as he checks the fields. Cow corner, deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square, deep cover as well, just in case. Nicely landed.
It's a better start.
I mean, there was such a pep talk in between the over again there between Pajara and Finn, that clearly Pajara does have something in mind here. It's not just drifting in his mind. Use of the feet, doesn't get to it, doesn't get it through either. Use the feet again, but straight to mid-on. Could this be the little break point that Middlesex need to try and get past Pajara, trying to push on against Holman? Drop short with that one. Single out to deep mid-wicket. 2 to come of the over. Finn, who beat Holman by a week on being the youngest bowler to take a 10-fer for Middlesex. He was a week younger than Holman, taking a 10-fer at 21.
Finn. That was at Worcester, was it?
Yes.
We got 9 from one of the innings there, didn't he? So I'm assuming that was the one.
Yeah.
How's Finn going to play this?
5 years into his Middlesex career when that happened, hasn't it? Debuted at 16, Stephen Finn. Oh, no run. Oh, that gets through. Coleman has his hands over his face. Where it goes for 4 more, but Coleman nearly.
Yeah, no luck there for Luke Holman. Stephen Finn looking to force the ball on the offside, thick inside edge. No chance for John Simpson there. Could have been him on the kneecap. Struck him on the pads, but it went straight through his legs for 4 runs. So 4 slightly fortuitous runs. So before, I'm just sort of wondering. I mean, all right, that was sort of lucky 4 there to mean that 5 runs were scored off the over, but where Sussex are going at this moment in time, you almost feel that it's pointless sort of wasting overs here. Accelerate, Pujara get to his double 100 quickly and get out there bowling.
Now I'm back in again, Mercer. And it's what was the phrase that was used last week? Middlesex got pollocked. That's Worcestershire, I think, was the way that the director of communications put it to the head coach in the pre-match interview for this one. They've got Pujara this week, which is a little simplistic because there have been 300 odd runs at the other end. Ooh, driven back, and it takes a deflection off the boot of Mercer, which took it away from any chance Roland Jones would have had at mid-off if he had any in the first place. Pujara's on to 195. Sussex 483 for 8.
Yes, not the best. I suppose when you're in your 31st over and your third. How old is Merton now? 40? And getting down to stop that ball at your toes is a bit more challenging. But you can't rollock fielders for not putting a hand on it when you don't do it yourself. Not that Merter is the sort of bloke that moans and groans at his fielders.
This will be 41. In a few days, August 2nd. Bought him his present yet, Gus? Have you bought him his present yet? August 2nd, his birthday?
No, it's in the post.
With last year's?
Yeah,
and the years before that. On to come the over. Is Pujara going to find the single? Poise of the bat that he has every ball. He's almost pointing it towards extra cover before he settles down. Nope, no single there. Finn has strike on 6. Pujara has 195.
So Holman starts his 23rd over. Got the gallon up. His last over that inside edge for Stephen Finn, that went for 4 through the keeper.
Oh, Finn looks to sweep hard.
Well, that's his shot, isn't it? Man out there at deep mid wicket, waiting for the Finn fetch.
Good looking shot. Stuck to Mercer at mid-off. Masood, sorry, not Masood. It was the match against Derbyshire. Masood got 239. Derbyshire making 505 for 8. Sussex 174 all out, and then following on 513 for 3. As Pajara got 201 unbeaten. Tom Haynes 243. Opening up with Ali Orr. It's on the verge of a second double ton of the season.
Good chance for his first maiden here. Luke. It's going to be 2, 4 or 6 or naught. Don't think they'll be taking a single.
Ooh, right up into the block hole. Dug out back to him. And a maiden for Holman. In his 23rd over, not for 100. High score for Pajara, 352 in first class cricket.
He likes batting. Doesn't like giving his wicket away. One near miss last night when he short ball from Yadav flew over second slip. Final ball of the day, wasn't it? And dropped by John Simpson a couple of overs ago, a few overs ago, standing up to the crease, bowling a Tim Murtagh. Murtagh's had his go, relented. Mr. Roland Jones is back into the attack. This could be a stiff ball.
Oh,
It's a beautiful ball. I'm not sure whether it took the edge. It didn't carry to the keeper. Maybe not, but a lovely delivery, although Pajara started walking as though it might have edged it.
looks at first look as though that was how it had gone. $195 for Pajara. Is he thinking about his double ton at Lords and then have a little dip at Middlesex before tea? There are 42 overs remaining in the day, so 10 to tea including this.
I can't help but feel he should be a bit more positive than he's been, though, in search of this double 100. He's played beautifully, deserves the chance to score or reach that landmark, but equally overs just drifting by at the moment.
Just wonder how much he values tiring Middlesex out there at the moment, what price he's putting on that. It's a hugely frustrating situation for Middlesex, having put Sussex in. How much does he see that he's grinding them down physically and mentally?
But it can sometimes almost flip, can't it? You can sort of, if the side on the balcony are sort of thinking, well, come on, let's get on with it a little bit more. It can have a negative effect on your side and the momentum that you've gathered, which has been with Sussex for virtually all of this innings.
Shorts and hooked to deep square for a single. 2 to come of the over. He's on to 196. Finn's on strike, 2 left of the over.
I always look back at the Test match in Sydney when Mike Atherton declared on Graham Hick on 98, and he got that decision wrong. I mean, he was sort of Atherton was frustrated that Hick wasn't scoring quickly enough or moving to his 100 quickly enough, and therefore declared on him. But Atherton hadn't read the mood of the dressing room there, which was very much supportive of Graham and the fact that he'd had a lot of challenges, and this was going to be a huge innings for him, scoring 100 against Australia at the SCG.
Attempted leave.
And Atherton's decision sort of deflated the dressing room, and Australia went out there and sort of raced to 100 without loss overnight. So I say, obviously, captain's out there to make decisions, and he's not there just to sort of do what the dressing room wants him to do. But equally, you've got to have that in mind, because you want to be leaving a happy, sort of energised group out there after when this innings comes to a close.
The wall remains intact. Pushes back to the Sunbury shotgun. Toby Roland Jones. 484 for 8. So Pujara will have strike on 196. Luke Holman has the job of trying to keep control of Pujara. Bowled a maiden last up.
Yeah, spread field, mid on, mid off, sort of halfway to the boundary, so giving away the single, but almost enticing Pujara to try and hit down the ground. 3 out on the leg side for the Hoyks to the leg side, and 1 on the backward point boundary. So can't help but feel he's going to look to get to this landmark in this over.
Clips out deep mid wicket, rejects a single. Use the feed again, only gets it to mid off. He's looking for it. Checking all those angles. Once more, where's he going to find the gap? Low full toss, wide of mid on. Deep mid wicket will get there and hold them to 2. On to 198. .358 deliveries. Drop short, single to Holden. Deep mid wicket, he's on to 199. 2 to come of the over, Finn on to strike.
Bang, bang, 2 wickets. Thanks for coming. Walk off.
Is Pujara thinking that as he walks down the track and has a little word there? Just did a bit of gardening and a message for Finn. Play straight, please, Finny. Message received by the Sussex number 10.
Will he have a swish now?
Oh, patient stuff again. Oh, 199 for Pujara, who'll have strike. 487 for 8. Field will be up for Roland Jones to Pujara, and Roland Jones has bowled pretty well against Pujara in this match.
Do you bring the field up? Do you
so
just say, well, let you have a 200 if that's what you want? Almost, and then get Finn on strike and see what happens. I think that's the policy that Middlesex are using. Backward points going out, third man is down there, deep square leg and a fine leg. So, yeah, Roland Jones will be looking to bowl tight off stump line, but if you want your 200, have your 200. And we'll have a bowl at the number 10. Good
from Roland Jones. think he's got better as well. You talked about his first 5 overs where he was obviously, was it 20? He went for off his first time.
He went 23, I think, in his first 5 overs. 23, 24. So,
but he was bowling aggressively at that point with his length, wasn't he? Yeah.
So you look at the next. He's got 2 for 72. So he's conceded about 40, high 40s, 48, 49 runs. In the thick end of 23 overs.
Control's just got better and better as the innings has gone on from him. 2 for 72. Not the reward he's deserved for this bowling performance. An early chance of the caught and bowled yesterday morning. Leading edge went back past him. Would have been a brilliant catch if he'd have got his right hand to it and held on. Oh, I don't think it probably wasn't there. I just looked at his reaction first, Pujara, on the screen watching it rather than out in the middle, and his hand went up early as though it was a rejection of the single. But there was never one there really. Point comes up now.
So halfway through the over.
Two balls left to go of the over. It's been an extraordinary game of cat and mouse towards the end of this innings. With Pujara, he wasn't. What was it? Kavalas, who was last to go, is on 7. I think he faced about 7 of 31 in the end from him. I'll tell you exactly now, but I just remember when he was 7 for 31. That was the point when Pujara started to farm the strike, having not done so for the previous 31 deliveries. Dab to point, and there's no run.
Square legs come up, third man's come up more to save the single to keep Finn on strike rather than deprive Pujara the opportunity to just dab one down for the run that will take him to 200.
And a dot ball into the covers. Finn will have strike. 487 for 8. Just looking back, last 5 overs, so what, that's the end of the 153rd. End of the 148th, they were 479 for 8. The 149th, so 4 overs ago, they scored 4 runs in the last 4 overs. So that's nudging towards the 200 for Pujara. He's got to wait a moment though, because it's Finn on strike. It's 7 overs to tea on day 2. Finn strokes to extra cover. Is an elegant looking cover drive. We haven't seen many of those in this innings. Still leg side, they'll get the single. Finn's on 7, 488 for 8.
Just looking at the field, fielders have stayed in for Luke Coleman, as if to say, go on, Pujara, hack it over the infield if you want.
Pujara clips to square leg, no run. Pujara eases away into the offside. There it is. Fine of mid-wicket and a double ton for Pujara at Lords. 170 unbeaten at Hove against Middlesex. He's got 200 of 498 minutes, 368 deliveries, 19 fours and 2 sixes for Pujara. Middlesex put Sussex in yesterday, and the visiting skipper has registered a double ton and kept them out there in the field for nearly 5 sessions. And the balcony all on their feet for Pujara, who, well, 5 centuries in 10 innings for Sussex this year. 2 of them are doubles.
Yep, wonderful innings there by Pujara. Another double 100 to his name. Boy, does he enjoy batting.
Oh, and Finn nearly plays on next ball.
So an inside edge. All right, Middlesex ruined the fact that they've probably invited Sussex to bat on this pitch yesterday morning. But there are some days when things happen for you. Conspire for you to get a side out for a reasonable score, and others, and that was a typical example there. Inside edge by Finn, bounced over the middle stump and into John Simpson's hand. But back to Pujara. Yep, wonderful player. Outstanding career. Can't help but feel he should have been a bit more positive in the last half an hour, though. It does seem to have been predominantly about him getting to this landmark. It'll be interesting to see how he carries on playing now.
Well, it's sort of 6 overs to tea, so he could have pulled out at this stage, couldn't he? Yeah, very interesting to see how he goes now, Pujara. I mean, this is a very flattened Middlesex attack at this stage. So if he wants to open up... Oh, what's the signal there?
But the way to sort of demotivate this fielding side more is by scoring quickly now and putting them under pressure. Almost the initiative is being... I mean, saying that Sussex could come out and take 5 wickets this evening and everything looks hunky-dory. And what you say will look sort of stupid, but as you sit here in this moment in time, you can't help that sort of the initiative has not been handed back to Middlesex, but a pull shot there, going down a fine leg, but turned down the single. But you can't help but feel that Sussex have lost a bit of initiative. Now's the time to really grind home their advantage, to nail Middlesex, to score 20 or 30 quick runs just to sort of hammer home that advantage. I mean, make no mistake, Sussex are in a wonderful position here. Middlesex are going to need somewhere in the region of 350 to avoid the follow-on, which will be their first target. Well, I think the first target is getting through the first hour on the new ball this evening. Another pull shot there, down to deep square leg, turned down. But you just sort of know the way that a game of cricket ebbs and flows, don't you? And yeah, Middlesex will be out there thinking, yes, I'm on my feet again, but equally, what's going on out here?
What would Robson and Stoneman like least at the moment, and that would have been a tricky spell before tea. I'd rather get out after tea and have a chunk of a session to get into.
So 37.3 overs to go, so 2 points, so with 35, 3 overs Middlesex would have to bat if... or would it?
Tea is automatically taken for any break in play within 30 minutes of the scheduled tea interval, regardless of overs remaining, so it would be tea.
So that difficult little spell's been avoided for Middlesex.
So you would have had to have done this
25 minutes ago.
Short, guided away out to a deep point, single taken, one's come of the over for 90 for 8. So it's part of it that he thinks, well, declare now and it's tea, and they've got 37 overs to bowl tonight. I don't want to give them too long a spell out there in the field this evening, make it a 32 over session. Bat out these next 5 overs, go in at the scheduled tea a little later in the day as well. Not quite as hot. Temperature now 25 degrees, and a marked difference to this time yesterday. 15 degrees cooler.
But equally, make no mistake, it's going to be a challenging 30 odd overs for Middlesex. All right, Sussex have got a pretty green attack with the exception of Stephen Finn, who's facing Toby Roland Jones here now. And he's beating him all ends up. with an absolute jaffer by the look of it. But it's, I say, the odd ball has still done something. It's a good pitch. Make no mistake, it's a good pitch. But Middlesex were going to have to play well. They're going to have to really pay attention to detail. The last thing they want to do this evening is lose 3 or 4 wickets in this final session of the day, which will really put them under pressure for the remaining 2 days of this match.
So it was a drink run out for Pujara. He was signalling, wasn't he, to the dressing room? He wanted something. He wants a drink, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
No, he's having a good slurp as well.
That was the signal at the end of the last over, wasn't it? He wanted something.
But as you say, it only takes, the young, inexperienced bowling attack with Stephen Finn. I think when you're young, you bowl good balls. It's just as you get older, you bowl fewer bad balls, and that's how you become a better bowler. So the Sussex seam attack will bowl some good balls at Middlesex in this 2-hour period. Will they find the edge? Will they hit the pads? Will Middlesex's batsmen make mistakes? Will they get a sort of fortuitous decision off an umpire, a questionable decision off an umpire? It doesn't take a lot for a side to suddenly go 3 or 4 down, and that's what Middlesex will be desperate to avoid in the final 2 hours of the day.
Oh, down the track he comes and thumps Holman down the ground for 4. Pujara's to 205, 494 for 8. Declaration at tea from Pujara, perhaps. Yeah, the danger for Middlesex is just a couple of early mistakes. You're 2 down and the pressure's building, replying to 500.
Again, you sort of look there as a fielding side, it's 10 balls. You only got to get 10 balls right, or have a bit of luck for 10 balls, and you've bowled a side out. For a batting side to get 350, you've got to play well for 110, 120 overs, probably. So you've got to face 600 and 700 balls.
Good response from Holman. Drops a little bit shorter. Pujara waits on him. Everybody's playing Pujara's game at the moment. It's up to him where and how he takes this remainder of the innings. Oh, flash that one hard to extra cover. Good stop from Stoneman, saves 4. First real signals of intent from Pujara. Talks about Middlesex coming out to face 600 odd deliveries in response. Pujara's faced nearly 400 himself. And again, against an attack that have got it more right than they did last week, and an experienced attack as well. Filled up with 1 ball to go the over.
370 of us, I was just trying to work it out, it's about 65 overs you've faced yourself. It's a long time, isn't it?
Top ball turn the over. Just the 4 off the first ball. So well bowled Holman, because Pujara's intent was there and been gone for 4 first ball. So it's like the T20 over for a bowler now, and you go for boundary first ball. It's a long way to get out of the over. But Holman has held his own in that over. 494 for 8. 4 overs to tea.
So Middlesex's fielders wearily-ish make their way to their positions.
I should just counter that. 4 overs to tea unless the 9th wicket falls and then tea's delayed by half an hour.
It could be until 7 o'clock.
Oh, uppish from Finn. I don't think it carried, did it, to Holman?
No, it didn't. Sort of bounced a couple of feet in front of him.
Red inker for Finn at Lords against Middlesex.
Surely he's got to play a shot or two soon.
Well, I was just wondering, does the red inker mean more, especially against Roland Jones, whereas the boundary against Mercer, that was that inner demon that he'd been battling. Slog sweep Mercer to the grandstand. Ooh. I don't think that kept particularly low, and I think he just got himself into an awkward position against that length from Roland Jones.
Yeah, good length ball. Made it look like it kept a bit low, but I think it was a bit fuller. No, it didn't do anything.
On the back foot when he should have been on the front. But when you're a wall, take some knocking over. This bit's mightily enjoyable. Finn defying Middlesex. Do feel as though there's a lot racing through that brain at the moment, though. .31 balls now for Finn for his 7, or 30. 30 balls for his 7. Carlos was the same, under skipper's orders perhaps, the pair of them. Slightly different situation for Carlos, I'm sure. Finn at 10.
Well, the scoring rate I think at the start there was 3.4, it's now down to 3.15, so it shows how Middlesex have grabbed back control of the over rate, or the run rate, certainly.
Yeah, and that's the oddity of it from the Sussex perspective in terms of, to bowl Middlesex out, it's going to require 2 full days in the dirt, you'd have thought, from them now, with little respite.
Yeah, and I mean, none of us can predict the future, can we? So we don't know how the game's going to unfold, and if Sussex sort of play the game that they want to play and bowl Middlesex out twice, then this little period of play will be forgotten. But you just wonder what they're thinking on the balcony. You wonder if this was a Middlesex side now doing this, you'd be thinking, come on, let's get this game moving on a bit more.
Dug out for a couple here at least. Murder's got to give the chase to deny Finn the boundary, which he will. They've taken 2, last ball of the over, 496 for 8. Finn is on to 9. Yeah, I think we said it during the first match of the season on this exact track against Derbyshire. It would be a mightily fine 5-day game. The track was there for it. Similarly, it is here. You're looking at this thinking it's very well poised in a 5-day game, but in a 4-day game it just feels as though things need to be pushed a little bit more.
Well, 96 overs a day, it's 192, 197, so 227 overs left in the game. Because it's going to be tea time, we're not going to lose 2 overs for change of innings. Now it will be tea. Unless they come back out after tea and bat. And then there's 2 innings for the change, 2 overs for potential change of innings. So there's still a lot of overs left in the match, 220 overs left in the game.
Little paddle from Pujara, picks up 2. Robson comes around at deep backward square.
So whilst I've been sort of questioning whether Sussex should be going on in, Middlesex fields are looking a bit weary. There was a sort of tired dive by Holman at mid-wicket, the last ball of the previous over, which went for 2 runs. Roland Jones throwing the ball into the dirt between overs, so expressing his frustration. It's driven down the ground there. Is that going to be 1 or 2?
Away he goes again. Flayed it with the open face, and they'll come back for 2. Helm coming around at deep cover. Pujara on 211. 502 for 8.
So Pujara looking to be more positive here, the way that he's batting this over to date.
Yeah, so it should be 2.5 overs to tea. But again, if Finn were to fall now, Pujara could keep going. Single out to deep mid wicket. Finn on strike, 2 to go the over. With Pujara starting to open up, I wonder if Finn has politely asked the question. Could I have a go, Skip?
Well, he should do, really, shouldn't he? I mean, there's one fielder out, maybe 2 fielders out. Deep point, deep mid wicket. Mid on, mid off coming up. Not saving one, but there's enough room behind them for Finn to really think, well, if I get a good bat on it here, I'm going to clear them.
There he goes, Finn, and he's stumped. 9 down. All eyes on Pujara. He can have another half hour keeping Middlesex out there if he wanted to now in the sun. 503 for 9. Finn stumped his first expansive effort against Middlesex. His 33rd delivery, he's gone for 9.
Yeah, tidy bit of work there by John Simpson behind the stumps, and a bit of good fortune for Luke Holman. Deserved that wicket. Persevered. A big wipe there onto his pad. But Simpson, quick. Is it stumped or run out? I'm not trying to take the wicket away from Luke. He'll do desperate to sort of...
Oh, Finny.
So, yes, welcome reward for Luke Holman there. Stephen Finn goes for 9. What would he be thinking? I wish I'd had a whack at Merta. Getting out of Holman. I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd done that. But 9th wicket, 158th over. And Holman takes his first.
Yeah, to be a fly on the wall when Finn and Mercer have 5 minutes together at some point with what Finn wished he'd have been able to do. Under strict instructions, I'm sure, Stephen Finn with his skipper at the other end. Approaching a 200, past the 200 now. So tea is delayed now for half an hour. So it's just a matter, tea is now in the hands of Pujara, really.
And again, you look at today, I mean, obviously Sussex in an incredibly strong position, 500 for 9. But today, Middlesex, Sussex 173 for 5, 175 for 5, sorry. In the thick end of how many overs? 60 overs. So the Middlesex are stuck to the task. They haven't sort of fallen away and allowed Sussex to get completely on top of them. But as you said, it could be part of Pujara's tactics just to slowly wear Middlesex down, soak the energy out of the batsman's legs, hoping that they'll get a couple of tired shots this evening.
Curry is in on first class debut, eases this one away into the offside, a dot ball. 503 for 9. Trialist with Sussex. And numberless on his back. There's the Middlesex balcony. Not so much for them to think about other than, well, again, they're dancing to Pujara's tune at the moment. They have been since just after lunch on day 1.
Weary Roland Jones standing at the end of his mark, waiting to start his 33rd over of the innings. Very respectable figures, 2 for 75. So one thing you can say is you're not going to be doing much bowling the next 2 days, Toby, so put it all in now and maybe get a 3rd against your name.
Little advance from Pujara to Roland Jones, falls away into the offside. So Curry will be 24 in November. Bradley Curry just played second 11 cricket so far for Sussex. First class debut at Lords. Played Somerset second 11 as well, and Scotland, but not any first class or list A to speak of yet prior to this. Down the track, wraps on the pads, but going down the leg side.
Well, a nice place to make your debut, isn't it, Lords? Scorecard for this match, I think, will be going around the Curry family households. One for the wall. Years to come.
In fact, Curry played against Middlesex second 11 at Horsham a week or two ago. 11th of July, took 3 for 47 in the second innings and none for 31 in the first. Oh, down the track comes Pajara and is struck by a shorter ball. How did he wear that one?
I think that was quite tired cricket all round, that, really. Toby Roland Jones forcing his body to the crease. Short ball, bumper. Sort of tired even follow through by Pajara. If it had got hold of it, it could have ended up in the top tier of the grandstand. I think that's where he was aiming, but it didn't. Threw the shot too early.
Another advance, put right up there from Roland Jones, asking the question of LBW. A little inside tickle onto the pads, was it? That was the umpire signal. No, it was leg bias, no bat involved. Just got outside the line of off, perhaps, Pajara.
Could have been quite close, that. Toby Roland Jones down on one knee. I think he thinks that was dead.
He feels dead.
Yeah, I think Spike, the masseur, might have a bit of work to do this afternoon on that physio's bed in the home dressing room at Lord's.
On to come of the over. And then Pajara will know, I'm sure, that 9 down T is delayed. There's a chance he might not. There's a chance he might think it's T in an overs time. The field changes around. We'll have a look at Pajara and see if he's wondering why nobody's walking off at that point. Dug out by Curry. End of the over. Pajara to have strike. 5:04 for 9. Curry with the ball in his last... Well, he's been on a pretty good run, actually, since April. Took 4 in the match against Gloucestershire seconds, 3 against Surrey in the only innings in that one, 2 at Southampton against Hampshire, the only innings there. At Billericay, picked up 4 in the match against Essex seconds, 2 against the Surrey seconds, and 3 last up against Middlesex at Horsham. Holman for what could be the last over before tea, depending on Pajara's mindset. It's the scheduled day as it would have been. This would have been the last over before tea.
That was sort of the first slog there from Pajara, really. That was a bit sort of looking to heave to the leg side, so a signal that he thinks this might be the moment when it's just coming to an end.
Down the track, down the ground. Straight of tumbling mid-off, who gets fingertips to it there. Tim Mercer
takes the pace off it. I wish he had a bit more sprightly behind him, cleaning up the remains.
Rejects the single down to long on. 2:14 for Pajara. Curry's 3 for in that Middlesex second innings. To Carey's for 5, caught behind. Nathan Fernandez, LBW for 5. Down the track, down the ground again. And Yadav won't get around to this one. 4 more. Pujara's on to 218. 510 for 9. And that third wicket was Ethan Bamber. Caught Hindley, bowled Curry for 6. Curry 3 for 47 from 15. Having gone wicketless in the first innings. So on the other side of Yadav, just about keep it in, will he? Yes, he will. Oh, it's an unforgiving tumble for an old bowler in the 160th over of the innings. Pujara's run 3.
Yes, to secure strike for the next over. Should Curry survive this delivery?
Interested to see, because again it would be tea now, but it's 9 down, so there is the extra half an hour should Pujara want it. And how long does he go on for? Maybe he just goes on for as long as he's able to hit out. Let's have a look at Pujara now. No thought of his at all that it's tea, so it wasn't in his mind that 32 overs and tea.
You sort of asked the umpire a question there, so wondering whether that was the case. 12th man for Middlesex comes on. I think it's Mr. Stoneman who's trundled off to the pavilion. Nine runs off the previous over, as we can see there. A change of bowling. Toby Roland Jones bowled very well today. Been up to the challenge. He's been replaced by Tom Helm. 4 for 100, how he'd like to pick up this 5th wicket. Last wicket to secure his 4th fifer.
We're kind of amused about the tactics and the thoughts of Pujara. I mean, what we can say at this point is it's pure ruthless, isn't it? 221, right, you're staying out there. 9 down at tea, keep going. 9 down at the scheduled tea, keep going for another half an hour. Here goes Helm. And there goes Pujara. Gets him away. Good tumbling stop. Holman dedicated. And 161st. Just the 2 for Pujara.
Yeah, fantastic bit of fielding there by Luke Holman, saving his side 2 runs. As you said, at this stage of the innings, opposition 515. Great effort.
4 back now on the onside.
I don't think John Embry would have done that off my bowling when 25 years ago. No, tough as no chance.
Helm leg side. He'll reject the single down to long legs. The 4 back on the leg side. Long leg. Deep backward square. Deep mid wicket. Cow corner. Mid ons Murtagh. Mid off Roland Jones. Cover Robson. Deep backward point Milan and Eskenazi. Deep third. Eskenazi, I think, is asking a question about his position now down at deep third, is he? Do you want me wider? Oh, that slipped out. Went for something different, I think, Helm.
No, was that one of his attempted slower balls? Didn't quite get it right.
Looks though he's trying to roll his fingers across the top today. Just slipped out. Weary Tom Helm, his 31st over of the innings. 4 for 102. 102 doesn't really help tell the story because it's been a good 4-fer for Helm. That goes up in the air, but it goes all the way over deep square for 6. Pujara showing no signs of weariness. 229 as he gets right underneath that and sends it all the way.
Yep, looking at the way that is, again, a classy batsman working out the boundaries. Short boundary to the leg side, hitting the ball up. Whenever he's played the pull shot to the leg side on the long boundary down towards the tavern and mound stand, look to hit it down. So a batsman there sort of working out the logistics of the strokes that he's playing. Worth a try by Tom Helm.
Takes the single, 5th ball of the over. 5:22 for 9.
When you look at, I suppose you have sympathy for the bowlers, the fielding side out there. And now into the 6th session of the day. Fielded for 7 sessions twice for England.
Lara and...
So yeah, in Antigua, hot sun. Bit like
40
yesterday.
degrees?
Yeah, well, certainly I mid 30s. Lara 375. They declare on 593 for 4 or 5 after lunchtime on the 3rd day. Other time at Trent Bridge. Umpire's looking at the ball there. I'm not sure whether Middlesex are complaining about it. Was it second or it's the 3rd new ball?
Give us who the team was and I'll try and remember the innings, the Trent Bridge one. Who was that against?
Who was against?
Yeah, was it against Nottinghamshire or was it
against Australia? Australia scored 300 without losing a wicket on the first day, so that was a long day.
Taylor and Slater?
Yeah. Bowled well in that game, actually. 2 for 100 off 50 overs, something like that. So, have some sympathy, but not a huge amount of sympathy.
I was going to go back to Egbert, and you were up at Egbert one day, and poor old, real flat one against, was it Prince? Cool, not bold. End of the over, Tom Helm. 522 for 9. Collymore, Murtagh. I think Milan picked up a few in that game, did he? Was that the match when finally a Middlesex bowler got to 5 for that season? It was Milan who got them all caught out at Cow Corner.
Could have been. Say the first time Tom Helm's ever taken the 3rd new ball. Or bowled with the 3rd new ball anyway. He didn't take the 1st new ball, he was first change, but new experience. Murtagh may have done it before.
Murtagh would have done it in that game down at Taunton when they hit triple century from Langer. My worst moment on the mic, 4 days on my own as I watched 1,500 runs racked up over 4 days for the loss of about 3 wickets. Twitter wasn't even around to save me then. On my own for 4 days. The emails were though. Murtagh's back.
Well, back to the ball changes. Middlesex might have a ball for about 4 or 5 overs old for first change after this innings. Put that in the bag, put a little sticker on it, 5 overs. Ready for the early ball change. I don't think they'll go soft that soon, but it's more sort of in the 30 overs, isn't it, where the issues have started.
Oh, now strangle appeal from Murtagh. Not out. Is he smiling, Murtagh? Is he heck?
It's one of those things where a batsman sort of points to his thigh guard as if to say, yes, it hit my thigh guard, which it probably did. Good catch by John Simpson down the leg side. Batsman there giving his thigh guard a little tap. Are you that honest when you get an outside edge, mate? Let the umpires make the decision.
400th delivery coming up for Pujara. So when at the start of the season, when they were getting the balls changed, obviously they were replacing them with last season's batch of balls.
No.
So when that first game of the season...
No, you knock balls in, this year's balls in pre-season, don't you?
So it was this
in
year.
The
so
nets.
that was what I was wondering, because if they were getting the balls replaced with last year's batch of balls and these boxes were all right, so that answers that question then. So I was wondering, well, how does that work? because then the next batch were coming out and being replaced again, weren't they? It was like,
Quick
there's a
single looking for the
replacement
2, but well done, Tom Helm, quick to the ball. Well, no, in years gone by, a Duke ball was a Duke ball, and a reader was a reader. They weren't sort of stamped with the year. But now the year of the ball that you've got is stamped, and you need to use balls you can't use last year's balls this year. I can understand that to some extent, but can lead to quite a lot of expense and wastage when you sort of think, well, the worst thing that can happen is you run out of cricket balls in the summer. You've got to provide 12 new balls for each match, so that's the selection that the fielding side get at the start of the game. So normally one of the opposition bowlers, Tim Murtry in Middlesex's case, will go into the umpire's room, pick one of the 12, think what the ball that he likes the best. There'll be 11 left, and then the second innings. So in this situation now, a member of the Sussex side, potentially Stephen Finn, will go into the umpire's room and pick a ball. Actually, there'll be 9 left now, won't there? Because Middlesex are with their third ball, so they would have picked a second new ball and a third new ball. So there'll be 9 to choose from. And you need to have 12 new ones for each game. So the worst thing you want is not to have 12 there. Middlesex got one more home game against Durham here in September. Is it Durham? No, against Glamorgan, sorry, in September. So I've got to make sure there's 12 left. But the one year that I'd sort of, again, got to, well, boring this, it might be boring, but sort of got involved in ball orders at Middlesex. It used to be done by someone called Eric, and we had loads of balls left over one year, and said to Eric, how many, sort of, we've got loads of balls left over. He said, what we ordered? I said, the same as last year. Well, we're going to have double next year, Eric. We need to reduce the order. But you suddenly sit there with, I don't know, 40 new cricket balls, or 30 new cricket balls, say, so 5 boxes of new red cricket balls. That's thick end of 2,000 quid's worth of cricket balls, sort of redundant to some extent. All right, you can use them in pre-season and during the winter nets and things like that, but you want to sort of get as close to sort of having none left as you possibly can.
Did you donate them to the leagues that year?
No, they all get used because they'll just be used for throwdown balls and everything like that. I mean, the amount of cricket balls you go through is unbelievable. White balls as well. I remember training sessions at Radlett, middle practice at Radlett, balls flying into the railway line, and me climbing over the fence and looking in the edges. The second ball goes, oh, that's 60 quid that's just gone over there. There's another one, 120 quid. All of a sudden it adds up. That's a good shot, that is.
He's gone.
Let's hold
He's
out.
Gone. Pujara's gone. 231. There was a little bit of late shape on that from Helm, and whipped by Pujara to Stoneman at deep square. He's gone for 231. The innings comes to an end, and that will be tea. 523 all out, of which Pujara has managed 231. And Tom Helm, I think probably quite fittingly, has finished with 5 for 109. Again, that 109, you have to take into consideration the match situation, the circumstance. But Helm has Pujara to pick up his 5 for.
No, I'd say a wonderful innings by Pujara, walking off, raising his bat, standing ovation from a decent crowd in the pavilion. So congratulations to him on a wonderful performance. Something he'll be very proud of. And again, I'm sure there's a scorecard that'll end up in his house, wherever that might be in India, sometime in the future. But also congratulations to Tom Helm. 4th 5-wicket haul, thoroughly deserved that. Created more, got more out of this pitch than any other bowler. Yes, all right, that's called a deep square leg, but a number of plays and misses, a number of opportunities where the ball hasn't quite gone to hand. So an excellent display by him. And Middlesex walk off, I say, tired. People questioning whether they've made the right decision. Well, I say people questioning. Abundantly clear that probably got the toss wrong now when looking at the scoreboard and seeing the opposition score 523, but Tom Helm leading the side off, having taken a 5 for 2 balls in his hand. So they'll put in a bowl somewhere at his flat in London, or give them to your parents or something like that as a nice memento of a performance. But Middlesex walking off, yes, tired, but also pleased with the way that they've stuck together there. It didn't disintegrate. They haven't fallen apart. Sussex haven't just gone rampant, and they just need an hour and a half, 2 hours solid batting this evening now to gain some confidence going into the last 2 days of this match. But Sussex, having posted that huge score, they'll be looking to knock 3 or 4 of the Middlesex batsmen over this evening. If they do that, they'll be very, very happy and feeling they're on the way to putting Middlesex under a lot of pressure over the last 2 days of the game.
Gus, we've had a cup of coffee. So, play to resume at 4:30. We'll pick through the bones of that more in a little while. Thanks for your company. We'll be back at the live stream just gone 5:30, as you can see, or just before 5:30 we'll pick up. But Sussex are all out. 523 Helms, 5 for an average of 20 each, and again in the mark of that innings, as it was difficult toil for Middlesex. Very well bowled Tom Helm, very well batted by the Sussex skipper. We'll be back in just in a little while when Middlesex reply to 523.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Whether a regular or paying first visit, Lord's always worth reminding you of the very popular Lord's tours, which are available to book right now. They take place at greater intervals throughout the year, during our extra times for regular around home cricket, which includes the pavilion, also players' dressing room, the long room, MCC Museum, and of course the Ashes Urn. The experience now includes visiting the Lord's Father Time Walks, the stunning new installation behind the round conference stands. Showcases the 100 greatest milestones that have taken place here at Lord's. Visit the Lord's website for future tour dates or the reception behind the pavilion for more information. You can look online at lords.org/tours. Well, this is the final time we're back today on its own, located just behind the main grandstand. And Lord's Indoor Cricket Centre offers great junior and adult net sessions, coaching courses, children's school holiday courses, also available for half-term and Christmas, as well as the upcoming summer holidays. The centre is also available for hire for children's parties, as well as other events for both adults and children. Get go to the Lord's website for further details. Search Indoor Cricket Centre for more information. Tomorrow, so they're all ready to enjoy the cricket trial made by this season. The MCC Foundation's National Hearts Final Day will take place on Saturday, 30th of July. All welcome to attend and support the youngsters and next generation. Tickets are completely free of charge and must book in advance. So please go to your website to gain your interest. The next test match takes place at the Untitled Cricket. England take on South Africa. On the 17th of August, there are still tickets available and are limited. All details are going to the PCB and MCC websites. And talking international, the women in action here on Saturday the 24th of September, the Roland One-Day Series, the women take on India here on the 24th of September. A reminder, one championship match here for Middlesex this season, and that starts on Monday the 12th of September, 4-day match against Wimbledon. This is Source Mill and taking place in the Early County Championship, starting off down the Cheltenham Festival by Hampshire Artists to Gloucestershire. The match is affected by the weather early on in the day. Hampshire still in their first innings, counting 359 for 5. Felix Orton will eventually out for 118. James is still at the crease. He's unbeaten on 77. Taunton, Sunset and actually in Yorkshire. Sunset's first innings finished on 424 earlier on this afternoon. Yorkshire in reply are 27 for 1. Here over Essex playing Surrey. Been tough going for the batters. Essex were all out for 271. Surrey in reply are 192 innings. Edge batsmen were 10th in an action against Warwickshire. They made 165. Warwickshire in reply were all out for 225. Sam Payne was out for 99. And stranded Hannah finished 4 not out. So out for 99. Getting second time round on 99 for 3. Joe Gurley is now 23 not out. What it means is Kent lead by 39 runs with 7 seconds into its remaining. Moving on to Northampton, where Northampton are playing Lancashire, which is a continued ball there as well this afternoon. They're playing Northampton's 235. Lancashire finished 6th is 132. 5 runs there for Jack White. Moving on to Dudley, where Nottinghamshire actually against Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire finished their first innings on 618 to 8 earlier on in the day. And Mead was out for 196, stuck at 241. In reply, Derbyshire are 79 for 2. And one game started today. Leicestershire against Glamorgan at Greg's Road. Leicestershire batting first, and in their first innings, currently 268 for 5. umpires turning to the field mark Miller and Roland Jones. Takes one, Pajara on Sussex. And representing for Middlesex, Sam Weston and Mark Stoneman.
There are 29 overs remaining of day 2 for the start of the Middlesex innings. They are applying to 523 Sussex first innings runs, having been put in yesterday morning. It was a tough 5 sessions in the dirt, but they stuck to the task well, the Middlesex bowlers, but they were up against Pajara, and that was pretty tough. Angus Fraser has just tagged in Alan Coleman alongside me. Welcome to the Mike Coley. It was a tough 5 sessions out for Middlesex, but as I say, the bowlers stuck to it.
They did, stuck to their tasks very, very well across that very tricky period, and disappointing, but we fight on.
Stephen Finn and Sam Robson off the mark. First ball with a single down to long leg, thinking 2, but just the 1. And 29 overs tonight. Middlesex just need to be careful this evening with the bat.
I think so, yeah. I think there'll be a number of plans and potential outcomes being run through in the Middlesex players' heads here, but I suspect let's just have a quiet evening. Not too much happen for the next 29 overs, and reassess in the morning and try and look at how the game can progress forward. But there is no doubt here that Middlesex need to bat well in this first innings, just to get somewhere close to where Sussex have left the game, and then try and put some pressure on in the third innings, which is hopefully quite a long way away.
3 slips go down for Stoneman. And run away nicely. Down to the vacant third. Rawlins gives chase, and so too does Clark. Manages to flick it back in. They've taken 3. Stoneman off the mark. First ball as well. Middlesex a 4 without loss. Picking up where Pajara left off.
Played very well, didn't he? What a fantastic player, and for those that were down at Hove or watched the stream of the game at Hove as well, he was fantastic for Sussex in that 4-day game as well, and really showing the value of the overseas batter leading the batting line up there. And credit to Allsop as well, who played very, very well earlier on yesterday for his 100 as well.
Crunched away. Goodness me. Maybe been watching Pajara for too long. Robson's on to 5.
It's one of the shots that Sam's known for. Back foot cut just to the left hand of point there. Looks like Stephen Finch just dropped a little short. And him and Sam being very good friends, he'll know that is a strength of his own. And I think Stephen will be pretty disappointed with that. But a lovely shot from Sam.
A dot ball. Welcome dot ball for Stephen Finn, who enjoyed his batting out there, where he was very patient against Tim Mercer in particular. Gus and I enjoyed that a great deal. Walking through the psychology of Finn resisting the heave-ho against Mercer.
I think he got more aggressive as he went on in his Middlesex days with the bat. Stephen Finn looked to take on the ball over the bowler's head. Didn't see so much of that today.
8 without loss after 5. Middlesex Division 2 cricket of the County Championship, but they've faced Pujara, they've faced Shah Massoud. It's not been bad, some of the opponents they've been up against this season.
No, what a great advert for County Championship cricket it's been. We've obviously had Shaheen Afridi, we've got Umesh Yadav now, so some high quality international players littered throughout the division, and then when you add that into the T20 as well, it's a great advert for all formats of county cricket.
End of the first over, 8 without loss. Here on the Middlesex live stream, Alan Coleman alongside myself, Kevin Hand. I mean, there were points out there when Yadav was bowling, Roland Jones was bowling, bowling at Pujara and bowling extremely well against Pujara, and of course Helms ended up with a very well-deserved 5 for her as well. But that was test quality at times out there, those matchups.
It most certainly was, yeah. I think the Middlesex bowling lineup there, 3 test bowlers plus 1 in Tom Helm, who's extremely highly rated still and has been close to some recognition internationally in the recent past, actually, especially during those COVID years. So it was very, very high quality cricket to watch, and some exceptional control displayed by Roland Jones, Murtagh and Yadav especially, who managed to keep a lid on it for, they all bowled about 30 overs and went at around 2.5, 3 and over. So a fantastic effort from the bowling group just to keep a lid on it. Richard Johnson was saying up in the changing room that this was only about 10 or 12 overs short of the most he'd ever fielded. The difference was that they'd conceded 800 by that stage. So I think that was when he was. I think it was Somerset at Taunton when he was playing for Somerset. So
because that's the last time I reckon Middlesex have had to take a third new ball. It was Taunton in 2007. Bradley Curry with his first bowl in first-class cricket from the nursery end, left arm over.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of Curry in the second team cricket actually. I think he's played for Somerset, he's played for Hampshire, his brother is at Hampshire I believe as well, and I think he's done some stuff with Scotland as well, so a talented left arm seamer. As I said, we've seen a lot of him. He'll try and swing the ball back into Robson, probably away from Stoneman here, bowling against the slope you would say for a left arm seamer. Traditionally you'd expect them to probably bowl from the pavilion end a little more, but great experience for him and a well earned opportunity as well.
That's tucked away through square by Stoneman. He'll pick up 2, moves to 5, 10 without loss.
Talking of the slope, it'd be interesting to see how long it takes for him just to get the right line. Some bowlers, when they come here for their first ever bowl, do struggle with the slope that runs from, as we look on the screen, it runs from right to left downhill. So it'd be interesting to see how long it does take him to adjust it, if he has any issues at all. Some bowlers do struggle to find a line very, very early on.
Leg side again, but straight to mid-wicket. I do like a left armour from the nursery end though, bowling against the slope. I've always favoured that one.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the Mike Selvey school of thought as well, about sort of swinging it against the slope and nipping it in the other direction. And I think generally though, you bowl good balls from either end here and put the batters under pressure, you're in with a chance, especially with a brand new Duke's ball, which I know is a theme of yours during this summer.
I've let it go. I just told everybody else about it and then they all picked it up. This ball's pushed away to cover, no run. Exclusive in the Times.
So you were the instigator of...
Only because I heard Roland Jones and Harris moaning about it down at Cardiff.
Did you get paid for the tip off to the newspapers and the articles?
I tipped it off to the broadcast meeting, to the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Just nobody wanted to believe me in this commentary box. Still don't, was the comment at the back of the box. At least I've told you where the inside info was now. That's timed sweetly. 4 more for Stoneman. Down the slope it goes. No catching that. If that's 4 more, that's his first boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, just drifted a little straight there, Curry, into the hip of Stoneman, who's flicked the ball past the umpire there and just down to the vacant square leg boundary for 4, and a very nice start from the Middlesex batsman.
So basically what Middlesex are looking here is 676, that'll do. Put a third in his pressure on Sussex.
Well, there's 2 ways you can go about this. That's obviously the obvious way, which is the they try and get past and have a dip at them with 150 lead. The other way, of course, which you see less of now, is the declare behind.
That's a beauty from Curry. He goes up, so do those behind the stumps. Crucially, the finger of the umpire does not.
Yeah, not sure how close Stoneman was here to getting a little feather on the ball as it went past.
Well, this is the beauty of bowling against the slope for me, for a left armour from the nursery end. I just think that there's a lot of doubt in a batter's mind, whereas when it's from the pavilion end, that ball's generally, just doing one thing to you. It's just to what extent it's doing that one thing.
Yeah, of course. A bit of shape. That one did look like it sort of swung away from Stoneman a little bit in the air, drew him into a shot with the ball, then holding back on the slope. So, tricky proposition if you get the ball in the right place.
Good from Finn, right up there on off stump. This is old mate Sam Robson.
Yeah, good to see Stephen back at Lord's. Got a lovely reception when he walked out to bat from the Middlesex membership and the MCC members who are in the ground today as well. So wonderful to see him, and very nice to see. Yeah, very nice to see his face around the pavilion when I had a chat with him yesterday morning.
I'd love to have heard the reception he got out in the middle.
Yeah, I'm not party to anything that was or was not said, but I'm sure that they were questioning the defensive method by which he played, which, as I said, wasn't very, very obvious at the back end of his Middlesex 4-day career. He got a lot more expansive. I think after that England-New Zealand effort where he blocked it for a long time, he seemed to get all of his shots out of his locker at Middlesex.
Bouncer to Robson, resisted. Again, Robson and Stoneman here, they'll just be thinking time, won't they? As you say, tonight, just take it easy, drama-free evening. But equally, they'll be looking at all day tomorrow. I'm saying if Pujara can do it, so can we. It's an inexperienced Sussex attack, so getting them into their second and third spells and cashing in.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of an experience, couple of debutants in the lineup, a young leg spinner as well. So I think that will definitely be the strategy here. Lovely bit of a shape up the slope there from Stephen Finn. Bit of carry through to Carter. I think that is keeping wicket for Sussex. Yeah, I think as we were saying, Middlesex will definitely be looking to bat for a long period of time here. Put plenty of spells into the younger Sussex bowlers' legs. Capitalise later on in the game as the game progresses.
Well, with all due respect to Sussex, as you've said, there's two debutants, trialists. 17-year-old Ibrahim and the old man Finn. If Middlesex rack up 523 or thereabouts, they'll hope they're doing it at a quicker rate across the innings, because that was what Middlesex did well, slowed Sussex down. But Pujara was able to come back at them with a magnificent double ton, his second of the summer, second century of the summer against Middlesex. He's got 400 runs against Middlesex in 3 innings now, or 400 plus. It was 170 unbeaten in the second innings at Hove, and 220 odd here. All inside edge. Past the off stump, past the keeper. And Robson, hard in mouth moment at the end of the third over. 14 without loss. 18 without loss.
Yeah, Robson just looked like he threw his hands at this ball. Feet didn't move very far. And a thick inside edge past the off stump, past the left hand of Carter behind the stumps, and ran away down to just below the media centre for 4 runs. Very athletic effort there from the Sussex wicketkeeper. But
it's a great effort in the hair stakes as well from the Sussex wicketkeeper. We've had the ponytailed skippers out there, haven't we, the last couple of years, with Hanscom and Rory Burns, Gloucestershire skipper as well, Carter.
I
We call it a mullet?
I think that's what you would call it, and it's it's only jealousy from us really, in a young man who's able to pull off that sort of hairstyle. There's us two old blokes sitting here jealous of the fact that it probably wouldn't look half as good on either of us.
Oh, the inside info that we do need from you is the moustache of Stoneman. Did he lose a bet yesterday, or?
I don't actually know, but he reminded me a bit of Postman Pat in the changing room when I saw him just a moment ago.
Have you put that to him? Yes. Onto the pads, but going down, leg by taken. Yeah, there's a bit. Is it Iceman? Iceman? No, it's not. It's which one is it? In Top Gun. There's Maverick, Iceman, and there's another one that's got the moustache that is being shouted from the back of the box by Ollie. I should say Mark Stoneman and members of the Mark Stoneman family. It's not me putting that on. The wonderful moustache of Stoneman.
And of course, maybe in preparation for Mark's return up north next week. Maybe just to keep his top lip a bit warmer in Durham in July.
Goose apparently was the one with the moustache in the Top Gun. Onto the hips from Curry, single to long leg.
This is what we were just talking about a moment ago, Kev. He's 2 or 3 balls now. I think 3 balls from Stoneman have been on his hip. He's obviously clipped one down to the square leg boundary and had a leg by there. The right hander now comes on strike. Curry now has to adjust his line again and then misses on Robson's leg side there. So it is a tricky prospect, just having to change your line to a right left hander and then battle the Lord slope as well. But we did also see the threat that Curry can offer in the previous over to Stoneman outside the off stump.
Yeah, there it goes, down the leg side again. We saw it early in the Sussex innings. Middlesex went very full. He's probably got that right here, hasn't he? Curry, that he can just push it that little bit fuller. He's, I say, onto the hips and struggling for his line. Just try and go that little bit fuller and target the stumps.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a slow pitch. We saw that, and we saw when the Middlesex bowlers dropped short that it looked relatively straightforward to score for Pujara especially. So I think the bowlers will be trying to pitch the ball up as far as they can.
A little fuller onto the legs again.
But traditionally on these slow pitches, with the new ball, new Duke's ball and the slope, yeah, drag the batter forward, try and hit the green bales on the stumps. Try and beat both edges if you can earlier on, and threaten the forward defensive and make the batters make a lot of good decisions around whether they go forward and back or whether they play and they leave. I think that's generally the answer here with this new ball.
End of the fourth, 20 without loss. How much of an input do you have on that first morning? On toss, have a look at the pitch, get involved at all?
No, not at all. No, that's very much Richard Johnson and Tim Murtagh working together on those decisions. I'm not involved in selection of the team. That's up to them, and the strategic decisions that they take. That's their role as well. So I certainly don't put my oar in that instance. Let them make their decisions. And it's very much a collaborative decision as well. They'll work together. Sometimes the captain might win through, sometimes the coach might win through in terms of, toss decisions and final selections of teams. But they very much work together on this.
Cut away and his backward points. I'm sure you'd have had a look at the pitch yesterday. I mean, you could see the greenish tinge from up here yesterday. It's not quite so apparent now. 5 sessions in, or into the 6th session. How much grass was left on? I'd certainly speak to a few of the ground staff yesterday. They'd said, yeah, we just left a little bit on for this one.
Yeah, I think it was cut to a similar length in the end. I think because of the weather around, they cut it down a bit later than they normally would. So the green tinge remains for a little bit longer. So the pitch here would be cut to the same length that all of the county championship in terms of millimetres are cut to. So most grounds are somewhere between 4 to 8 millimetres, sometimes a little bit longer. Middlesex fans will remember the game at Somerset where the pitch was moved and it was a bit longer than the 8 to 10 millimetres. But yeah, the pitch would have been cut, it is cut to the same length. It was just cut a little bit later.
That's a brilliant stop at points. Really flashed away by Robson, but that's an outstanding stop in there by Ali Orr. He was the unfortunate man to go early yesterday.
He was. He's Ali Orr's looks a fine young player actually. He looks a very composed young man when he's out there in the middle, and he's impressed me a lot actually in the cricket that we've seen him play across second team and first team cricket over the last few years. And I know Tom Haynes gets a lot of recognition, and rightly so. But I think Ali Orr deserves a lot of credit himself here, and I think he could have a very fine future ahead of him as well.
Part of the Jason Swift Batting Academy, Ali Orr and Tom Haynes, two of those who worked hard as youngsters with Jason Swift, now one of the match referees, former Sussex batting coach.
He is. I think they've got Grant Flower with them now, haven't they? I think Grant Flower may well be with them. I'm not sure about that. Maybe I've just completely made that up or dreamt it. But I had a feeling that Grant had perhaps moved there.
Good from Finn. Wobbling towards that top of off stump. One to go the fifth. That match you were talking about, the moving of the pitch, Finn was absent from it. Roland Jones was absent for it. They were both on England duty that year, so it would have been 2017, was it? And then Tim Murtagh was playing for Ireland in that round as well, but Chris Rogers wasn't aware Murtagh was also absent. Oh, withdrawal of the bat from Robson. No ball called as well for overstepping, so 22 without loss. Finn will have to go again. Yeah, the morning arrived. Rogers went around and greeted all his old teammates. Where's Murtagh? No Finn, no Roland Jones. Where's Murtagh? Well, he's away with Ireland. Oh, right. Middlesex then had to move all their practice bags. Were you actually down there for that game? I wasn't. Middlesex had all their practice bags on the pitch that was then used, and they were all asked, can you move your practice bags? Well, why? Because we're using that pitch now. Played into the hands of Harry Podmore. Maybe it was 2016, and Roland Jones made his ODI debut in 2016. I'll have to look it up now. But he was certainly away with England.
I'm sure somebody will send a tweet in and let us know and correct us where we're wrong. But James Fuller, now of Hampshire, and who's had a fantastic T20 campaign for them, him and James Harris batted very, very well, I think, on that final day in a run chase, which saw Middlesex over the line. Kev just working his magic with an iPad here, trying to dig up the scorecard before somebody corrects us and makes us look like fools.
Oh, it'd be difficult. Right, 2016. Middlesex against Somerset. Middlesex won by 2 wickets. And as the iPad freezes, come back to it in a moment.
Those headline scores make it look like that game, don't they?
And sure, I've got the start of the Somerset innings. Bolt Harris, Trescothick was. Myberg was caught Simpson off Fuller. Oh, look at that go from Stoneman. Chipped over mid-wicket. They'll pick up 3. No, they won't. They'll settle on 2. Stoneman sends back Robson. Throw got in early, not accurate, but away early. Stoneman's on to 11, 24 for 2. And the 3rd wicket was Chris Rogers, caught Simpson, bowled Podmore for 57. So yeah, 2016 it was. So Roland Jones is away. He must have got a call up then for England in 2016 but not have been picked. Or maybe it was Lions, I guess. Could have been Lions as well, couldn't it?
Yeah, could have been. Yes, definitely could have been Lions, actually.
So maybe think 2017, because that was his England debut, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, but what fantastic game in 2016, fantastic run chase and a great contribution, as I said, by James Fuller. I think he kept popping the ball into the river or into the stand at long on.
He's clipped away down to deep backward square leg for 2 more for Stoneman. He's on to 13 from 15. Robson has 10 from 19. Middlesex 24. 26 without loss midway through the 6th.
Just a touch straight again there from Curry, just drifted into Stoneman's hip and clipped down just past the square leg region there for another couple of runs for Middlesex, in a pretty steady start that I think the 2 opening batters in the change room will be pretty content with.
How could I forget 2017 at Taunton? That wasn't the green pitch. That was the...
It was the opposite.
We won't rake up these things. Oh, leading edge. Stoneman looking to the onside. That's a stab his head back towards deep third. The vacant deep third where he picks up 4. Stoneman's on to 17 from 16. 30 without loss, Middlesex in the 6th.
Yeah, it just looked like Curry turned Stoneman round there. A little bit of nip up the slope, perhaps, or Stoneman just trying to force that a bit too hard through the leg side, perhaps. But thick outside edge. Lenham not able to catch the ball up before it reaches the third man boundary. I think Curry's shown here that the ball, he can get the ball to nibble around a little bit. If he can find a consistent line here and challenge Stoneman's off stump, he could really be in the game.
It's better from Curry. The other scorecard from Taunton that we were going back to was 2007. That was the one off the top of my head that immediately comes to mind when you think of the times that Middlesex about to take a 3rd new ball. That was 604 declared Middlesex after A. Shah hit 193, Godalman 113 unbeaten, Nash 100. Against Caddick, Willoughby, Jones, Trigo, Blackwell, White and Hildreth. Somerset in reply 850 for 7. Off 179th over when they declared. So 11 wickets for 1,450 runs in that first innings, both declared. 315 for Langer. 315 for Langer. Hildreth 116, White 114, Trigo 130.
Yeah.
4 days on my own in a shed. Even Twitter hadn't been born by then.
And that was the game that Richard Johnson was talking about there. 178 overs, for which 850 runs were scored at 4.75, 4.76 and over. In comparison, the Middlesex bowling innings there only a few overs short, but for 300 less runs.
That's edged, but along the floor, just got a little bit of bounce for in there. So he played in that game, but for Middlesex.
No shortage of quality in that Middlesex bowling lineup. Chris Silverwood, Richard Johnson, Alan Richardson, had a fantastic county career. Some bloke called Murtagh.
That was back before he was good, 2007.
Murali Kartik, left arm spinner, and Shah even got a bowl there. Managed to get 16 overs. Oh, it's still going.
Nick Compton.
And Compo.
He was more economical than Shah and Murtagh. And Johnson.
Just pushed out by Robson into the offside. Actually, Nick Compton played a lot of youth cricket with Nick, actually. We were a similar sort of age group, and he bowled a lot as a youngster. He had a bit of a back issue, sort of early 2000s, which sort of curtailed his bowling career. But he was a very decent off-spinner, Nick, and actually had 2 good skills as a youngster. And then obviously the bowling had to take a bit of a back seat, and the batting took over a lot more.
Oh, that's an absolute beaut from Finn. A Jaffa that beats Robson. Squares him up. And Robson walks away towards square leg to have a ponder.
Yeah, this is not a rare sight at Lords from the pavilion end. Stephen Finn running in, slope going from left to right as we watch, and the ball just moves up the slope against it, beats Robson on the outside edge, perhaps a little brush of a back pocket or back thigh as the ball's gone through to the keeper Carter, but fantastic delivery. And as I said, not a rarity for Middlesex members watching Finn running in from the pavilion end.
Fourth over from Finn. Middlesex operated in fives yesterday in that 40 degrees heat that they had to toil in. Hope we get 6 out of Finn this evening at this opening spell, Sussex.
I think so. He's obviously their key man here, seamers-wise, and that's no disservice to the other bowlers that Sussex have. But Stephen, with his experience and his quality, is going to be a key bowler. So how they choose to use him, how Sussex choose to use him here is going to be a key factor. They could go short spells, use him regularly, or they could go a longer new ball spell here just to try and maximise his effectiveness early on in the innings.
Leg side again. Down to long leg for a single for Robson. These will be aware, won't they, that it is an inexperienced Sussex attack once you're past Finn, and on a pitch where a very experienced Middlesex attack have toiled away. They'll hope to put similar pressure on Sussex, but not allow our old boy Finn to get through some early poles to put the pressure on the top of this order in reply to a big first innings total. I mentioned Nick Compton with that production line from Middlesex that went on to represent England, as this man did, Stephen Finn, and Robson as well. Stoneman also. Can't quite claim him as one of the production line though.
No, a very good period, and one that we definitely love to replicate again. It's obviously fantastic for your players to get that recognition, but financially it's fantastic as well, because the club, players get picked up onto central contracts, means you can reinvest again in your playing squad, make yourself even stronger. So it's a cycle that definitely starts to feed itself once you get a player regularly in the England group. And it would be lovely to see some of Middlesex's talented youngsters who have flourished at times this year to continue to improve and embrace that sort of opportunity if it were to come.
His carry to continue. Done for 15 off 3. That run rate 4.43. Finn done for 15 off 4. Again, if Middlesex can get off to a good start, they'll be hoping to keep that run rate at 4 throughout this innings. Strokes, but only to cover. The trialists in particular, although one of them's no mug, of course, 14 first-class games previously for Carvelas.
Yeah, Ari, he actually bowled with us in pre-season and came in and trained with us in the marquee a little bit. So he's London-based, very, very handy, steady seamer. Bashes the ball into a bit of a South African length, you'd say, back of a length. Wasn't a huge swinger of the ball, but very accurate. And he's a good performer, so not one to be underestimated.
Yeah, batted well for 32 deliveries, 7 runs, just held Middlesex at bay when they were hoping at that point. 4-12 for 7 when Ibrahim fell. It was just that possibility they could have got him out around Pajara and held them around that 400 mark, which actually would have been pretty useful and not too far beyond what Middlesex would have had in mind yesterday morning. Of course, the big thing they had in mind was trying to pick up 2 and get to Pajara early.
Yes, definitely right there. Strategy with a high quality overseas batter at 4 is to get them in as early as you can against the new ball. It was a very good shout on Allsop for first ball LBW that wasn't given, and perhaps had that have been given, things may have looked a little bit different with Pajara coming in against the new ball. But we will never know. He's a high quality cricketer, as we saw there for the period that he batted, and as a cricket neutral, it was fantastic to watch. It's a good ball, challenging that inside edge of Robson.
Gets a fair old chunk of that into the onside. What's the best innings you've seen by an opposing batsman this year against Middlesex? It talks about Shah Massoud being high quality.
Yeah, I think there are two innings that really stand out aside from the Pujara innings that we've watched here, and that's because they've done something in the game that nobody else was able to. So Massoud at Chesterfield on the wicket that everyone else struggled to bat, he ended up getting that 90 odd, which was a phenomenal innings at nearly a runner ball, and that was something that nobody else was able to do in the game. And similarly, last week, Pollock for Worcestershire again played an innings that nobody else in the game had played. Nobody had scored at that strike rate. Nobody had attacked the bowling in that way. And although Middlesex weren't as good as they would have liked to have been with the ball, those innings have really stood out where a player has been able to do something that none of the other guys who've batted in the game have been able to do. And as you were saying earlier on, there's been no shortage of high quality batting in this division, but they're the two innings that have stood out, and they're not necessarily the highest scores that we've seen.
The 8, 31 for 2, 31 without loss even.
What's the old adage? Add 2 wickets on.
There you go.
I'm not sure as commentators we're supposed to do that though. I think that's for the fielding team.
It's just having a pragmatic thought on the scoreboard at the moment. The thing with the Pollock innings though, I mean, he and Libby clearly came out with the instruction or the freedom, anything that's wide, hit it. This is going to be tricky, so let's try and put the pressure back on them. And they did, and it came off. But in a chase like that, how many times does that come off? There were a few in the air from Pollock that landed safe, one that only just landed safe in front of Roland Jones. You say Middlesex admitted themselves, Murtagh admitted the bowlers didn't bowl well enough in that game. And credit to Pollock that he went out and did it and it came off. But how many times would it come off? An innings like that. Here's Finn. Driven away, fingertips. We'll take the pace off it at cover. They're going to pick up 2.
Lovely diving stop there. I think that's Ibrahim at the squarish cover. Managed to get a couple of fingers on that, take all the pace out of it, because you would expect Stoneman hit that pretty well and you'd expect that to rush away for 4. It's going back to the Pollock innings. It's a game of ifs and buts always, the cricket, isn't it? And that's why we all love it. And we will never know what the outcome of the game been if he mishits one of those balls. But as I said, it was a fantastic effort from him, and lovely to see Worcester approach the game in that way, to come out and try and take the game on and win it, and credit to them. So how's it been, Kev? A couple of days with Angus. What's it been like?
Is that a rhetorical question? Middlesex concede 500 and Angus Fraser's your company for 2 days.
Was he kicking bins over and all that as the ball was flying to the boundary?
It's ridden well. It's got big on him, Stoneman, but rides it nicely into the offside. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of sympathy for. I made the point to Gus. You know, if Middlesex bowled as well last week at Merchant Taylors as they did in this first innings here, they probably would have won the match, which is just one of those ironies of sport, isn't it? That performances vary, but yeah, Middlesex didn't do much wrong with the ball.
No, it's interesting you say. I think as a whole, across the games from Chesterfield, at Trent Bridge, Merchant Taylors, the bowling unit haven't performed in the way that they would collectively want to. So there have been some very good individual elements to it, some very good spells. Roland Jones at Chesterfield, Helm picking up 5 wickets here. So there have been individually some good elements, but probably not enough occasions where 2 or 3 of them have bowled well back to back, and we've been and Middlesex haven't been able to build the pressure that they've wanted to. And that's something in the change room that Richard Johnson and Jade Dernbach and Tim Murtagh as captain are very, very keen on, that there's a sustained amount of pressure on batsmen to put them under pressure, especially with the pitches that we've seen this year. You do have to hang in the game a little bit longer to create an opportunity than perhaps you have done in previous years. So that would be the next challenge for Middlesex, I think, to get back to a position where 3 of the 4 or 5 bowlers that you pick actually fire at the same time.
End of the 9th, 33 without loss. They've just tightened up the run rates. Sussex from what was a leaky start, going at 5s for the first few overs, down to 3.67. You can see there on the screen. Stoneman 19 from 25 now, Robson 11 from 30. Finn completing his 5th over. Again, this will be the really interesting part of this innings, that first change for Sussex. 2 trialists. Curry's proved he's no mug with the ball. Maiden last up.
It will be, knowing Stephen as we do, he loves bowling and will want to bowl all day here as well. So, as we were speaking about a moment ago, it will be interesting to see the Sussex strategy and how they choose to use Finn during this bowling innings. As I said, whether they choose to go short impact spells, slightly longer spells, while the ball is harder. It will be fascinating to see how they use his skills and his knowledge and experience.
Just a pause for Robson to adjust his gloves. Glorious sunshine again this evening at Lord's. Temperature 26 degrees. Just picked up from the 25 it was earlier. It was 15 degrees cooler than yesterday. Challenging that inside edge again, but Robson has a single just wide of mid-on. Moves to 12.
Do you have any, as you're seemingly the weather expert here, any idea on the on-field temperatures during yesterday afternoon?
Oh, good question.
Normally it's not the warmest ground, Lords. I think it's quite warm when you sit in the stands, especially at the end that we are in the media centre. The Compton and Edridge is traditionally hot, but the other end of the ground is pretty cool. The home balcony's one of the coldest balconies in cricket, I think. So and you don't get a huge amount of sun at that end of the ground. So I'd be interested to know what it was actually like out there for the players.
Now that's clipped off, nearly off stump from Stoneman down to long leg. Watchfully done again, but that was a very straight line he took that single from.
Was just drifted down the slope into Stoneman there, a clip or a thick out inside edge, down to fine leg. Just keeps the Middlesex scoreboard ticking over, and keeps a little bit of pressure on the Sussex bowlers here to try and contain it as best, contain the run rate as best as they possibly can.
So the home balcony is a cold one, but he's saying the square is as well, that it's a cooler ground to play at than others.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the lads out there will say it was pretty hot yesterday, but
is that the wind that whistles through? I mean, obviously there's a wind tunnel below this media centre because of the 2 legs, the way they climb up either side. The Compton and Edridge, it creates a wind tunnel.
I'd say there's rarely completely still days out there in the middle. As I said, there's often a lot of shade at the other end as well, down at fine leg and third man. So yeah, I was just wondering. I don't have any fixed answers, but
sharp single taken. I know when I got up this morning, the bathroom floor, it felt like the underfloor heating had been left on overnight. It was so hot, it's just just the heating, and there isn't underfloor heating, I should add, either. The tiles just had so much heat in them from yesterday still.
Giving away your home design secrets there, Kev, I thought. What sort of tile have you gone for in your bathroom?
Grey.
Anthracite grey everywhere, is it?
Second, third slip out to a advanced short leg, square leg. Stoneman watchfully turns to mid-on. So there's a mid-on, Stephen Finn. And then Rawlins there that you can see in the foreground. He's, what would you call him, a retreated short leg or an advanced square leg?
Yeah, I'm not sure we have a technical term for where he is. About 15 yards from the bat, perhaps there, 2 or 3 pitches away, 3 pitches away.
Halfway in from the umps.
Yeah, and it just allows Curry here to attack the stumps at a full length. Now with that 3-man ring on the leg side plus a fine leg, he can really go at the stumps here.
End of the over, 10 gone, 19 to go on day 2. Keep checking myself, and that almost feels like day 3. It was so long, that performance with the bat from Sussex, but 36 without loss. The deficit's below 500. 487 behind Middlesex. They're going to need an almighty effort to get up, and alongside that Sussex first innings total. But I was saying that over the years, let's go a long way back, perhaps around 2007. The last time you'd say that the batting lineup has matched or even bettered the bowling lineup. But that top 4 for Middlesex in this match, with Holden in good form and Simpson in the form of his life at 6, all of a sudden it's a very strong looking batting lineup.
And Luke Holman at 7, who's performed very well with the bat, especially in that game last week.
Just picks out the cover point of the back foot, Robson. Yeah, I think Robson, Stoneman, Eskenazi and Milan. That's got to rival the 2016 top 4, isn't it? Of Robson, Gubbins, Compton and Voges at the start of the season.
Yeah, it's a good lineup. There's international quality in 3 out of the 4, and Steve Eskenazi obviously last week with the England Lions performing outstandingly well.
Just be a single down to long leg.
And I think that there is a large amount of quality in that batting group. We've seen that from Robson and Stoneman and the partnerships that they've put together, especially the one last year against Sussex at Hove. Was last year, wasn't it? Yep. It was last year. Thank God for that.
6-7. I know. Yeah.
The Middlesex members are highly aware of Eskenazi's quality, and Peter Milan coming in to join the group brings a strong record in South African cricket and English domestic cricket with its time with Warwickshire last season. And it's nice to be able to bring 2 players of that quality back into the side following a defeat last week. No blame attributed whatsoever to the players who have been left out, Davies and White, to make way for 2 high quality players coming back in. But it is reassuring looking down the Middlesex lineup and seeing that quality that's due to come in from 3 onwards.
Oh, a little inside edge. Way towards square leg safely for Stoneman. Well, as you said, I mean, the question mark in the last few weeks, which you haven't often said this about Middlesex, can you go back to 2007 maybe? The question mark's actually been over the bowling performance rather than the batting, and it's going an awful long way back to say that about Middlesex. So yeah, that's why I wondered as well, was that partly on the mind yesterday morning at 10:30? Look, there's a quality top 4. Let's not expose them to the little bit of grass out there, just see if we can get in amongst the Sussex top 4 instead. Again with that prized wicket of Pujara at 4.
Yeah, I think the other factor in that toss decision would have no doubt been it's been a tricky place here at Lords this summer in the multi-day games to that England or Middlesex have played to get 4th innings wickets as well. So the toss is almost, is it harder to field now in the heats than it is to try and bowl last on a pitch that's been hard to get 4th innings wickets at across the whole season. And weighing up that decision was not an easy one, I don't think, for Murtagh or Johnson.
.37 without loss after 11, Middlesex. And again, that last ball of yesterday evening flew over Robson. Had that just been a couple of inches lower and been plucked out of the air by Robson. He could be looking at a very different day too. If Pujara had fallen overnight, they got those couple of wickets this morning that they wanted, just to keep them alive in that innings, really, Middlesex. But obviously Pujara then got away thereafter.
Yeah, I think the disappointing thing would have been probably the number of balls. Once Ibrahim was out, the number of balls that Pujara actually got to face. I think that would have been a disappointment for the Middlesex bowling lineup, that they weren't able to bowl more at Cavellis, Finn and Curry. Pujara did face a decent amount of balls. I don't remember the score that he was on when Ibrahim got out, but he was able to score a decent amount of runs there on in, and I think that would be a disappointment.
Yeah, she went quite slowly with this man who's coming into the attack now, Ibrahim, who outscored Pujara by the time they'd reached the 50 partnership. And again, there'd been a lot of extras by that point. I made the point as well. So it was heavily outscored Pujara.
Ibrahim from the nursery end here bowls skiddy medium paces. Will bowl a lot of balls that hit the stumps here and try and threaten the front pad of Robson.
Looking to bowl a Mercer length from the nursery end, Mercer line.
I think so. Yeah, I think try and challenge the forward defensive from this end as much as you possibly can. Try and drag the batters forward. He's got a split field here, 2 slips, a point, cover mid off, a mid on, sort of catching mid wickets, Rawlins in at catching mid wicket, and a square leg with a fine leg. So a split field here enabling him to bowl really, really straight and try and threaten the off stump and the front pad of Robson.
So bowled. I mean, that's what they need, and that's what this pitch needs. It's what Middlesex mostly delivered, was gun barrel straight, deadly accurate. Saw a lot of 2 short mid wickets, occasionally 3 short mid wickets in there as well.
Yeah, definitely one of those pitches. Get your fielders as straight as you possibly can if you're going to pitch the ball up. Try and encourage the batter to hit across your best ball into a space, into the leg side perhaps.
We were mulling over, Gus and I, it just felt like it did a little bit more in that last hour last night. Was that the cloud cover that came in with the second new ball?
Good question.
Just bowl better?
Yeah. Sometimes. Sometimes you can just bowl better. Sometimes, you just find something in the pitch that hasn't been there. New ball just energises you a little more. Generally take the new ball with an hour of cricket left. But definitely a lot more threat at the back end of the day. Also, I think the batsman, the psychology of the batsman or batters comes in there, where you can start looking at the end of the day and almost trying to bat for the end of the day. And if you then become a little bit more defensive, you become a little bit slower with your foot movement, a little more negative, and then the ball that does move, you're perhaps not in as good a position as you would have been in the middle of the afternoon to cope with it. Your intent to score goes down, your intent to defend sort of rises at that point.
Just a single again down to long leg. Been quite a few down to long leg so far. That's how straight they're bowling though, trying to attack those pads, attack the stumps. On to come with the 12th. First run off Ibrahim. 17 years of age. And he's made a big old impression already in his first year. 92 with the bat last year.
Yeah, very talented all-round cricketer. And I suspect we'll be seeing a lot more of him over the coming seasons for Sussex in all formats. Obviously quite a strong T20 playing group, often bringing a lot of players who are T20 specialists, so who had more opportunities in county championship cricket at the moment, but I would expect to see him gracing a number of Sussex teams over the coming years.
It's run away. Not got a point, they'll pick up 2. Sussex did well at picking up a lot of runs down to 3rd in the Middlesex in their innings off the Middlesex bowling. A couple more moves Stoneman to 22. Partnership, the opening wicket 40. Obviously, you mentioned that match last year. That's the other scorecards drew up in a moment. What these two did to a very different, actually, Sussex attack to this one.
It's a double bowling change for Sussex. Cavellis coming into the attack from the pavilion end, replacing Finn. Finn 6 overs there for 18. So a decent opening spell down the slope, and Cavellis will now follow him.
He doesn't look 28, does he? Looks like it could have been one of the 17-year-olds out there. They've got 2 of them, Ibrahim and Lenham. 20-year-old in Carter, 21-year-olds Orr and Clark, the opening pair. That's 28, 14 first-class games, 42 wickets at 24, not bad. Gauteng. Go on, you're going to make a better stab at that. What are they called?
Yeah, I'm sure the G's pronounced slightly differently.
Go on then.
I'm going to go for a Halting, something like that. Rory Coots, our assistant coach, is actually from that area, so I will double check with him. Or maybe we'll get him on the mic to clarify for us. Yeah, a bit of rain in the forecast actually this evening, and a bit of rain forecast on Friday, and the counties were offered the opportunity to, if both counties agreed, to reduce yesterday's playing constraints because of the playing time because of the weather, and neither Middlesex or Sussex took that up, but I think those dark clouds could well be coming in for later today. And that was one of the reasons that Middlesex didn't want to reduce play with rain scheduled for a bit later on today and Friday. You don't want to base an outcome of a game on a forecast, but it was certainly a consideration in that decision.
Yeah, we just saw from those pictures there, didn't we? It's a little bit grayer. We've actually got an even higher elevation than the cameraman, so we can see right out on that horizon towards Heathrow, where it looks pretty grim in the distance, much further beyond that where we can get a better line of sight. Great work by Dave on the camera. Glints of sun on the mounds of the Warner stand up there. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Well done, Dave. Downstairs on the gantry. There are worse places to be in the world right now.
Just looks like Robson's finding it a little difficult to time there outside the off stump. He obviously cut his first one from Finn 4, but the 3 or 4 that he's had since then, he's really struggled, it looks like, just to pick up the pace of the pitch, whether the ball's just coming off a little more slowly than he's anticipating. Just needs to display a bit of patience here, the Middlesex opening batsman, and ensure that he's in a good position once the bowlers get into their second and third spells.
End of the 13th, 40 without loss. That match down at Hove last year, the bowling attack was Sean Hunt, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Henry Crocombe, Ibrahim did bowl, none for 51 off 7. Jack Carson, Delray Rawlins had a bowl, 1 for 110 off 27. Tom Haynes had a bowl as well. Middlesex 676 for 5, 253 Robson, 174 Stoneman, Robbie White 110 unbeaten. Martin Anderson with 88 as well, topping it up. Middlesex's highest first-class score, and a first wicket stand, an opening stand of 376 between Stoneman and Robson. Eventually removed Stoneman in the 86th over.
I think Hudson-Prentice is not fit. He's still in the Sussex group, not fit to bowl. I believe Hunt was in the squad here and perhaps not selected. They had a heavy workload last week, as did most of the Sussex bowlers last week in that game. Not sure if Carson's injured or not, but a very talented off-spinner in Carson, and a few other names that we know that Haynes broke his hand last week, and a few other names on that scorecard that are out there today.
Sussex made 319 in reply, and then following on 303 all out. Middlesex winning by an innings and 54 runs. So a record first-class score with the record partnership for Stoneman and Robson at the opening stand, going past Gatting and Langer at Southgate. And this year, record run chase against Sussex down at Hove.
Wonder what record can be broken here. I think there may have been a few record bowling figures perhaps for Middlesex. 2 bowlers went for over 100. Holman for 125 and Helm for 109 for his 5 wickets.
There's Holman, feet up, rightly so.
The North Middlesex contingent, Harris, Cracknell, Holman.
Only missing Bamba. He's here today, I've seen him on the ground.
Yeah, Ethan's in training, fit, ready to go, awaiting his opportunity. He's picked up some wickets in the second team of late, 5 and 4 in the last couple of outings. Raring to go, but a very difficult bowling lineup to break into. Murtagh with 900 first-class wickets or whatever his numbers are now. Roland Jones, Yadav, Helm. A really, really tricky lineup for him to break into, and for Martin Anderson as well.
Edged, short a second slip, over the top of it. Angle bat, soft hands. Very nearly 4 runs, just flicked back in. Stoneman has run 2, moves to 24. Gave himself every chance there though, didn't he?
He did play that very, very softly. Soft hands on a pretty slow wicket. Thick outside edge, evaded the 2 fielders. And you can see that the ball not trickling to the rope shows how much pace Stoneman was able to take out of that.
He's a positive batter, isn't he, Stoneman? A whole short of saying aggressive. Pollock was aggressive last week, but he's positive. He likes to be on the front foot in terms of not letting bowlers bowl at him.
He does, yeah. I had a really good chat with him up at Chesterfield actually on the practice day, and we were talking about batting on club pitches up north, and he was describing his method, which is I draw a line across the middle of the pitch on these types of wickets, the slower wickets, and if the bowler misses on his side, that's where I'm looking to score. It's a really simple and nice way to look at it, and we've seen how effective he picks up the pull shot, cuts nicely off the back foot as well, and then when they come the other side of the line very full, he's able to punch them back down the ground. So a really nice array of shots that Mark's got, but a really clear and simple method, and one that's obviously been highly effective for him throughout a wonderful career.
42 without loss after 14 here. Here's Carvelas again. In this one here, though, I guess, as we saw with that, what made me come to that was the soft hands that he played Ibrahim there. This isn't one where he needs to try and particularly get on top of the bowling attack. Actually, taking it deep here, deep into today, and hopefully from his point of view, Middlesex is deep into tomorrow as well. Will be very much at the forefront of his mind. Just a slight change up in his mentality as a positive opener that he usually is. There's no need to go looking for anything on this one, because as we saw in the Sussex innings, if you can hang out there long enough, then it is a match and a pitch where you feel you'll get your reward as a batter.
Yeah, definitely, and one in which, as you're right, you don't have to go searching for. Sit in, wait for the bowler to miss, make sure you capitalise when they do, specifically if it's in a strong scoring area of yours, and be prepared to be patient and pay respect to the good balls, because there are good balls in there, and there are some good quality bowlers here in the Sussex lineup.
So going back to the game this season down at Hove, Middlesex won by 7 wickets, 370 runs chased down. Robson 149. Let's go with the double ton he got last year. 400 runs in 2 innings. 3 innings, 400 runs in 2 matches. They've started nicely here again, these two, haven't they? We'll draw up that full scorecard in a moment. Sussex batted first, 392 all outs, 113 from Tom Alsop, so his second century of the season, of course, as well against Middlesex. 99 for Ali Orr in that one. Pujara was 16 in the first innings and then 170 unbeaten in the second when Sussex declared 335 for 4. Oh, he's chopped him. Wow. Carter's put down Robson. Carvallis was wheeling away, ready to celebrate. That could be a very big drop.
Yeah, Carvallis just dragged Robson forward here. Robson looking to play a forward defensive, held up on the slope, and a very straightforward chance for Carter there that he's managed to put down. The ball can wobble on you at Lords, we know that. It is a tricky place behind the stumps for keepers and slip. But the Sussex players will be hoping that he caught that.
End of the 15th, 42 without loss. Trying to take evasive action nearly there as the ball was nearly thrown back in. So watch the reaction of Alsop at slip. He was away and celebrating, then just had to have a little look backwards to see that ball had just gone down there. Look at the run from Alsop. Oh! Uh-oh.
I do think it should be taken, don't get me wrong, and Carter will be disappointed. I do think that ball's gone through to him seam up there, and I do think that might have just wobbled on him a little bit later on, and perhaps that's just why he's misjudged it slightly there. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But a chance that should have been taken, and Sussex will be hoping that Robson doesn't make them pay.
Let's have one more look. He's just started the 16th. Just seeing his fingers are pointing down, aren't they? We saw a lot from Simpson where he was taking them on the bounce, where the carry just wasn't there. Wobble, did it die as well a little? By the time he's taken it, those fingers are pointing. He's almost jabbing down at it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. As I said, it should be taken without a doubt. Carter will no doubt hold his hands up there that he should have caught it.
Well, that could be a very big moment. I was just going to come to Robson had got a duck in the first innings down at Hove, a 5th ball duck off the bowling of Robinson. I think he shouldered arms, didn't he, if memory serves. One really came back off the seam.
He did nip back off the seam, that's right, yeah. A very good delivery from Robinson.
Yeah. Stoneman 26, Middlesex made 358 in the first innings, 58 Holden, 71 Simpson, Holman's 82, his highest first class score, Anderson 55. And a pair of ducks for Orr and Haynes. Picked up by Afridi and Bamba. Alsop 66, but Pujara 170 unbeaten and Clark 77. Middlesex chasing down those runs. 149 Robson before he was LBW to Robinson. 79 Hanscom. Holden 80 and Anderson 44. I think Hanscom's highest score, wasn't it? Just passing what he got at the Oval. Where he and Gubbins would have chased down those runs, but for the rain, it just came in and they were left with an impossible task that they nearly went for. Well, they went for it. It never really nearly happened. It actually nearly opened the door for Surrey as a few wickets went down.
It did. That was a fantastic game of cricket, wasn't it? Yeah, Surrey driving the game, a recovery from Middlesex in the 4th innings, great partnership between Gubbins and Hanscom, really put the pressure back on the Surrey bowlers, and the groundsman at the Oval were quite keen to get the covers on as the drizzle came down at the end.
That's nicely timed. Down the hill it goes. There's a chance here for Carvallis to catch it. It's a big old boundary. Takes some catching when it's away down the slope here at Lords. The lowest point is roughly where that ball was heading toward. It just goes from right to left, but also slightly downhill, doesn't it, to the mound?
It does, and a lovely controlled shot from Stoneman down to the mound stand there. Timed it beautifully. didn't try to overhit the ball on a slow pitch. Try to overhit those, as we've seen a couple of times earlier on, and you can lead to getting you can actually lead to you getting a thick sort of leading outside edge. So really nicely controlled and timed for 3 runs down to the deep wicket boundary.
.45 without loss after 16. Just mulling over that standard that these two put together at Trent Bridge in saving the game a couple of weeks ago, and we were thinking at the time, when was the last time? It was the first century stand this season from those two, because they both had a fabulous average this year. But they'd almost done it. It's either your turn or my turn, your turn or my turn. It was very rare that they'd done it together, or they hadn't done it together, indeed, for a century stand this season, until Trent Bridge saving the match following on. And then looking up, when was the last time? Have they had a century stand? Well, of course it was down at Hove last year, wasn't it? And they racked up that record score.
And now Middlesex will be hoping for another century stand here, especially with the let-off that Robson has just had off the bowling of Cavellis.
It's a little greedy to ask them to break that opening stand again, isn't it? Just about rides that one, Stoneman. It goes down the slope with a bit of bounce from Cavellis.
Yeah, tall bowler, Cavellis. A bit like Stephen Finn, not quite as tall as Stephen Finn, but very tall action. Hits the pitch pretty hard in that back of the length region, so we'll be looking to extract any movement, any bounce or sideways movement that is in this pitch out of it, especially with a ball that's only 16 overs old. This really is a time for the bowlers to try and capitalise on that new ball before, as we've seen, these balls do go a little softer around the 20, 25, 30 over mark and become a bit more of a challenge to extract movement.
Yeah, that 376 last year scored at a run rate of 4.4. I'm saying that's what it's down to 2.7 now, but obviously they're thinking of a longer game at the moment this evening. But that's what they'd like to get around in this innings, I'm sure, if they can get themselves into a strong position, Middlesex. Good start to the innings with the bat. Again, try and get into those second and third spells of these bowlers.
Just a slightly mistimed drive there from Stoneman, looking to get the ball up to mid-off, thick inside edge, and up to Stephen Finn fielding at mid-on for Sussex.
I didn't realise quite how tall he was, actually, when he was, should have paid closer attention when he was with Pajara. The middle is it's quite a wiry figure, isn't he?
He is, yeah, so tall that his shirt actually doesn't tuck into his trousers by all accounts there. But no, he's tall. He really is a lovely lad. Ari, as I said, he trained with us a little bit during pre-season. A fantastic work ethic, a really pleasant young man, and I'm really pleased to see him getting this opportunity with Sussex. Somebody who's bowled well for a number of county second teams over the last couple of years.
I don't suppose he had a gun on him in pre-season. Do you know what speed he was going through at?
No gun for pre-season.
I wasn't thinking shotgun. A speed gun.
A speed gun. No, he'd be around the 80 mile an hour mark. Probably similar to a Martin Anderson, you might say. That sort of 80 mile an hour bowler. But the bit that impressed me was just his accuracy, really. He will try and do this all day. What we've seen in this first 3 overs, 3 maidens, he'll run in, he'll bash the pitch hard, he'll try and extract some sideways movement. and he will compete, and that's what he's done, as I said, in county second team cricket for a number of teams, but also when he had a bowl with us in pre-season.
Is he bowling himself into a contract here with Sussex? 3 maidens to open up from the pavilion end.
It's not a bad effort on your Lord's debut and your Sussex debut.
It's nicely put away by Robson. Managed to work it well, fine, to the Sussex benches down below the writing room.
Yeah, just drifted too straight here, Ibrahim, into just past the left hip of Robson there, who was able to get a fine enough bit of bat on it to let it run down. Sean Hunt doing the fielding down there as 12th, 13th or 14th man for Sussex. Not sure which one he is, but a welcome for Middlesex, takes the scores to 49.
He's actually done pretty well at a ball that wide, hasn't he? As you say, well past the left hip to work it that fine.
You've seen those nicked, haven't you? You've seen those. We've seen plenty of those strangles down the leg side, a little bit too fine on the bat, and go through to the keeper. So guided it pretty well there. With Finn down at very, very wide, fine leg there, more of a, almost you might say, a deep backward square. So there's plenty of space to work with.
Yeah, Finn's there to protect that one, isn't he? To protect the better ball. So he's a little bit, as I say, wider, closer to the square. On a short boundary to the grandstand. So covering 2 roles, as you say, but more to try and protect that good ball. 50 up.
Yeah, he's more on the line there of a sweep man that you'd expect to see off a spinner, really. So behind square, but as you rightly say, eye on the shorter grandstand side boundary.
Good from Ibrahim. That's the off stump straight away against Stoneman. Yeah, going back to Carvalho's 3 maidens at the pavilion end. I mean, he won't have bowled on this slope before, and that's obviously the bane of Middlesex youngsters when they come through. They've never had a chance to be out there bowling on this slope before, and it's your first go on it. It's pretty difficult to get your line and length and keep your control.
It is. It's actually the batters I feel for more from Middlesex's sense. At least with the bowlers, we can get them on the edge and have a run through on the warm-up pitches. The batters, often the first time they've ever set foot out there is their debut to bat for Middlesex. So, but the slope can be a tricky customer to get to grips with.
That's run away nicely. Will he get a full reward for it though? It's up the hill to the highest point of the ground. Up at the Warner. Couple taken into the 18th. Stoneman's on to 29.52 without loss Middlesex.
Mashadav, Tim to Toby Roland Jones, Richard Johnson just out there talking fast bowling, no doubt, I would say.
What's Mercer doing there then?
Just sharing their knowledge and experience as a group of 4.
We're telling him he's got a test 50. Quartet of test bowlers, of course, Richard Johnson. Got his go. Injury held him up. Good again from Carvalho. He's just put it. He's asking questions, isn't he? He's put it on a good spot. This isn't. There have been 3 maidens hidden away wide outside of off stump that Robson's been leaving alone.
Definitely been a threat. He's already got an edge from Robson that we saw put down behind the stumps, and he's definitely been a lovely containing threat here for Sussex, and nice to have this style of bowler in your lineup, somebody you can throw the ball to and can offer this amount of control.
Off 58 now for Robson. Stoneman 29 off 53. Won't be turning their minds to tomorrow just yet. It's too early. 10.4 overs remaining today. There's still plenty of runs to be had. But again, it's that second and more to the point third spells of the bowlers that they want to get into. And those come tomorrow.
He's just hard into the surface again from Cavellis from the pavilion end there. Robson just trying to push the ball out into the offside, but still not conceded a run. 21 balls now into his Sussex debut. Not yet gone for a run.
Isn't that the Aussie one? 21 dot balls to take a wicket.
Always a bearer of good news, aren't you, Kev?
Sorry, Sam. Few. I can come again tomorrow. Did a T20 game with Gus up here. I can't remember who it was now. Against, but 21 singles in a row, I think it was, something like that. So it's the T20 version of taking a wicket. It was one of the. Would it have been that Sunday game against Kent, maybe, which was one of the lower scorers? Edged short of slip. He's found the edge twice now of Robson in these opening 4 overs that he's had from the pavilion end.
Yeah, same length again from Cavellis. Just induces the edge of Robson there. Had a little push at the ball as it looked like it maybe just nipped up the slope. Fell pretty well short there of the slip, Sussex's slip cordon. But good reward there for Cavellis. 3.5 overs now without conceding a run.
Oh, dearie me. That would have been a horrible way for Stoneman to go. 52 without loss after 19.
Quite an athletic bit of work there, I thought. Just a touch fuller this time. Great straight drive from Robson. Doesn't get much straighter than that, but Stoneman watchful at the non-striker's end. There would have been many batters who would have drifted down the wicket there and probably would have been caught short, but Stoneman able to make his ground relatively comfortably and brings up Cavellis' 4th maiden on the trot.
Stoneman's run a couple away fine now, hasn't he? They've actually split the slips. They've got slip and then third. Reasonably advanced third as well, which is interesting relating to the bounce and the carry and the pace of this pitch. I saw a good few falling short of the slips in the Sussex innings.
Yeah, I think the pitches this year have been a bit more a lot like the 2016 pitches that Middlesex would have played on. A little bit less pace than perhaps we've seen, a little bit less zip off the surface, but more batter friendly than perhaps they have been in more recent times since that. They generally lead to decent games of cricket, really, that go a long way. Their games are hard fought. They go into day 4. Both teams still competing for a result. So generally pretty decent cricket wickets that Kyle and his team have produced at Lords.
Well, there'd been a huge complaint 2012, 13, 14. Chris Rogers, the pitches were too much featherbeds here. Under Mick, the old head groundsman, and then obviously it changed up there after 2016.
this is where I feel for groundsmen. I have a lot of sympathy for them. We will say, you know, these pitches, maybe we need a bit more of a result, so the way to get more pace into them is to leave more grass on them, ball then moves around a bit more, scores then drop. We then say, well, they're not flat enough. So I actually, you know, groundsmen are dealing with, a pitch is a living and breathing organism, you know, they'll tell us that, and it's pretty hard to control what it does to, you know, to a certain extent, but by taking grass off, they do make him more batter friendly.
There's the back of the Warner. We can just see from a slightly more elevated position that there's definitely rain away in the distance now behind the Warner. Still far enough away that we might just get through today, 9 and a bit overs to go. Might take about half an hour for that to blow in on the wind.
A little bit of breeze coming in from that direction. The MCC flag on the top of the mast on the grandstand there is sort of pointing in our direction, isn't it? Suggesting that's where it's going to come from.
Oh, that's flayed away edgily. Mention that wide second slip that's in place. That's white. But it was in front of him even, through gully for 4. 56 without loss.
Yeah, fuller and slightly wider here from Ibrahim, and Stoneman has thrown the kitchen sink at that thick outside edge that's flown past that advanced wide slip position that Sussex have got in place there. I think even if it had gone to him, it would have been an outstanding effort to get a hand on it. It was travelling, and the distance that fielder is from the bat he is pretty close there. So a very, very good effort from would have been a very, very good effort from the Sussex fielder to get a hand on that. But 4 runs to Middlesex.
Kind of quiet evening that Middlesex are hoping for. There's still 9 overs to go though. Sussex will still be hoping to find that way through. They nearly did. To Robson from this man Carvelas. 2 edges, one of them put down by the keeper, one of them short of second.
And you were right, not even a leg by off his bowling, so it's been 24 consecutive dots with not a run scored from the pavilion end.
Oh, nearly, yep. Through they come. He's conceded a run, 57 without loss.
Still from a good ball though, back of a length into the surface, thick outside edge. And a quick single scampered through by Stoneman and Robson.
That's lovely from Stoneman. There weren't too many down the ground in the Sussex innings. Will it just hold its legs? No, it's flicked back in. Good work from Curry. And they've taken 3. Stoneman is on to 36, 60 without loss, Middlesex. Good again. Angle back in.
Picks up by Lennon there at mid-wicket for Sussex. I wonder if we'll see a little bit of him before the close of play. Very talented young leg spinner. Obviously burst onto the scene in Sussex's 2020 cricket. Has performed pretty well in that. So it'd be interesting to see if he does get a little bowl here, maybe the last over or a couple of overs from the nursery end to wrap up the day.
Oh, searching. He wasn't sure at all, Robson, on that one. He's going to pick up 4. So that short boundary, all giving chase to deep backward points.
Yeah, pitch slightly fuller here from Cavellis. A little bit of shape away from Robson. He's come across it, thick outside edge, but thick enough outside edge to take it past Alior at point and run away for 4. And despite no real change from Cavellis, he's now gone for 8 off the last 4 balls since we made a big deal of him not going for any runs. But there's been very little change. He's still bashing away into the pitch and trying to hit the top of the stumps. He's proving a threat to the Middlesex batsmen.
Well angled in on that one as well. He's the skipper.
Great to see, as we were saying, players of Pujara's quality in county cricket this year. And we've seen some fine ones. Who have you enjoyed watching, Kev, of the overseas players that we've seen?
Well, Masood in that first innings at Chesterfield went well second as well. But even that first innings, into the over, 21 bowled, 64 without loss. I described it at the time, I think, or thereafter. It's a bit like watching a Grand Slam tennis player just drop down a level to, go and play at Queen's before Wimbledon or something. He really looked. He just looked a cut above, didn't he?
It'd be quite a world 11 this year, actually, from Division 2, wouldn't it? As we were talking about Pujara on screen there at the moment, Masood, Afridi, Yadav from Middlesex. Been some high quality performers playing in Division 2, and it's been a great pleasure to watch them across this county championship season so far.
Rizwan.
Of course, Rizwan.
Labuschagne.
How could we forget the Afridi versus Labuschagne?
We could forget because he didn't do much against Middlesex. Oh, something's upset Stoneman. What was that? The way he pulled away, it seemed as though it was chatter.
I think square leg umpire Rob White there, former Northampton batter, has interjected, it looks like. I'm not sure. Somebody wasn't happy with something, so we go again.
Oh, good stop. Really good. It's Curry again. Saves 3.
Definitely saves 3 there. Touch fuller again from Ibrahim. Stoneman pushed the ball through the extra cover region, and a very good diving stop by Curry at mid-off. Saving, as we said, a certain 3 runs.
Nottinghamshire had Pattinson here, didn't they? Who had that little bit of an X factor in that game.
Patterson.
Clips into the onside. Bit of in-dip on that one again from Ibrahim Sir Robson.
Yeah, presenting it, seam up here, trying to wobble the ball both ways. He swung a couple back into the left-handed Stoneman, and that one looks like it might have drifted back into Robson as well there. So Some decent bowling, still threatening the stumps with a split field. 4 fielders on the leg side. Catcher at short mid wicket. Man just in front of square leg. A pretty straight mid on, and then the Stephen Finn round at deep wide fine leg.
Oh, good stop again in the covers. There were very few cover drives to speak of in that Sussex innings. Drew up the wagon wheel, much that got away. I think one of the first ones that got away for 4 through the covers was a full bunger from Holman, possibly even to Ibrahim. So much later in the innings. But there have been a few now that have been really well stopped in the covers by Sussex.
Yeah, looks like only 4 boundaries conceded by Middlesex, just checking the wagon wheel.
And I reckon they've all come pretty late on.
Yeah, very true. And possibly off the spinner as well, Luke Holman. Obviously, spinner's trying to bowl a slightly fuller length than the seamers. So not so many extra cover drives, but we have seen a few here from the Middlesex batsmen.
Leg stump half volley, that was put away through mid wicket. Big scoring zone for Robson, he's on to 29. 69 without loss, end of the 22nd.
Yeah, we were just talking there about the packed leg side, the three fielders in the ring. Robson's managed to dissect the square leg and the catching mid wicket, beautifully controlled. Clip up towards the grandstand, and 4 runs to the Middlesex total.
Solid start from these two. Robson's had a life, of course, but just the start Middlesex would have hoped for. The sun blazes through again at Lord's. There's still it looks like rain in the distance, but it just doesn't seem to be coming this way. Maybe it's slipping away across the west and up to the north. Nothing for those boys to worry about at the moment.
Doesn't look like Josh Finch has got much to worry about. The Lord's Grounds, one of the Lord's Grounds staff there, they do an incredible job, work incredibly hard. Just taking a bit of time to perhaps top up his t-shirt tan.
Well done, Pajara in the covers. They've saved quite a few runs in the covers so far, Sussex.
Barring the drop catch, a good fielding performance, you would say. They've hunted well in the ring, cut off quite a few boundaries, actually. So a good performance so far.
Wide on the crease. Around the wicket for that one. Marvellous.
Yeah, around the wicket, you see a lot of bowlers use this tactic to Stoneman. They do come around the wicket pretty early on. Some often start around the wicket to him as well.
Blackmell did, actually. We were just mentioning the overseas. He did it in the Derbyshire game, first game of the season, didn't he? He was immediately around the wicket.
It's an area that Mark has worked incredibly hard at, actually, with the bowlers coming around the wicket. It seems to be a bit of a modern trend to the left-handed batter, and it's a further threat that they now have to adapt their method to cope with. Mark does work incredibly hard at it.
Short and bottom edged, I think, down too deep backward square leg. Again, he's powerful off the back foot, isn't he? He was out twice. Hooking, pulling at Merchant Taylor School last week. That wasn't quite there for him.
No, just a thick bottom edge down to fine leg. Really a real area of strength for Mark, and he scored a lot of runs across his great career playing that shot. Obviously didn't come off too well for him last week at Merchant Taylor's and the couple of times that he did play it, but I suspect he'd be relatively disappointed that he wasn't able to put that into the grandstand boards for 4.
Single more, get another go around the wicket to... Oh, they're coming back. Well run, very well run, Sam Robson. He moves into the 30s, 72 without loss, Middlesex.
That's one thing that we've seen actually with Mark Stoneman's arrival in the middle of last season from Surrey is he's a very, very good runner between the wickets, and the amount of singles that the Middlesex top order now do take has definitely increased, and he's played a massive part in that. He's always busy, always looking to run, and that puts pressure on the bowling unit. .72 for naught for Middlesex there at the end of the 23rd over.
Ball change at pedestrian Archie.
We are going to see a bit of Lenham from the nursery end here. 6 overs left in the day, so a 3 over spell for Lenham, for the youngster, 17-year-old with his leg spin. Got a longer leg side boundary here for Stoneman down towards the mound stand, tavern stand side, but a shorter leg side boundary for Robson uphill towards the grandstand. So, but you would expect with 6 overs left, Middlesex batsmen will be watchful here. It'd be interesting to see if Lenham's able to get any turn out of this surface.
Yeah, they love him down on the south coast, don't they? 17 years of age now, Lenham.
The Lenhams at Sussex, a bit like the D'Oliveras, aren't they, at Worcester? 3rd generation.
The Comptons at Lords. It's a little short first up. Single out to Stephen Finn. Deep backward point.
Yeah, Sussex just offering the young leg spinner a bit of protection to start with. A man at a deep fielder on both sides. So for Robson, there's a deep cover and a deep backwards square leg.
It's a little short and straight again. Robson waiting on it. Oh, Finney. He's all right.
Sliding tackle like he might have watched at Vicarage Road. There from Finney. A little bit of turn. Looked like that died on Robson a little bit as well. Not a huge amount of bounce, and there we go.
Sliding into the DMs. He was a big tweeter, wasn't he, Stephen Finn? Don't know if he still is.
Just pushed into the offside there from Stoneman. Again, not too much bounce. So the Middlesex leg spinner Luke Holman, 6'3", generates a lot of bounce out of a lot of surfaces. Lenham a touch smaller. Bowls the ball a little bit slower through the air, you would say, as well. So perhaps not as much bounce for the Middlesex batters to work with when he does drop short.
Picks out Pajara along the floor, though. .2 overs remaining on day 2. 75 without loss. Certainly a good footing for Middlesex.
It is, and we're now at that time, that sort of night watchman time. Not sure who's going to be padded up in that changing room. We were having a discussion earlier about who's going to bat at 3.
It'd have been that man in the distance not so long ago.
It'd have been
Stephen
Finney.
Finn.
Ethan Bamber first to put his hand up often. He's not in the side, so perhaps Tom Helm.
Gets that one away. Beautifully timed. No chance for Finn to get around and cut that one off. Robson's on to 36. 79 without loss. 4 to go on day 2.
Yeah, just a touch short and a little bit too leg side as well from Lenham here. And Robson just able just to manoeuvre the ball in front of square, well placed, didn't try to hit the cover off the ball as we often see in those instances, and just smart batting really to take 7 off young Lenham's first over. 79 for naught.
Finn's back, second spell. Done for 18 off his first 6. Can he make that breakthrough this evening? Find his first wicket at Lord's against Middlesex.
Yeah, Finn returning round the wicket again to Stoneman, so clearly a Sussex tactic this to get round the wicket to the left-handed Mark Stoneman, Middlesex's opener.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I mean, sometimes the theory is that they're falling across a bit too much and the wicket is there, they've got a mid-wicket in place. What's the theory for Stoneman? Indeed, there isn't a mid-wicket here for Sussex. That's not the theory to mark. And that's a good shot through the covers. Interesting, the pace has come off that again. Usually there's no catching it when it's down the slope here at Lord's. But across the square, which is pretty lush. It's just a couple.
You won't see many lusher pieces of grass in London at the moment, will you, than this outfield. Fantastic effort to keep it this green by the ground staff, but a lovely shot from Mark Stoneman there. Bit of width from Stephen Finn, just pushed the ball between cover and point, and to take 2 runs. So I think now the round the wicket to the left-hander, I think the bowlers feel they can challenge both edges of the bat. So if you can get the ball from the pavilion end here to leave Mark Stoneman, you're going to beat the outside edge. But if the ball continues on its natural angle and doesn't go with the slope, then you're going to threaten the inside edge. So I think bowlers just see it as a way of bringing more dismissals into the game. The traditional sort of mode was right-hander to left-handed batsman was try and get the ball to go across them for an edge behind or get the ball swing back for an LBW. But now I think the bowlers feel that from round the wicket you can almost tick off 2, 3 or 4 dismissals with one ball. The LBW, the bowled, and the caught with both edges of the mat.
And the LBW from the pavilion end right some over, notoriously difficult here at Lord's. Over pitched and put away by Stoneman. There won't be any catching that one, given the full flow of the bat. Stoneman's odds 46, 85 for 1. 85 without loss.
Kev insistent on adding a wicket onto Middlesex's score here, but over pitch from Stephen Finn, and very well put away through the extra cover region for Mark Stoneman down towards the group of Middlesex 12th, 13th men who are sitting under an umbrella just wide of long off, and another 4 welcome runs.
No ball called, 87 without loss. Just overstepping Finn.
Yeah, and a tricky one here for the bowler as well with the sideline no ball, obviously, because the slope is just taking you maybe a touch wider than you would perhaps want to be. So umpire Rob White at the pavilion end there will have a keen eye on both lines, I think, both the side and the front line.
Over the 25th, 4 to go on day 2, 87 without loss. I had a look at the scores elsewhere much today. It's been a day for one reason or the other. You haven't been able to take your eyes off really in this one. But Division 1, Hampshire racked up 451 for 8 against Gloucestershire. 118 for Organ at the top at Cheltenham.
They're of course behind in the overs because that was one of the games that was shortened for yesterday. So they've got 3 half sessions to make up, I believe, about an hour and a half's cricket to make up across the next 3 days.
Yeah, they're in the they've just completed the 125th over of the innings, indeed of the match. Northamptonshire 25 for 1. They lead Lancashire by 128 off skittling the Lankies for 132. 5 for White at Wantage Road.
Is that the spinner White there, or is that is there a bit of spin involved in that game, or Jack? No, it's Jack White, the seamer. They obviously have a Graham White as well, Northamptonshire. No. Yeah, Rob White here, the umpire. They also have a Jason Brown as well. Not sure Chris Green has ever played for them.
Sounds like the cast of Reservoir Dogs, doesn't it? There was a picture of them all reunited the other day, the Reservoir Dogs cast. Who was the one who survived?
You've beaten me there. How did we get from Northamptonshire to Reservoir Dogs?
Mr. White, Mr.
While reading out scores.
Yeah. Yorkshire 141 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 424. Cola Cadmore has 53. 3 for Brooks. And 1 for Leach. Twice came close to joining Middlesex. Brooks, once when he left Northants. Won't say the other time. That's nice from Lennon.
Nicely bowled round the wicket, dragging Stoneman forward. Just trying to use that slope to bring the ball back into Stoneman's front pad, and Stoneman looks like here he's taking guard quite a long way outside the stumps.
Oh, good again. No ball called though. 90 without loss.
So if you look at Stoneman's starting position here, you can see he's actually batting both feet outside the line of off stumps, hoping to remove the LBW threat and the ball spinning back into the stumps.
Got bowled by the left arm spinner last week, didn't he, at the Merchant Taylor School, one that kicked back out of the rough. 90 without loss. After 26, 3 to go today. Baker, wasn't it? Essex are 16 for 1. They trailed Surrey by 32 runs at the Oval. It's 2 down. Both Cooks have gone. Worrell's got them both. Sam Cook, in as a night watch.
Not sure Simon Cook would be happy going in as a night watchman. Now at Kent, bowling coach, of course.
He was Middlesex. He'd have been around your time at Middlesex, wasn't he?
Cookie, yeah. Simon Cook came from Oxfordshire originally, that sort of area. Seamer hit the bat hard with his sort of just quicker than medium pace, batted pretty well, and then went to Kent and had a very, very fine white ball career, especially at Kent through the mid-2000s.
Sure, I think if I ever commentated on Cook playing for Middlesex, where he was done by then, 2005. Might have gone by then. Yeah, that Essex-Surrey game, Jack's 150 off 184 deliveries, unbeaten. He was left stranded at the end. 319 all out Surrey, and Essex 16 for 2, trailing by 32.
What was the highest other score there? Nobody else got 50, did they, in that Surrey innings?
Nobody else got to 30. Kemar Roach got 29. Off 92 balls, actually, at 10. Whoa, look at that go from Robson. He's really got underneath that. How far does it go? All the way. Fabulous shot. He's into the 40s. Middlesex at 94 without loss.
Just a bit of an uppercut. I assume you would call that. Finn bashed the ball in there, trying to make something happen, and Robson's just gone with it, really ridden the bounce and just happy to lift it over the slips and into the vacant third man area for 4 runs.
Is it something that's come more into Robson, that uppercut? I just feel like he's playing it certainly more than he used to, but
I think when you look at the risk level of the shots that are played now, we perhaps traditionally would look at them and say that was quite a risky option. But when you think of it, there's no fielder there. He's able to ride the bounce. He's able to ensure that he gets it over the slip. So it's probably no less risky than many other shots that we can consider more conventional.
I'm trying to think where else. He was uppercutting over backward point, I seem to remember, earlier this season as well. Maybe it was away to Sussex, it wasn't away at Glamorgan. He was, yeah, it might have been uppercutting towards the, what are they called down there, the boxes below to the right, the corporate tents down at home.
Cow Corner, I think it's called, isn't it? Is it called Cow Corner? Or is that the sponsor? Not sure.
Nice shot by Robson, full face. Chase up the hill again for this time. Oh, it is. It is Curry again who gets the return in. Robson has run 3, he's on to 44, just behind Stoneman.
Yeah, Stoneman decided there that the weight of his gloves were too much to run with that 3, so I think he's just dropped them halfway down the wicket. I'm not sure if the ball would have hit those, would that have been 5 on the way back in? That would have been nice. Not sure on the regs. Not too great on the rules and regs. But
is it -5 if it hits the batter's attire?
Can't be handled the ball if you haven't got your hand in the glove.
Short and hooked away. Down to long leg again. Stoneman's on to 47. Keeps strike. 12 deliveries left on day 2 at Lord's. 98 without loss. Kent are 197 for 4. They lead Warwickshire by 137. He's got the wickets there actually, because in the first innings, Hannah Dalby picked up the first 6 to fall. He's got 2 so far in the second dig. 99 from Hayne in Warwickshire's 2-2-5. And in Division 2, it's day 1 of the match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Leicestershire 387 for 5. That's Stumps, 147 from Mulder. Swindle's on 52 with him overnight. 81 from Hill at 3. Kimber with 68 at the top. And day 2, as it is everywhere else around the country other than Grace Road, Derbyshire 153 for 2 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 618 for 8 declared. Duckett 241, Hamid 196. And Derbyshire came with 22, Rees with 24, Guest unbeaten on 42 and Madsen unbeaten on 54. No Shah Massoud. He's not playing. He's called up by Pakistan. They've won by 4 wickets against Sri Lanka in a test at Gaul. Rizwan playing that one, scoring 40 as Pakistan won by 4 wickets, 344 for 6. Pretty decent chase there. 160 unbeaten for Shafiq at the top, opening with Imam. Azhar Ali got 6. Will he be back at Worcestershire this year?
I'm not actually sure whether he's scheduled to come back. I thought he had signed for the whole season, but I'm not overly sure whether he is coming back or not.
Last ball of the day from Lennon, pushed back. One to come from the pavilion end today, 98 without loss.
Maiden over from Lennon there, just offering a bit of control into his last over, and very watchful from Stoneman. Yeah, I think the overseas is a tricky one to keep your handle on this year with the ins and outs and the numbers of players that we've seen. There have been some revolving doors at some counties in terms of number of players that have been flown in for small parts just because of the international schedule, and obviously all the T20 competitions around the world as well. Caribbean Premier League kicking off in August. I think Sri Lanka Premier League's a similar sort of time as well.
Kept you on your toes this year? Ins and outs, visas?
I'm now on first name terms with our local MP, Karen Buck MP, just to give her a little bit of recognition. Who's very helpful with the Peter Milan situation. Yeah, we've got contacts now at all levels of the Home Office and varying government departments as well, trying to help us get firstly Mujib in the country, and then trying to switch over Umesh Yadav's visa from a Team India visa into his individual one, but managed to get that one through at the nick of time for the Worcester game.
That was an extraordinary morning. Merchant Taylor's. It was barely a couple of minutes to spare, wasn't it, before the toss?
Yeah, 10:26. I think the email came through with his visa attached to it, so it was pretty tight in the end, but all part of the fun, really, isn't it? I didn't ever think there was any doubt. Rawlins comes into the attack from the pavilion end for the final over of the day.
For the left arm spin. Single for Robson. 99 without loss. Could be a second century stand of the summer for these two.
This is obviously last over the day, that moment where whoever is at number 3, whether it's going to be a night watchman or whichever Middlesex batsman was going to walk out at 3, can breathe a sigh of relief and take their pads off and know that they're not going to be out there until tomorrow. And Middlesex hoping to navigate these last 4 balls successfully to finish off what's been a wonderful 28.2 overs of batting so far.
Bowled. Rollins, good line and length. Robson. Stoneman eases into the offside. Shaheen Sharafridi, wicketless in that test.
You wouldn't see that very often.
Thought he was good. Good from Rollins again. Number 21 in the second innings. Sri Lanka all out for 337. In fact, he only bowled. I wonder was there an injury there? He only bowled 7. Yeah, might have pulled out with an injury in the second innings. Oh, that one gets away. There's the century stand. Thank you very much, Delray. So by signals, 103. And a century stand for the second time this summer. Second time in 2 years against Sussex.
What have we got here? 1 ball left in the day. Stoneman perhaps hoping for a big full toss to be able to park it into the grandstand for his 50 before the close of play. Otherwise, 2 batters, hopefully in their 40s, both not out overnight.
Ooh, just a nice little bit of shape on that again from Rawlins there. 103 without loss, Middlesex, in reply to Sussex's fine 523, but that's a fair old chunk out of it. A ball that's now 29 overs old at the end of day 2. Very good session for Middlesex, one that they will happily claim as theirs. Probably the first session they claimed the match.
Yeah, I think so, barring a couple of periods where Middlesex have been able to show threat with the ball, the back end of last night and earlier this morning, where 2 wickets sort of fell in each period. Aside from that, Sussex have driven the game, and this gives Middlesex a nice foothold back into the game. Obviously a lot of batting to be done, but 103 for naught is almost the dream start, you would say, given the scenario. The one chance, Robson nicked behind off Gavelis, dropped by Carter. Robson subsequently 45 not out, so Middlesex will be hoping that Robson continues in that vein and is able to punish the mistake that Sussex have made. Yeah,
that'll be the hope that one, if not both of these, are able to go on tomorrow for Middlesex and continue to make a big inroad into that 523, which was very much set up by that double turn of Pujara, but of course great work by Allsop yesterday as well. But Pujara, mainly the story of day 2. Middlesex able to find a way past him until he was hitting out at the end. Helm's 5 for 100, taking his wickets at an average of 20 in a tough game, where it's 523 all out, as we've just seen Sussex wicketless for the first 100 runs of the Middlesex second innings. Thanks very much to Angus Fraser. Thank you very much, Alan Coleman, as well. And well, a pretty enjoyable day to watch again, certainly from the batting perspective. The bowlers have toiled away on it. It's been a solid performance, a solid start for Middlesex with the bat. Robson 45 and Stoneman 47, and plenty of batting to come, in-form batting as well. That top 7 there really for Middlesex. Roland Jones at 8, Helm at 9, so they'd hope that they'll be batting deep as well, Middlesex, should they be required to go all the way down in this innings, which you'd imagine they would, replying to 523. And the bowling for Sussex, well, again, they pretty much played their part. Finn, I think his first 6 overs went for 18, so he came back and a couple of overs went for 16 then. And none for 34. Curry bowled all right after a bit of a loose start to begin with from the nursery end. Ibrahim was tight enough, but put away a couple of times down the leg side, and Carvelis, after those 3 opening overs, which were maidens, eventually conceding a run, he provided some real solid threats. Lenham and Rawlins just topping things up at the end. So 103 without loss there, Middlesex, in reply to the 523. It's still Sussex who are in the driving seat at the moment. Middlesex the closest side to getting themselves into a bit of trouble going into the third day, but they'll hope that a good third day for them could put Sussex in trouble in their third innings. Join us back in the morning. There'll be the overnight interview to look out for this evening on the social media channels, and then we'll play that out again in the morning with the match highlights as well. So join us at 10:45 to pick up coverage here on the live stream in association with eToro. Scan that QR code in the top left corner if you want to find out more about the partnership. But from Angus Fraser, Alan Cole, myself, Kevin Hand, and all the team here at Lords, thanks for your company on day 2 at Stumps. Middlesex are 103 without loss.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.